And hello, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. If you're here from the beautiful time of Europe, where it is actually noon for most of us here. I'm Volt. This time I'm actually in front of the camera for once. So, I'm Maddie. How are you doing? Glad to be on the same slide alongside you now this time.
Yeah, not too bad. I know you were in the producer seat yesterday, so nice to have you on camera. But yeah, doing it right, like you said. I mean, it's a little bit earlier than noon for me right now, but not doing too bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're about to do a lot better because the games are
Yeah.
about to heat up. This is basically the do or die for both the teams that we have here in Octagonal Disposition on the one, and then Zhushao on the other, which are going to be the two teams that are fighting for what is their decider game that they're going to be playing into here for Group A. The Group B decider game is going to be played as well right after this one. And remember, this is basically their final shot. You win, you get a chance to go to playoffs, you get a chance to fight for the final seed that is going to go and play in VCT China in 2026. If not, this is it for them again. For the two teams that we have here, you know, it's pretty intriguing. Their run has been, I would say, a little bit all over the place. Like, of course, nobody expected DRG to even drop a map, and that has been the case. But the good thing that you can say is that this game has happened before, and as you can tell in A1, it was a victory for ZCG over Octagonal Disposition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, don't get... It was kind of map based, really. I do believe they lost 6-13 on the first map, and then brought it back 15-13 in the second map to bring it to third. So, you know, they didn't go without a fight, but I definitely think they're going to try and bring it back and try and win today's series.
Yeah, and the good thing for Octagonal Disposition is that we've basically seen a lot of good performances, especially when you think about like players like Xiao Yu. You know, that has been a very big look up from him in particular, but from the side of ZCG, I feel like, you know, those are primarily now known quantities. They're a pretty solid team. I would say like they are the least individually reliant team out of everyone that are here from the nationals level. Like DRG are DRG, you know, they're firing at all cylinders, but from everyone else that we've seen here, they are the most coherent out of everyone else.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did, obviously, we saw the bracket lose 2-0 to DRG, but then also what do you expect, right? And I think being able to play that game by itself and have the experience to be able to play against such a strong team kind of gives you the upper hand. I mean, for what I've seen, the comps they've been playing are pretty standard. Nothing too crazy so far. You know, today is a new day. We might be seeing something, but I think they've had the practice there to be able to kind of, you know, really kind of, I don't know, bring it back. But obviously we saw ODG play yesterday, so they haven't really had much time to try and prepare themselves for today compared to ZCG, who have obviously had that time to try and prepare.
Yeah, but of course, you know, that also rears the head of the veto that we've seen over there. That was what? Lotus, Bind, and Ascent in those three maps?
Yes.
And I feel like that was pretty much the more interesting part, because I feel like the Bind could have been anyone's game. Yeah. And that is the part that kind of throws me off for the loop. Like the Lotus, I feel like it is pretty much going to be locked in for Octagonal Disposition. It is just the second and third map. How would they go? Because I feel like the Ascent was a more convincing win. But the Bind was the one thing that I feel like we have to agree. I feel like both teams really had really good highs, but also some troubling lows, especially on the defense at times.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact, you know, ODG only winning their one and only map in overtime probably isn't a great look. Obviously, like you mentioned, Ascent and Lotus kind of going one way towards the opponent. So it's going to be something that ODG have to look at. And like I mentioned, they haven't really had much time to do so. So are they going to want to stick with their standard and believe in their bind, possibly? I know they don't tend to like it very much. I do believe it's gotten banned pretty much in the other series that they've been playing so far. So we'll have to see. They like Abyss. I don't blame them. Yesterday's games were crazy. I did not think it was going to go to third map at all. But after an 8-4 half to their opponents on Abyss, but they managed to bring it back and it worked well. And I'm not too sure if that's something that they want to keep. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, and you know, that is obviously the good part of the other sets of games, so that, you know, if you've watched like the first game for the two teams, you know, you would have figured that out. Then you see how they basically adjusted. Like you see Zhu again bringing the Lotus. I feel like that was the map that maybe it was more competitive, even though the Kuro was 13 lines, so it was closer in score. But I do feel like DRG were kind of like having some fun with that one, where maybe they weren't really as full-on serious as they were in map 1. And that's when you see, like, it got to a point where the two teams were competitive and DRG just locked in, and they're like, no, we're gonna finish that off cleanly, because Zuchao were definitely on their heels, and individually, they are no slouches whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes, you know, it's nice to have a bit of fun, especially on LAN, and bring a good show to the viewers. But at the end of the day, you know, you do have to win those games. So, you know, DRG going through into playoffs already. I don't know. I think this is going to go very similarly to the first series that these guys played against each other. I think ODG are going to go out without a fight, but I definitely think ZCG have the upper hand here, and it's going to go toward them.
I mean, then we can contrast that to the other end, because, like, you know, of course, Technical Disposition is a team that has dropped initially into the loser side, and they had a tough fight against Thunder Gaming. And I'm gonna be very honest with you, if it wasn't for Xiao Yu just deciding that, you know, no, I'm gonna carry this on my own, maybe things would have been different, because he went like what, plus 22 in the series in its entirety. And I feel like I really was harping on the Lotus, especially when they were playing that on the slider, because I feel like he single-handedly won them the attack for that one. The Lotus not showing up this time though. We're starting things off on the Abyss, and that is going to be a new variable into this veto.
This is interesting, actually. I mean, we mentioned a little bit earlier about Abyss and ODG kind of, you know, really doing well yesterday's game, so no surprise that they wanting to bring it out straight away. But I'm confused as to why it wasn't really banned instantly by ZCG. Obviously, they must have been able to watch yesterday's games, so I'm interested to see how it goes. Obviously, we have Ascent again, which is great. One of those default maps where everyone knows how to play Ascent, right? It is that default map everyone knows how. Kind of similar to Haven, but on a much higher scale, I think. So gonna have a little bit of a rematch on that one, and then Bind's back again. So yeah. we might be seeing it, maybe a little bit of overtime as well. I think if we go to third map, overtime would be very interesting. But Abyss, what kind of comps do you think we're going to be seeing on this map?
I mean, we've seen the ODG comp. That was the Jed comp. Basically, it feels like an Ascent comp, the one that had the KO usually back in the day. And, you know, I'm not really a hater of that composition whatsoever. It's just I'm a Jet hater myself. That's all I am right now. And, you know, with all the changes that have just been added today, like if you are one of us from EMEA, you log in today, you're playing a completely different game. So we'll have to wait and see how those things pan out, because I feel like the most important thing of all of that is the duelists are the ones that have barely been touched compared to the other roles. And speaking of which, you know, the duelists, we've primarily seen what, a resurgence of the KO, not the KO, rather the Waylay, and the Yoru that has been the one that's actually realistically nerfed big time. But even then, ODG, the exact same composition, and it is gonna be a mirror from the side of the Chao. So maybe I'm not really the biggest fan of either of those compositions. I'm gonna be very real with you. I feel like I like Thunder Gaming's composition a lot more, but maybe mine is the Clove. That was the one thing that maybe I'm not the biggest fan of. But outside of that, I think that the way they absolutely found a ton of value on that one.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. Obviously, we have a Sentinel on the side of ODG compared to the double smokes, and that's like the only difference that's happening in this comp right now. So I'm interested to see how they play their defensive side differently, and even their attack. But like, it's just that one slight little change that kind of makes a huge difference, really. I mean, you have the double smokes almost as a Sentinel being able to try and hold down that site for longer, but you kind of still don't have the utility to do that. I mean, Astra has a bit more versatility, but you know, Cypher is a very, very strong Sentinel, especially on that lurk as well on attack.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see if that will come to fruition later down the line, because right now we started the game, the decider, to see which of these two teams will be making it into the playoff stage of the VCT CN Ascension as we do continue our journey. It's an early start on the A site, but they've only opted to bring the orb in, not much else, which is actually meaning that they will eventually lean into that sentinel-based site that we were talking about. The Cypher Util are there, but Aaron has actually made the move towards the other side, so that leaves Xiao Yu all alone. Dash, prime, flash, turn, shot, found, and even a second before dashing back, and that's exactly the kind of start that Hexagonal this position wants to be on. 3 kills for the price of 1, but then Yuji able to find a couple of trades, and that will put him in a good position, at least for the time being. 3 players setting themselves up to flood the retake. They both walk out of stairs, and Acme, the one that is losing on that exchange, and he's gonna go down completely there, thanks to that final shot from Winners. But they go over the other end of the rafters. It's the first good shot from Yuji, and he's able to stall for so much time. Now he's on 10 HP though, so no more room for error. The double stack is there, and he can't really dissect it. He can't really find the angle. He's just going for pot shot after pot shot, but it will not lead to that much. A great start on the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, being able to rely on your jet to get the first 2 picks on defense isn't something that you should be able to do, but it's brilliant that you can, right? And it's just these little tiny plays that make such a big difference, especially on pistol round. Obviously, we are in a best of 3, so you do have the chance to have a second map, obviously. But pistol rounds are so important. You can possibly have the chance to get 4 rounds ahead throughout the whole game, and that can make a very, very strong difference, not only to obviously the gameplay itself, but like mentally.
Absolutely, and like I mean, one of the main things that we're talking about again is like Xiao Yu's form. Starting off really hot, 2 kills, and especially given the current buy that Octagonal Disposition have, if they don't lose too many of their players, like if they lose just the one, maybe Wai Zhuchen could actually try to pick something up, but right now they're being pressured on the A side, and I don't know, the Spectre is going to be enough. Still, some bullets in the chamber. 2 kills there since Yushuan. And he's trying to hold for more. The right clicks from the Classic are good to find a quad kill. And that is pretty much the round done. Acme's the late lurker, but he's too little to this party.
Could be on for a little bit of an eco ace start off the day. But, what a round, right? Not, 1 gun down, not the end of the world at all. Acme trying to possibly die to the, well, whatever they can, but that's the thing with best, right? You're able to with the idea of jumping off the map to be able to save the other team getting an orb and stuff like that. But sometimes you're not in position to do so, and unfortunately, I think it's going to go down to a player. But we're talking a little bit about the smoke players being able to play as a sentinel, and that's exactly that, right? Being able to lock your sight down as an omen and get 4 kills on the board instantly is a little bit overpowered, and I love it.
Yeah, absolutely, and credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
For the side of Jichao, of course, they got themselves into the side. They even got the opener. It was just their firepower, perhaps, that was a tad too lacking. Speaking of which, you got 2 rifles in the Guardian and the Bulldog. There's a Spectre as well. An All Command early on, and Zuchon will be able to find a kill early on, thanks to Chenzi, who's able to pick off the opener. I love this lurk from Acme. He's been hunting for it for quite a while, and now he finally might be getting the payoff that he's so desperately looking for to put around on the board. Even the detections are there. Xiao Yu is able to find a kill, but they trade 2 back, and there it is. Finally fully activated for a triple kill, and around they're back on the board.
I mean, I'm going to have to mention it again. Having your smokes. You have 2 smokes on that attacking side, right? Especially with Astra, who can smoke from anywhere on the map. Being able to have that as a lurk is going to be so deadly. And I think ODG are going to have to really keep it in the back of their minds at all times, which then it means they're going to have to play slower, more, looking out for these lurkers going around. So it's gonna keep them on their toes a little bit, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
The operator in hand as well now.
Big investment, and the Odin as well. It. And as far as things are standing in the current moment, I really like the movement from Octagonal Disposition, but that is just a mean shot from Lucius. On the other end, straight through the smoke. That shot to be found. An opener quickly Hit on the other end by Xiao Yu, and a double peek is there. Aaron actually capable of just finding the kill pretty early on. And that is numbers advantage granted to the defender side. But for that, they will be losing the B side. Not for too long though, because they are trying to contest back. Acme still alive. It's a 2-on-4. They'll have to pull back. But if they do get the spike down uncontested, perhaps there's a universe where they win this one. So we'll see. It's a little bit slower here on the side of octagonal disposition. And another flash peek there from Yuji. That's the util. Mainly used. The star is still there, but Xiao Yu still again excellent on the early openings. 1 star in, 1 player out. They're none the wiser, and that might be the ground for a multi-kill. There are 2, but unfortunately for Zichao, it will just be at that. Enough is enough. That's going to be a 3rd there from the KO and another round for the defense.
I think with ODG, if they were to take 1v1s, it's not going to go in their favor, and I think they know that, right? And that you're finding them in such good positions. Like you say, the double swings are happening in mid and in heaven. You've got the right guns to be doing these sorts of things, and they're playing together as a team, and it's working so well. They still have the operator, and although they dropped the operator, and we're going to pick it back up again, but still have the Odin at least for now, and it's such a strong gun as well. Especially with that utility on KO as an initiator. You have so much information and a very powerful gun.
Well, speaking of things that are powerful, here it comes. A world divided. A wall separated this site into 2 parts, and Zishuan on the other end. They're attempting Waiju, trying to make something funny out of this one. They are able to find a kill, but equally as such, it's an excellent 2-man trade, but they've pretty much stalled the entire duration of the ultimate. So even if they do lose a member, that is an ultimate gone to waste. An octagonal disposition that forces them back towards the other side. But the real problem is that they've actually forced the entire rotation. That B side is completely barren.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks like sight is completely clear, and hopefully the spike should be able to go down, and it is just going to be a post-plant, especially with that Astra as well. Be able to put down those stars on bomb and delay it as much as they can. You also have the double initiator as well, which is always incredibly useful, but winner doesn't manage to get the second, and Erin with the backup, but it's not going to be enough. It's down to a 1v2, but that makes it a lot more possible.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Great work there from Xiao Yu to find that one. Now it's down to the final player. There's the Hunter's Fury. It is half stuck, and he's waiting for the counter peak, but it's going to be on the dot there from Lucius. And that is going to be the round stopped. It got a little bit dicey there somewhere in the middle of the round, but eventually the numbers advantage just paid off.
Definitely, and that was what I was talking about with ODG, and the fact that you see them pretty much always in pairs and playing together, even if one's a little bit delayed in it. You saw the lurk in mid. It works just enough, but bring it down to a 2v1, down to a 1v1 even. But it was not enough, and the headshot coming through, but so unfortunate. 3-2 though. Very even scoreline.
It is going to be completely even for the most part. They are dead broke on the side of ODG. They're going to be taking a big chunk there from the Hunter series, making things very easy for Chunza. And he's looking to fish for a few more kills now. A massive advantage in the firepower. It's making things look easy, that even the Bucky drop could not really rattle the boat for the time being. And it does seem those final few players are trying to work their way together. Xiao Yu, that is a little bit further behind in comparison to the other two. But as long as the other parts are not there, not really certain that it might work out for them. The blades are out. They're trying to weather the storm. It's the first great opener for Xiao Yu, but the updraft is not good enough still. They are able to trade that one back. Chunza again to find a third kill for him in that round before going down, and that will be it. 3s all over the board. 3 kills for the Jet and 3 rounds for Zhu Chao.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit hesitant to push into site there. I don't blame them, to be honest with you. This post plant seems very, very strong. And I think holding down site is definitely going to be the way to go. It's difficult because obviously ultimates are coming through now as well. We're getting to the point where people are slowly going to start reaching those ultimates, and the operator is back, which we love to see. You know, it's probably worth risking that round, bringing it to a 3-all for to be able to save and buy it. It's looking like a bit of a B push. Nothing too heavy, too quick.
Yeah, especially with the operator there. Xiaoyu again is able to find yet another piece. Another early advantage for the attacking of this position lineup, and the Hunter's Fury is coming in from way too far that it doesn't really matter. It's a double kill for winner. And they're ready to be served some dinner here on the opposite end. A minute left on the timer, Maddie, and they still have not budged to bring the spike back.
Definitely, and it was the holding down site that I mentioned. Although they're not, none of them are even on site, but managing to still have such a big impact. You know, risking an ultimate, but definitely getting its use out of it. Acme trying to find any positions to get some sort of advantage, but it is down to a 5v2. And the pressure is on. Spike is going to go down. It's still very, very possible, especially with the utility left on this side of ZCG.
Yeah, but I like that though from the side of ODG. Playing together as a unit, respectful, and they are not complacent, not one bit. Yuji's out in the open, and it's gonna start as well as it has finished. The op shot from Xiaoyu to make things look very easy for them as well. Things are starting to repeat what they have been like. I believe on ODG's Abyss, they were primarily a team that won off defense. It was both them and Thunder Gaming that did that.
Yeah.
But right there, maybe some signs, especially if Xiaoyu continues to run on that form, that their attack could even bode a little bit better. Sure, you know, the op is a big part of why Xiaoyu has this kind of lead. Yeah. But even then, I do think that he has been looking much better individually off of the first days. Maybe, I guess, he was a little bit reserved on day one. Like, he didn't really show his true colors. Now, I feel like he's soaring on the server.
I mean, you mentioned a little bit about the Jet, and I'm interested to see why we've got, you know, solo Jet on both teams. I mean, it's a very default standard comp, but like you mentioned, we've been seeing a lot of Waylay, a lot of Yoru, and having that fast entry, that powerful back and forth of the TPs and recalls. And sure, the Jet is standard, right? A very good default duelist, does what it says on paper. But we haven't been seeing a lot of, you know, those fast entries and the normal gameplay that we would have been normally seeing. I think that is down to the Jet. I mean, you have the Sova, you have the KO to be able to do that. And we've been seeing attempts and stuff, like you mentioned, the operator does kind of put that to a halt a bit, but I don't know. I feel like the Jet by itself just isn't really working. I mean, obviously it's working, but I feel like there's more potential to have, you know, maybe the Yoru, just the extra flashes, or the Waylay.
Yeah.
I mean, Waylay doesn't tend to be seen as a solo duelist, but we saw it yesterday. Why not again?
I mean, the thing is, I would say, if you're gonna play Waylay as a solo duelist, you need to have a ton of like follow-up initiator utility. Yeah. I believe that, like, again, it's like one of those things. I believe, like, if you do follow like Platchat, like DMV and all these people, like, you would see DMV's always like, you need to invest in the Waylay. I don't agree with a lot of his takes about Asian meta, but I do actually agree about this one, because I do think that there's a lot of value that you can indeed extract in the Waylay, especially in my mind, the combination plays that you can make with the refract and the saturate. That maybe not a lot of teams are doing as much in Tier 2. But that would require, if you're playing Waylay as your single duelist, you will need a ton of setup. You'll need like at least one reveal initiator and like one flash initiator. So you have a lot of freedom as the Waylay. Because otherwise, if you've seen how Waylay is usually played, isn't it like, oh, I like refract, absorb a wave of utility, and then just TP back. And that's how usually it is played.
Yeah, definitely. But I think alongside the Sova and KO that we're seeing from ZCG, it could definitely be possible. But talking about that entry straight on the site.
Yeah, and they're trying to flood them back. So far, it's an excellent jump up. Yuji with a pair of kills, and the missed shot from the op Let's make things a lot more difficult. Shorty in hand, smoke, fading. Xiaoyu back to the big sniper, but it's not really good enough for the job. And ZCG finding himself confident in the angle. Yuji finally getting his third on the board. A foot spotted as well from Aaron. And leaves just Winner, who's now on half health and is being hunted by the Iranian members. Maybe a tattoo over his head though, because that puts Winner back in the playing field. Thankfully, Enly got exactly the timing to shut that one down.
I mean, I spent the whole time out talking about how the entries probably aren't that great, and then we see a perfect entry onto A, and they take site immediately, and it works so well. And it kind of just proves the fact that if these guys don't have that initial entry or the confidence to be able to do that, you kind of see them panic a little bit, and they're not too sure where to go in each site, and they're playing slow, and I don't think slow's working well for them. So possibly just diving onto site and really taking control is the plan. However, CCG, ODG, sorry, I don't know what I'm on about. They have the ability to stop that still, and I think they're going to start playing this defensively a little bit more. Saying that,
they went to the
pushing up into
offensive.
mid.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense though, considering the kind of economy that they do have. Short, you know, like
they do.
Jishen got his own Vandal, and there's a Phantom on Zishuan. But even if that is the case, you would still not really favor neither Zishuan nor Waja to actually make something happen early on in the round. They're just trying to hold that crossfire, which I think is a smart call. It could be that D1, but there's plenty of utility on the side of ZCG where it can make things difficult. It will start off well though for a technical disposition. The flash is there, and they're able to use their own utility to crack down the cold. The knock command is there as well, and thankfully Enly is able to save the round right there. Goes down to a 1-on-3. That was a necessary kill for Xiaoyu, but he was unable to find it. If he did, maybe there was a world where he could find a 1-on-2 in the retake. But now that he hasn't, that's a round that is gone and bit the dust.
Yeah, I mean, again, ODG with those duo plays in A main, and it works so well. And unfortunately, I mean, it was a little bit of an eco. We saw a couple guns on their side, but overall, not too bad. So it's definitely still doable. The sheriff shot's not quite connecting in mid, and just unfortunate. But the scoreline is so even. We're going back and forth between rounds, and I feel like if a round's won, it's very dominant to one side. We're not really seeing like a huge lot of contention within these rounds, which is a little bit interesting. I think, you know, we've got the timeout now as well. Teams are probably going to start playing a little bit differently. This makes sense, the timeout. You know, they're getting their rounds and they're keeping up. But I do think if it keeps going this way, the lead is going to go towards ZCG.
Yeah, and I mean, the main thing about that is I feel like, not in this previous round, but the one prior to it, we've seen them try to flood perhaps a bit too soon for my own liking, where the two players that were initially anchoring the A side, they tried to flood before the other utility was coming in from heaven. And maybe that was one part where things got really problematic for them. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, both teams seem to be very hesitant. If they're not going for it early on, anything after that seems to be a little bit scary, I think. You know, we're seeing very fast pushes from ZCG, and it's working well for them. But if ODG don't do an early push on this defense, then they also do seem to be panicking a little bit for this retake. But Eren getting taken out early, that's not great for your Sentinel. Bit of a default coming through from ZCG here, and information coming through.
That's a very, very advanced smoke. They're gonna have to burn plenty. If you at least they burned one flash on that angle, and then the other smoke could absorb some more. But actually attacking on this position, they are trying to hold the line, and YJ Chen is able to find a kill there into Yuji. And Winner, you can't go with your knife out. You need to be ready. He was even unaware, despite the footsteps made there by the side of Zhu Chao. And now it puts them in a good position where they already have Acme on the B side itself. But I love Xiaoyu is taking that early lead, moving in towards middle. He's going on the big flank, perhaps a spawn, but instead, just pivots back towards Link. Did you see Zuchan? Still there on the angle. A little bit more patient, much more. What you would like and expect on that side with the op in hand. It's not an easy shot to land, especially with the player underneath him. That close by, and it is going to be Enli, capable of finding the kill at the start, and then Chunza adding one more, even just YJ. Maybe the final player, and YZ Chen is not even aware of the player movement to his side. He's able to find a first and a second on top. And now he's got 3 out of the 5 necessary, but little time remains. So he'll have to try to speed things up a little bit. The knife is there, but unfortunately for him, too little, too late. And his KD freezes at 3. Despite the timeout, they still couldn't find a round.
Yeah, and that's like probably one of the worst situations to be in, right? After having that timeout, and you only get 2 in a game, and really taking your time to work out what you want to do, and it's not working out. And like I mentioned, I think it's just down to these 1v1s. ZCG usually have the upper hand. Why is Jen managing to, try and pull it back? We're seeing these 2v1s quite often in these final moments. And it is going to be another save round for ODG. Which makes sense, you want to have full guns for this, for the last round of the half.
Well, that final round still trying to give that one a go. We'll see if they're able to find more than the opener there by Acme. Very weak pistols though on the side of octagonal disposition. Sure, there are a few sheriffs there, but even then, not really a whole lot of metal behind it. And as you can tell, DHL Gaming is able to capitalize at the back of that. Only Aaron finding a shot, and quickly he will be traded. The round will be given. That's a 7th on the board for the attack.
Yeah, and that immediately brings it to an uneven half, which makes sense. You don't tend to see a 6-6 half on Abyss. It tends to be very one-sided. So honestly, even getting 4 at this point isn't awful.
Yeah.
But we're seeing a lot more dominance from ZCG here. And compared to the beginning of the half, it's very different, right? It's taking a little bit of time to warm up, which is fair, first game of the day. But they're back on the operator and Odin from the side of ODG, which is what, like you mentioned, was kind of keeping them on that defense for longer. But you're gonna get taken out? No.
I'm on worry though is that for a team that got 4 rounds on their attack against Thunder Gaming, can they even replicate that same success that Zichao seems to have on their own attack? That is my main and primary worry. For the time being, ZCG have made their movement towards that A site, and the rotations are being pulled by the defense. Xiaoyu is the last one to be pulled in. Aaron is going to stick to that B site, but she does have the ultimate, so does YJ Chen, and he's going to be able to use that pretty early on. The ult command is in. The stun doesn't really lead to that much, and so far, not really much value there for the attack. They're going to have to pivot back, and this is probably going to be their final destination. 40 seconds on the round. Aaron still playing around the angle. It's going to be an easy kill onto Acme. He should be having that, though. And that is a very big miss.
Site, and that will be theirs. I mean, again, we're seeing ODG not wanting to kind of hold down their own. But that being said, Y Chen managed to get one ugly, getting a trade, and Hunted Fury coming out.
Yeah. Still hunted for more.
Lots of trades going back and forth, down to a 2v2. Another Hunted Fury coming out. Y Chen managing to get one, down to a 1v2. Spike is down, but not much you can do. Winner managing to clutch it back up. Not too bad. That's definitely... Oh, it's no time.
Oh? Oh no. Oh,
that's all you can ask for, right? In these situations.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
Bringing it down. So many trades. This is a very, very different round to compare to what we've been seeing for the whole of the half, really. So many trades coming back and forth. And It's yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a little bit too late, I think, for ODG. They tried their best, and that final round really did show a little bit of contention, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, for now, things slow down a little bit. You know, in the halfway point, we've seen some pretty good highs from octagonal disposition, but unfortunately enough, maybe I am not really the biggest fan of how things have been playing, at least for them on the defense. Their few wins on the gun rounds, they were back of operator openings. Not really the best of looks, because that does mean that perhaps tactically you are a little bit bankrupt in comparison to the other end. But for now, things will stabilize a little bit as we do see a half point, the reset coming in. Hopefully for octagonal disposition, though, they are capable of mirroring the result from the other end. It's a mirror composition, so they should know from their own game plan what the
Yeah,
opponent's game plan is. So maybe that is the one card that they can try to use.
yeah, definitely. But as you mentioned, it's going to be a little bit worrying. You know, only getting 4 rounds on that attack yesterday. It's they've really got to try and pull something out of the bag here. And obviously, ZCG, typically you would look at the comp and think of it as a very attacking heavy comp. But at the same time, you have so much utility to be able to retake, you know, take main space early on and put that pressure on, especially with the double smokes. So it's, I don't know how well this is going to go, but ODG definitely have to be winning these pistol rounds.
Well, things stand at the current time. Sides have swapped. And attacking on this position spotted pretty early on towards the A side, so I would have thought that maybe they would have tried to restructure, but they are still giving the A side a go, at least in Xiaoyu, who is trying to close down the angle. Aaron didn't find much success on middle, so in the end, it is a complete pivot towards that B site, where their numbers are fixated, and eventually they should be striking. They're readying themselves up for the first player in. There are 2 players on the site, 2 stars in their path. And actually an opener from Zushan out of everyone that they could have had. But I love this play from Acme. In the middle of the smoke he goes. Tries to find an opportune timing. Chunza does the same. And they are able to capitalize on the back of that. They're busy with the spike, and all the kills will go to ZCG. And it leaves YJ Chun as the final player alive. He only got a classic at hand, but he's done plenty of damage. Out of bullets he goes. He's down to half health, but he's unable to chin off one more player. Another triple kill for Chunza, and that's the 9th on the board for Zhu Chao.
Yeah, and I mean, it was looking good. First blood going towards ODG, and it's just so unfortunate, but the shots were just collecting, and it's down to the 1v1s I'm talking about. The basic mechanics, even with the pistols, it is going to go the way of ZCG. 9-4. That's a very, very strong scoreboard so far for ZCG.
Yeah.
I mean, like we mentioned, it's elimination games. It's down to anyone's game, and ODG have had a really good run so far in the lower bracket, but you know, ZCG have that confidence being in that upper bracket so far, and I think it's really showing.
And it makes you question the veto a lot more.
Yeah.
When you consider, like, how did that one go? Especially that, you know, they had other options. I feel like, especially in the second phase of the bans, maybe they could have gotten away with the Lotus, pick that themselves. Yeah. But that wasn't the case. It's a couple of good shots there from Only and Uji. And finally, something comes for the value of ODG, but I feel like with the spike gone in A main, those 3 players that were banking on the split towards the A side now are put in a tough spot. Yes, there is an outlaw on their hands, but I don't know if it's going to actually extract that much value, because there's a smoke close by and the defenders are closing in.
Yeah, but 3 of the players on ZCG do have half shield, so could be something, but no. Enley with the judge, such a powerful gun. The issue with the judge is you have to be in very good positionings to be able to make it worth it. But with those double smokes in hand, not double smokes, sorry, but just omen smokes in general, you have such an ability to be able to put yourself in very good positions. I mean, you do have 3 smokers as well in the whole of the map, so lots to play through. And I think trying to use that to your advantage and take advantage of the opponent's compositions for yourself is a very good idea.
Yeah, I do really like the way that Zhichao likes to play that composition. You know, usually you'd see the Astra played in that exact way on defense, where she's like a pseudo initiator in a way.
Yes.
Especially with those 2 stars on the B side. Like, you know, one of them could use the Nebula, the other one can use the Concuss. It makes things very difficult for them. Aaron perhaps could have taken a duel there, but it wouldn't have been a one-on-one because, of course, as you can tell on the minimap, Ishidus was waiting for the other end of that exchange. It slows down for a bit more, but it does seem that the fixation on the B site shall continue, and that should be spotted by this drone closing by, so they'll need to step up their pace. They either need to quickly rotate and pivot back, or find their footing on the B side, because the rotations have come in from ZCG. And so far, attacking on this position, they are somewhat stunted. Yes, patience is good, because those Astra stars will eventually taper away. But the more time that they give off, the more that they themselves will be under pressure. 4 players walking into the site. No winner, no recon, and that is the perfect spot for Acme, but the opening is excellent from Xiaoyu. And it actually leads to another one from winner. Now they are solidly in the lead, but a bonus is starting to corral on them. That Sheriff, perhaps not the best weapon for the job, but still did find one. The Outlaw will have value in Swaiju Chen and Xiaoyu, but the other 2 should be pretty protected. At least we'll need both shots from the sniper to do indeed find value. Speaking of value, the judge is down there. That is exactly the kind of range you wanted, and that could start a cascading of bad news, because there's still a rifle present there on the jet. Another opportune moment perhaps with Chunsa, but it couldn't really seal off the deal. Instead of Xiaoyu to find another kill for himself. That's his 2nd in this round, and perhaps a 3rd on the board as Enley has run out of shields. He did find a mean one and Wajie Chun, but at the end of the day, still not really saving the round. The gap dwindling, but there's still a healthy buffer between the 2 teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was looking towards their round anyway, especially on that bonus, so it's expected. However, they played that very differently. Obviously, pistol rounds are hard to kind of do what you want to. But now we might be seeing a different side at ODG. Very, very possible. After yesterday, they could have started to work on their attack side on Abyss. But I still think they're in a very difficult spot right now. They have to really push me out the bag.
For their sake.
Oh,
yeah, they even had anything prepared for that one. Unfortunately for them, the Yuto play there from Zhichao, that was absolutely perfect. The smoke, the arrow on top, and even on top of the flash as well. That's what made the arrow near unbreakable. But speaking of unbreakable, that is the will of octagonal disposition. As Aaron is ready to kill back, and now Swinner and Xiaoyu on the other end, as they'll be trying to close the angle as much as they can, but for the time being, a little bit under a minute on the timer. Chunza posted up on an elevated position. That's not going to be the easiest for them to deal with, and they line up, but thankfully enough, the trade is there from Zichuan, and that is going to force Yuji to make a move. Perhaps a good timing for Aaron indeed, but he is still traded. It goes back to an even round, but the HP bars are pretty low, and Hunter's Fury, in a move of desperation, will lead to both players being found, as Ellie has spotted the angle earlier, and eventually he lines up the shots.
I mean, they're just walking into their traps, and that ZCG are in the perfect positions. Like, yeah, sure, we'll take this fight, and it's working so well. I mean, sure, there's trades coming through from each side, but look at this. The utility as well that they have to play with, it's so strong. Look at that. I mean, obviously the lurk coming through as well from Eren. It's what you typically want to see from your Cypher, but I think the whole So your ODG is pretty much gone by then, and your lurk can't really be doing much after the rest of your team have kind of been obliterated already. So it is hard, and this timeout does make a lot of sense. You know, 2 rounds left before ZCG take this map, and then you're 1 game away from being eliminated. So it's rough, but like you said, it's definitely still doable. I think it's just trying to work around ZCG's utility and their positioning. Maybe possibly try to take mid control a bit more. It hasn't really been contested overly too much, and I think it's definitely gonna put some pressure on ZCG.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do have those smokes in their hands, but at the same time, there isn't a lot of, you know, of those. They haven't got that sentinel, so it's doable. They're opting for an A push, which hasn't been working out so far. They may have a plan. I'm looking forward to this plan. They do have that KO ult in hand as well.
Yeah, but I don't know how much value would they be getting out of it. Unless Xiaoyu does find a kill. The Blades not really finding their value. Still a bucket close by. And Enli in a devastating angle. Opening up the round for the defense. Still ODG able to find kills back on the other end. Chunza is trying to be as much of a nuisance as he can be. And indeed, he will be able to find a kill, but too little too late. As the attack has stormed their way on the side, but Acme cleanses the A side of most attackers. And it's just Zichon left in a 1-on-1. He's looking at the wrong angle, but the timing favors him. He's positive arrow, but he's unable to adjust. And yet another massive round goes in. It's match point for ZCG.
It was looking so good as well. I mean, sure, you know, the entry came through, so much damage was done, but on the same side, it's hard because Acme's then be given 2 free kills because they're down to about 20 HP and less, and it's down to a 1v1. And like you said, the timing was there for ODG, but unfortunately the shots did not connect, and we are on match point 5-12. You would expect a little bit more, I think, especially at this far into the series, into the competition. Sorry, but hey, we're on first map, and there's a reason that we have best of 3s, you know.
Yeah, and ODG lost, of course, the first map in their elimination.
Exactly.
Yeah, but here's the thing: they did win this Abyss.
Yeah.
And they did win it in the opposite fashion. You know, like they had a very solid defense. But that was on the back of, I would have to say, like a woeful attack. And right now their attack continues to be lackluster. They're kind of scattered. We've seen signs of desperation. And this might be their one last hurrah. Not even the best of weapons to do the job. Only a one true king in Xiaoyu having the full-on Vandal. But it might start off as a finale. The curtains are called on then. Xiaoyu is able to find a kill. But Acme's found a lot of value just sitting there inside the smoke. But Zichon wisens up to the antics of a fellow controller. Not that it would matter that much as a kill is traded by Chunza. Another one on Xiaoyu. And leaves the final player not even ready. And that is going to be a quick and easy game. It's the first map for ZCG and it's a 5-13 victory.
Like you say, quick and easy indeed, and easy being the special word there because ZCG must be feeling so good right now. 13-5, winning first map, and you're going into what's the next map? I believe Ascent, which obviously
Ascent,
is you know, it again could be anyone's game, but the confidence must be so high right now. I mean, if you look at some of these replays as well, it is mainly ZCG, but obviously you can't discount ODG, right? They did play well. The scoreboard doesn't really show that too much, but they had some pretty good, you know, plays. Look at this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Second round.
I mean, what is ridiculous is that, like, how many rounds did they even find after that? Like, you think about that, you know, they had a really good start. They bring the operator out early. It even lends them, like, one of their first few real gun rounds. And then it just all falls flat. You know, we haven't really found that much else from them other than that. And I gotta say, That is some real worrying signs, especially considering that the last time the two teams have met on Ascent, which, by the way, that was only on the 11th of the month. So, like, what, 4 days ago?
Yeah.
It was a loss, 13-8 to the favor of ZCG.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There hasn't been much time to reconsider how you want to play. You know, having to try and obviously getting knocked down into those lower brackets. But I do think we have some comms coming in through here.
上呢？转，这不站榴莲，没事，小问题。转，榴莲哥。弗兰蒂呢？喂。走，还有，电上。nice。你不要，来，我过。站。可以，等时间。过来了吗？去右边了。我黑到了。黑到了。不要动。动了，前方你站起来1秒了。黑到我了，毕哥！他也黑了，对面也黑了。可以，兄弟们，给这个烟，然后你们我随便闪，懂我意思吗？可以，榴莲给剑吧，那就。哦，你和我的剑出手吧，可以吗？可以。给，Go，到了。没有。哎，找到了。他呢？回来吧！走，别退球！快走！没得看板，B，收完 HP， 欧盟 AT， 哎，小右边血一个 D， 一个半血一个 ED， 一个半 ED， Let's go！
Well, calm and confident right there from Acme. You know, the second controller coming in, 155 ADR. That is pretty much a killer round. And especially, I feel like one of the most impressive things whenever I look at ZCG is like their cast ratings is so high in usual. And you just look at that number, like 83% is a world beater, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as well, obviously, you know, you're not the only controller on your team, so being able to kind of use your utility how you want to and play almost solo, seeing quite a few lurks coming through, and it just works so well. Usually the first one onto site after, you know, through a retake or a rotation, sorry. And look, some of these killed as well. Just being in the right positions at all times. And that's something you can do with Astra, right? Is you can kind of use that to your ability. But not only that, we're seeing so many times where it's just gunplay. I mean,
yeah,
the shots are really proving that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the shots, you know, I was speaking very highly of Xiaoyu and his jet, but it didn't really pan out that much in this game. Like 12-16, he wasn't really slouching in the game, but credit where credit is due. They did kind of shut him down. There was a lot more creativity on the side of ZCG in comparison to ODG, and you know that can really translate if you look at the assist numbers in particular. Like, you know, 9 assists on the Sova, 11 on the KO. Hell, even Chunza has like 7 assists of his own.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing. Assists don't really get spoken about a lot, and I think it's really important because we're seeing them play so well as a team, and it's just being proven, right? And the utility is being used in such good situations where the assists are coming through every single time, and it just works so well for them, especially on a map like Abyss as well.
Yeah, and it did win them a few crucial rounds. Like, you would think the one round they had like the plan towards outside A main with the entire combination, like that was a backbreaker for ODG. Like, their economy kind of got ruined, and they were forced between a rock and a hard place. Right now, they are in the ultimate challenge, you know, one map away of losing their entire hope of making to the playoff stage of Ascension, and it's even their opponent's map pick, worst of all.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be a rough match, but I have hope. You know, I do think possibly it might be a bit of a closer game, especially on a map like Ascent. So I'm hoping to see a bit more of a battle from ODG.
Ever the optimist, Maddie. Ever the optimist. Well, we'll have to wait and see how reality unfolds. So we're gonna go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the second map of the series. Their backs against the wall. ODG have got to fight for it all. Still, myself and Maddie here, delivering you the final series from the group stage of Group A, Octagonal Disposition. As we've said, on the back foot. For the side of Zuchao, though, they are looking pretty fun and dandy in this first game, and perhaps, given the fact that they have the track record on Ascent, not just in Nationals, but also right here in Ascension in the opening game, perhaps they do feel like this is a done deal.
Yeah, definitely. You know, going into their map pick as well, they must be feeling very, very confident right now after winning first match, and it's gonna be hard for ODG. I mean, they have a pretty. We have a very close mirror comp.
It's like the
ZCG?
old and the new comps. It's like
Yes.
the old one from ODG, the Fnatic one, and then the actual real composition plus Jet instead of the Yoru from the side of Zichao. Which I
is.
mean, can we stop playing Jet, guys? Like I get it.
I
Like, you know,
know.
like you play ranked. You like I lock in Jet. I'm comfortable. I'm confident. But that's in ranked. That's not in the team setting. Like there's a lot more value out of stuff like the Yoru, especially given that this is the last time that we'll see him in full value.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned a very particular word there, comfortable, and that tends to be the way that Jets like to play. You know, if you're comfortable on their agent, then go for it. But like you say, there's so much more utility and like opportunity from different duelists, such as your even Waylay. You know, it is hard, but I am interested to see how these comps are going to go. But that is one way to start.
Okay,
the game,
Xiaoyu.
especially from ODG.
Yeah. Okay, Xiaoyu. I do see
Yeah,
you.
I mean, we spoke a bit about him and performing pretty well. Not having the best game last time, but YChan as well.
Yeah, those are the two people that we've talked about, to bring the value from the team. They haven't been showing their nuclear form on their best right now. They're firing, and there they are in true color. Xiaoyu already in for 3, and he is overheated. He's already looking for blood. The final kill to be delivered. It's on the footsteps of Aaron, but he's not really out to the task. So like me, perhaps getting a chance to work his way into that B site, but realistically, the spike down on mid. Very little that he can do in the remainder of those 1-on-4 players from the side of Octagonal Disposition. They set themselves up. And Dark Cover plays a knife to give away his position. And right now, after the 0 point, there's going to be 0 hope. The crossfire established. 15 seconds on the timer. He tries, at least in any way that he can, to dissect it down, to break it down. But it's going to be Xiaoyu, as always, a quad kill for him to start things off.
I mean, certainly what they needed for a little bit of a confidence boost off the last game, and very, very strong start. But hey, we saw them win pistol last time, so we can't get too confident just yet. However, I mean, look at that, Xiaoyu really starting, showing up compared to last game, and on that Jet, like we've been saying a little bit about it, but those dashes and smokes can come in handy.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, maybe that's a me thing, but I feel like that would have been the perfect time to bring the Outlaw outright.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, he stuck to the Marshal, and that is gonna be a lot easier to play and maneuver in this second round. But in the bonus, perhaps I would have preferred that Outlaw. So, it's a bit of a mixed bag. At least the Outlaw does kind of guarantee the Operator in the third round, right?
That is true, and we saw him, have that preference for that Operator quite a lot in last game, so it makes sense. But I don't think I've seen a Marshal in a good while on second round. Like you say, tends to opt for that Outlaw just to secure the round, as much as he can. But it can be deadly if it gets to the hands of the opponents.
Speaking of deadly, it's a big stack and a lot of misses from Aaron. It's only good for the one. And now, winner outnumbered, and that is a gun given away. Sure, it is only Yuji, and Enliu's like, a sliver of HP, a single point in the literal sense.
Ooh.
But right now, it seems like there's very little that is left in that one. Xiaoyu just drifts in, delivers the kill shot. Yeah, that man is on a heater at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to be, right? I mean, after last map, and you really have to try and get as many rounds as possible. Seeing how ZCG have been playing as well, and once they start, get going, it's very hard to stop that. Even with the timeouts that they had, it was practically impossible. I think that's something that ODG are going to be very worried about. So trying to, get these early rounds and keep it going for as long as possible. Even get 4 rounds on the half if they can, would be enough for that, and then try and work on that attack a little bit better. But for now, a very, very strong start.
Yeah, it could cascade into more if they are able to find multiple kills on this bonus. I don't think that they're gonna win it, but perhaps a Xiaoyu then in shots like these, anything is possible. A Marshall in his hand, and life could be dreamed, but it's back to reality as winner is taken down in response.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be ODG need to be in a life or death situation in order to start bringing these games back. You saw it yesterday, losing first map on elimination, and we're at the same position again. Again, a very interesting smoke. I'm liking these smokes, pushing them out really, really far and trying to waste as much utility as possible. Although,
especially with a judge at hand,
Yep.
especially where you find a lot of that value. Still, one more dart cover. 45 seconds in a round, an unbreakable trip for them to jump past. And there he is at the middle of the smoke, in the middle of the mayhem, able to find 2 kills there, Zishuan. And he's even picked up a rifle on top. Sure, there's no tripwire, but he's trying to play. There's a method to his madness, and there's a world where his bonus is converted. It is all on the hands of Enli. So 1 on 2 is looking at the sky, and that does mean that Xiaoyu finds yet another multi-kill, and that is the bonus converted for ODG.
It is indeed, and I mean, it's a different team that are playing, right? What is going on? The positioning, the utility, that confidence to push up early on, as well from the Jet with the Marshall, may I add. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Timeout already.
I mean, it's a backbreaker of a round, right? Like,
yeah.
you've had your purchase. You were supposed to set the tempo, learn how you'll deal with the operator later down the line. Then suddenly you find yourself scrambling on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, ZCG definitely do not want to be going into bind. So it's gonna be rough. I think, even 0-3 isn't that bad, but you're on a pistol round, so you're gonna try and set yourself up. You're not gonna, most likely not gonna win this round, right? Bring it to a 4-0. Set yourself up, get what you need ready. Try and get some sort of, even alt orbs or something like that, and try and bring it back from then on. It's gonna be hard, and the guns are now gonna be in the hands. They're gonna be picking up those rifles on the side of ODG. So. And then there's the operator. So it is going to be... Not only is it going to be, an eco round, I don't think these guys are going to have the opportunity to even set themselves up for their buy round.
Yeah.
Especially with the way that that ODG have been playing this so far. Look at the pushes. Instant.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is a Marshall game after all. The Marshalls are running to town. Right now, thankfully for ODG, they're able to trade some of those kills back. The shock darts don't find their value. Why Juchen still alive, but it's 2 kills from Zilchuan Gaming. And suddenly, this might swing back. A timeout paying some dividends there, but they're not ready for the player at logs. And they've lined up for Zilchuan. And he's able to find 2 more, leaving a playable round for Aaron, who's closing in on the angle, but he couldn't get the job done. And Zilchuan Gaming are back on board.
I mean, okay, I take it back. They can win the eco rounds.
I guess.
But that should not be allowed. The Marshall against the operator didn't even give him a chance to shoot. And that money has already gone down the drain. Look at that. That should not be allowed. I mean, a little bit of a comeback down to 1v1 and a lot of damage still done, but even so, it wasn't eco round. So a full buy coming out from ZCG and an operator on both sides. Xiaoyu still managing to buy one just about. But it is going to be a little bit of a standoff. opting to sit back this time for the first time in the game so far.
Yeah. Well, as one sit back, the other operator tries to find Valier on a shot through Y. Chen through the wall even. Now he's down to 4 points of health. The defense trying to aggress on the B side. Just in the right timing, Aaron expands, upgrades his gun, and he's not able to exit though. Perhaps if he tried to play the crossfire, would have been more beneficial for Octagonal this position. Right now, they're bleeding members left and right, and it's down to a 3-on-4. Down in numbers a little bit. That paranoia was a little bit overeager, but thankfully enough, the spray was labored tremendously, so it was adequate enough for the defense against the all battle. Xiaoyu ends up victorious, and it's all in the hands of winner for those final two. The arrow will not spot him. They almost line up for him, but he's only good for the one, and now it ends up in that 1-on-2. Both players working their way together, both from B main. So for Yuji, I feel like his repositioning here could be a little bit dangerous because he's not in a position where he can get a kill and dip away. If they both commit to that peak, he might be that to rights, but remember, the Omen is a little bit lower on health. The timing doesn't really work out in his favor, however. And Octagonal, this position, will find themselves in the 4th round.
Definitely, and I mean, it wasn't looking too great for them at first. You see, after, ZCG winning their first round, ODG immediately, become a little bit more timid in their gameplay. But they've been winning their 1v1s, and it's so much better compared to first map. Which is crazy considering, Abyss was their pick, and they were really confident going into it after yesterday. And I mean, it's, again, just a complete different team. Xiaoyu gonna have that operator and still opting for mid, maybe getting that confidence back again to push up, because it was working well. Sure, it didn't work out for one round, getting taken out by a Marshall, but that confidence has to stay high.
Yeah, especially with Zishan as well, throwing as well as he is on the Omen.
Yeah.
That boosts the confidence quite a bit. Speaking of which, YG Chen is able to find a kill, but up close and personal. The shorty reckons no enemies. Zishan still able to find yet another one. They're halted, segregated, separated into packs, and it's making it easy for Aaron to find one of his own. And now the final player left in the lane, and he's gonna be an easy execution. It got a little bit dicey there once they got into the site, but I feel like it was well handled from ODG.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's something that we've been seeing from ODG in general. Like, it does seem to be a little bit rough, a little bit, scrappy at times, but they seem to be coming out on top, and that's all that matters, right? I mean, as long as they manage to get this game and try and get themselves into 3rd map. But I don't know. I really don't know. They're winning rounds, right? And they're doing really well. But all it's going to take is for ZCG to get 1 or 2 rounds, and I think they're going to have their team back in action.
Yeah, and you know what is the great thing about that? This is one of those rounds where it's very real that they could win. Annihilation, a Hunter Fury, and a team composition that got 2 Sentinels on an Ascent. Usually, especially when it's the Yoru composition, not the Jet one, I would say that even if you get 3 rounds on attack, that's more than enough, because their defense is so tough to crack.
Yes.
But with the Jet, maybe I'll say 3-4 is where you want to land. Right now, they're 1/4 of the job done, and they're trying to get halfway through by splitting on that B site.
Definitely. I mean, you're never expected to, win attack on this map anyway.
Yeah. Oh,
but
wait.
So many ultimates.
It still found someone in backside. The Annihilation reached so far in, and winner just not really given a single chance on that end. ODG unable to find any kills. This left for YG Chen and Xiaoyu. Last 2 trying to work their way through spawn. One player is out. It's a great opener from the KO, but too little too late for the remaining members. The op shot not finding his mark. It does leave Xiaoyu in a position where eventually he'll be brought down. At least he found his double digits, but it is still a 2nd round on the board for Zhu Chao.
Yeah, and there's a big difference between these rounds, right? And I think when ZCG win their rounds, you can see the comms being used. You can see the teamwork, and ODG I don't want to say they're relying on the the operator or anything. It hadn't really gotten too much impact yet, but kind of using it as a bait. Obviously the timeout coming out now, they are 3 rounds ahead still, but again, they know what ZCG are like, and they know what they're capable of. Trying to even using the timeout to slow them down, being like, yeah, sure, we don't want you to get this momentum, so we're going to take a timeout. We might not even talk about too much, but just really try and slow down that pace, because once they start picking it up, it's not going to go anywhere.
Doesn't that work as a double-edged sword though? Because yes, sure, you slow down the pace, but at the same time, you're giving them even more time to figure out your Rubik's Cube.
Definitely. And ZCG are a team where you can tell that they're happy to play in multiple different styles in different ways and chop and change between round and round. So that momentum honestly doesn't really have to be in their ballpark. They can slow down, they can play it differently however they want to, and it will still work. That operator coming back as well in the hands of Zhao Yu, I think, again, it hasn't found much opportunity yet. Still opting, to push down that mid, and I respect it. It's gonna happen eventually, and this might be it. No, there it is.
The veil of the smoke is perfect. Xiao is able to find that one. The Hunter Fury perhaps even able to add a little bit more. Not gonna really happen, but still a few tags makes the job easier for why Zhu-Chun is able to find that kill into Yuji in the end. Acme and Chunza. That's remaining 2. The Jet up close and personal, but just couldn't stick down his spray. And leaves Acme in a round that ended in a flash. And it will actually not be looking that good for Zhu Chao as they keep losing their members. And nothing has really gone right for them in this.
I mean, he had that fight on 8 HP. That's crazy. Managing to win that out. But it's that first pick, right? And that confidence booster. And it's just, taking that time out to be like, hey, they won one round. That's not the end of the world. We'll come back and we'll take it again. And it's just kind of working the map to how they want it to be, right? And taking that mid control and pretty much locking it down. We're seeing ZCG, splitting up, trying to take control of where they can on the map, and it's not working out in their favor.
Yeah, one of the things has been this mid play and how many variations Xiaoyu has done. Like, he's peeked early on mid, peeked early on tiles, both from bottom mid. Now he swapped over to the garden, and he's able to work his way for a pick through the catwalk, even a second pick perhaps. Sure, it is a weaker round, and it's only Yuji that has the hero rifle, but speaking of the weakness, that Jet sneaking through, the Beast Light now. Sure, 2 players in. There's a lot of pressure inflicted on both Eren and Winner on the angle. Thankfully, Xiaoyu is able to alleviate one with the pick of their own. It's Winner and Eren each finding also a kill of their own. And now it's Enli left in a 1-on-5, and you gotta wonder, can they even figure out how to kill Xiaoyu on the ALG? Because the only thing that they've done is just picked up a Marshall and found a kill. And it looks like it's not gonna really work out for them too much.
Yeah, definitely, but they seem to want to keep trying to contest it in mid, which is fair enough. Take out the operator early. It worked out for them once, but once out of 4 times, it's not enough. And I think maybe trying to even ignore mid and kind of bomb their way onto site even, and try and take. They haven't really executed the site particularly. B once maybe, but okay, now it's looking a bit more like an A exec, which I like, because trying to deny that operator and isolate it into a position where you can win that fight is going to be a lot better for them. He's peeking out mid now, and it's completely trying to draw it out as much as you can.
Yeah, that does mean that they know that there's at least 2 players on the A side. Are they even aware of the third? Zhu-Chun is able to utilize his own ultimate. There are no commands in this one, but perhaps ZCG are still gonna be able to fend off for their own shot. Xiaoyu still keeping the advantage in the hands of octagonal disposition. But speaking of which, they have been dismantled. Acme has pulled one out the bag and forced a 3rd round for his ZCG.
And that is what I like to see, right? It's just thinking about, hey, look, this isn't working. That's okay. Let's try something else. And the flash is coming through. The ultimate, 2 ultimates being used from ODG and completely wasted. I mean, that's the ZCG that we saw last game, right?
Yeah.
Just the good execution on the site, the utility being used, isolating 1v1s. And look at this confidence now. They want this A site.
I don't know if it is the wisest of choices for Xiaoyu to peek this with no smoke on the other end, but he still figures out a pick, and he should be able to dip away safely for the most part. It could just stay in the cubby, and there it is, just dashing away. No wind for octagonal disposition on Xiaoyu that much more. Only 16 points of health, but they gotta be careful on the B side because again that execution has been a bane of theirs even on the ecos. And right now with the mesh being put on the other side, they're trying their best to hold it down. And there's winner. Chunza still able to find the kill. The shots are not really lining up for winner. Now he's off the Vandal. Shorty in hand, playing up close and personal, bringing Chunza down to half health. But he's still got the blades, got a few more players that he's going to try to take on, but it's going to be easy for octagonal disposition. And as much as the Abyss has been one-sided, this is one-sided to the other end.
It is, but the issue is it is a very defender-heavy map, right? So
yeah,
you really do have to take into consideration three rounds is okay, but it's just a shame that they're going back to this. You know, sure it wasn't really a mid push, but just being able to show yourself in mid, you know that operator's going to be there again, and it's just not worth the risk. It really isn't. We've got a Stinger in hand, a couple other guns, but final
first
round.
line was so nice, they had to bring it out twice. They had the game here.
Exactly.
For ODG. You know, like a second operator that was initially brought on there for YJ Chen, but now that it didn't find an early spoil, back to the rifles. But speaking of the operator,
back on to B again. Oh,
the amount of map control, and that timing. Oh, that is so demoralizing when they go back to the VOD. That will hurt because that could have been a freebie delivered to them. Still, the tailwind primed. The drone forcing off an angle, but he's all on his lonesome. So detecting the op is good enough for them because for Zichao, they can try to use that as their battery to assault the A site.
Definitely, but the issue is having that on B has left mid completely open, and that lurk's gonna come back through.
Oh, but they're trying to strike through. This one's still good for a kill. They work their way out of the smoke, but the Omen seems to have a hold off the side itself. Shorty in hand, 2 shots, but only the one is able to be fired. And instead, as Liju Chen is able to hold on the side for now, he's going to be taken off. The 2 other players at heaven, 1 scalp taken, and the other as well by winner. 9 rounds on the board. Exactly the kind of score that they wanted, but as he said, still a defender composition. Now, moving over to their favorable side.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the issue is 3 is good, right? But you do really have to rely on these pistol rounds. And if you don't end up getting these next 2 rounds, you're going to be on 11-3, which is never a good place to be. Obviously, it's definitely still doable. We've seen it before. But that pressure is on. Obviously, they have won that first map, so maybe not as much compared to this side of ODG, which can change up the game, right? That pressure is so high that obviously, you know, the anxiety there and the worry is there, but maybe that, you know, that's really pushing them to be able to get this 9-3 half, and such a different team that showed up this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a thing though with the Abyss that we've seen a lot of cracks for octagonal disposition on defense. I guess just because of how solved this Ascent is. We haven't seen much the same, but even then, you know, we've seen the one round from Acme where the cracks started to show a little bit. And perhaps Vizhuchao were like in a better position where maybe they had like less pressure on them. You would have seen them exploit that a little bit more, but I feel like some reservation there really came to haunt them in the end. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, it wasn't... I understand what they were trying to go for and take out their, you know, that operator early on. Xiaoyu being a force to be reckoned with in that half, but sometimes it's not worth it. Leave him till last, you know. Isolate him as much as you can and try and take him out of the game. it's hard because it definitely wasn't the same team that we saw in the first game, and
Yeah.
maybe that's because they didn't have as much utility to use.
What is that number?
I know.
405.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. An interesting game from them so far. It's definitely still doable. But at this point, I think as well the confidence must be so high from ODG that they're going to go into this pistol round swinging.
Well, we'll see. Right now, the swing on the A side, and that is where Enly is located. He's having a middling performance. Like, he's still the top performer of his team. Don't make no mistake about it. But that is because everybody else has been suffering, really. Like, usually he's only on 3 kills. Meanwhile, the contrast that on the other hand, you know, like Zhuan on 16. It is also 16 from Xiaoyu. But other than that, like, maybe that's one of the things that I feel like I always notice on the side of octagonal disposition. Is it feels like it's like a 2-man band. It's like, who is gonna aid Xiaoyu in winning the game today? And in this map, at least, is Zhuan. Well, speaking of aid, they try to walk in. Oh, the snake caught too many players on the other end. They need to trade something here, but it's only a single kill. A pivotal second for winner. Another triple push the smoke, but inside the other dark cover is Enly. It's a good first shot from him. The classic is able to find another with that right click, and it makes it a little bit more difficult now. 2-on-2 on the offset, and an early dink on Xiaoyu. We're gonna make the drop easier. They facilitate their numbers, but Zhuan and Xiaoyu, as they have continued, they've led the charts, and each of them has found a 2K to win the pistol.
10-3. Not bad at all. And I mean, like I said, it's just the confidence and the swinging. Sure, the trades are coming through, which is expected from this pistol round, and it was looking very, very doable. But Enly, you know, holding down sight as long as he could, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, you know, we spoke about that a little bit. Like, you know, Lucius perhaps not finding the biggest amount of value, and that is one of the big things about this, like, defensive ascent composition, is I feel like a lot of the fragging really rests upon, like, your Sofa and your Deadlock players being clutch, because either they're gonna have to anchor a site or they're gonna have to be the rotators, and, you know, we spoke of which, there they are, each of them finding a kill with the Sheriffs. And things are gonna be even better for octagonal disposition. The numbers brought back, but it is still a little bit scary. Enly, if he caught the timing there, maybe there would have been some life in this round. But with that, Maddie, I think that this is pretty much a done deal. Maybe another kill, which would go a long way, actually, in hurting the economy of octagonal disposition. But other than that, not really the most hopeful for their odds.
No, I don't think so. You know, still a Guardian in play for ODG, and the blinds coming through, so much utility being dumped onto Heaven, and it's not looking too good. But the headshots could come through.
Yep,
no.
There they are.
Xiaoyu, you know, not on the operator right now, but still getting a lot of damage done with that Stinger. A very powerful gun as well, especially on the jet. If you can dash in with your smokes and try and isolate smaller scenarios.
That kid is mean.
I know. I think just getting very unlucky timing as well, right? I mean,
yeah.
But I think that's what ODG are expecting. They're expecting these sneaky little plays and trying to you know, get some sort of early on advantage in these rounds from ZCG, and they're ready for it. 11-3.
Exactly. I mean, even if they don't win this one, they just whittle down Zhuan enough, that might be the game right then and there. Xiaoyu, neutral point of contact. The mesh barrier is not going to last that long against this many players, and they have had the cubby for themselves, an opener as well from Washu Chen, and suddenly this game is very much on for match point, even at the bonus, even at the weaker weaponry. They've gotten themselves into 3. They could have committed to that angle, but instead they pivot back towards med, which actually makes things perhaps a little bit more favorable, because Acme still got a setup, still, they play around that one pretty well, and that's the first man in. He's not even suppressed anymore. And the reveal, not catch him off guard. He's able to stall for so much. He's able to line up his shots to a T as well, and Yuji is able to collapse on top of it. And suddenly, octagonal disposition, despite their initial bright start, it dims down for him.
Definitely. I think obviously after those first 2 rounds, now ZCG have a chance to really prove themselves, right? They have the guns in their hands. However, it was a bonus for ODG. So the fact that they're still getting a few kills there isn't great. You know, 2 is pretty good for your bonus, and 11-4, you still have so many rounds in your hand. Like you have time to work out differences and how you want to play, and you are attacking, so you can kind of do what you want to, opting to try and take this mid, which they managed to hold down pretty well on their defense as well.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that they won't have, though, is the operator. Because even if they had the funds, you kind of do need a jet to be your first point of attack right there. The shock guard actually breaking the drone. Pretty valuable for ODG, who found success on 3 before. Deadlock not on the angle this time. It is going to be Enly with the judge. They do have the setup. They do have a minute. Gonna try to play it out. And there comes the drone. They try to play ahead of it, and that's the initial kill. Found by Enly as well. Now down to 9 players in the server, and octagonal disposition perhaps will have to capitalize on Eren and Xia Yu, who has made quite a stride towards that B site. There's a bit of silence here. The calm before the storm, perhaps. But for the side of Zuchao, so far they have not seen those players on the other end. The timings works out perfectly for Xiao Yu. He's able to find that kill, but quickly traded, even double down from Lucius, which does mean that this is another round that perhaps would go for the side of the defense, especially with Yuji finding another kill. That annihilation, a little bit of overkill there from the other end, but that is the important part of the job done. Doesn't matter if you waste the ultimate, you just can't give away match point to ODG. And they will continue to have some woes of Bracken ZCG's defenses, much so that they've had on the Abyss, that they'll also have here on this Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point trying to take those fights there, right? Again, the rounds are in your favor. You have time, but then also a lot of people don't, you know, sure you have time and rounds to work with, but they will catch up with you very quickly before you even realize it. And I mean, just they're able to lock down their site so well, even allowing ODG to push into site a little bit. Yeah, sure, you know, try if you want to, no worries. But 1 gun or 2 guns, you have, you know, the guardian coming through, but
okay, maybe 1 gun is enough. God damn it, Xiao Yu, stop toying with him. Stop breaking their hearts! He's gonna be able to find a 3rd kill. That is a site exploited. Exploded upon and open, and he was so close from giving Cypher. And you had a Dark One sending into the casket, and suddenly octagonal disposition. With a round that they had very little invested in. Now they're only 2 players away from seeding their way to the match point 2. Qualifying. Perhaps to a 3rd map, not to the playoffs, that is on the side of ZCG, but Acme starts this off well. And there, with a neural theft, they're able to buy some valuable time. The spray down is coming in. Acme with another kill, but time is ticking down, and it will take too far away. No, not just enough. Octagonal disposition, they forked their way in a good position, but the retake was solid.
that's so unfortunate as well. But such a strong entry. That is what you were looking for with your Blade Storm, right? That is the outcome that you want. The entry so strong, but you talk about having to rely on your Sentinel on that Deadlock and Cypher. And Cypher will be doing exactly that with Neural Theft coming through as well. But look at this. What an entry. Taking out all 3 players for Acme.
Yeah,
That's
and that
so
is mean,
unfortunate.
Wendy. But I gotta say, I don't know about you, but I'm not really a fan of the way that they postured on that retake, especially when you can see the Neural Theft is coming in. I feel like
Yeah.
I would be a fan of seeing teams taken that as their sign to be proactive, to actually push stairs, to push lane, and not leave themselves open up to the wall bangs, because that really was the lost in the round right there. Perhaps if Xiao Yu wasn't out in the open, things could have been a little bit different, but so far, it does seem that we're back to a good old stable gun round, where attacking of this position is trading drone for drone, and just trying to garner some control of middle.
Definitely, and the operator now on the other side, and Xiao Yu probably going to hear it and try and seek it out if possible, you know. Not the best on attack, but could still do...
Yeah. But it's made its way, though. Yeah, it is posted up on 3, so even if it's a 1-for-1, they still need to crack through the angle. 2 kills there for attacking on this position. They still can revive the KO. Chunza is dropped down on the site itself. Able to dodge the brick. No flash, no fragment. It will still be a kill at the end, thanks to Aisha Chun. But there's still another player on the heaven. There's not enough to take him down, though. 11 kills, 11 assists, and 12 rounds on the board.
And that's the thing, right? You can get as many rounds as you want. All it takes is 1 round from ODG, and that's match point. So,
yeah.
Again, they don't really have to be doing a whole lot of worrying. Look at these as well. The trades are coming through, and they're just managing to get an extra 1 to be able to bring it down to a 2v1. And they're fine. They have that confidence. 12-6. Oh, yeah, I mean, the timeout makes sense.
That's why you need to get the 4th. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate because obviously we're talking about having like a really strong game. Both games have been good from, you know, but it's been a domination from either team. And it hasn't really been, we've seen back and forth in a few rounds, but
yeah, it's
just crazy how things can switch up comparing, you know, depending on the map.
And I do think that it really did come around to just the fact that there was a lot of gaps in the abyss that Jichao were able to capitalize upon, attacking on this position. Not really having the same of those on the Ascent, I will say. Their Lotus is not the sharpest, but it's definitely a lot sharper than what we've seen on the Ascent. And especially with them playing a more regular composition on there. If I may veer into the future myself, I feel like it would be very beneficial for their hopes on the 3rd map. But speaking of those hopes, it is all let on that one man, 25-8. It's Xiao Yu. And he's trying to take an operator to put a lid on the 2nd map.
That's what you expect. That's what we were expecting 1st map compared to, you know, what actually did end up happening. And has ended up taking that operator from his opponent's hands, and I'm sure he's very happy about it, opting to go back to his happy place in mid. Very slow though. Not much contention from ZCG here. They're a little bit worried, you know, they are on that match point now, so it is gonna be, you know, any sort of play has to be the right one.
Yeah, but I think those are, what, 3 out of the 5 knives used by Chunza on the other end. So that is the one worrying part, you know. Very little margin for error. Right now, the counter spam to at least try to kill whoever is breaking down the wall. Not really counting out to fruition. Attacking on this position's players are all safe, but the Hunter's Fury can perhaps do a lot more damage. It is at least tagged down by Juchun, but not really that much else behind it, and those blades will be storming absolutely no one. But at least the kill from the deadlock is rather valuable, but Yuji and Lucidus will be able to find value on themselves on the other end. The operator, ready, winner, even more prepared. As he does find a kill in the end, the fragment will be the 8th for Juchun. He just saved the previous round. Now he's trying to keep this game afloat. Both of the players in the side itself. You do see Acme rotating through 3. The flash not really catching the right timing. The second one there on the angle to at least try to be a little bit more proactive. The Cypher identified, figured out, but they'll need to isolate one of those duels because they're giving Acme so much space. He got into the side, he got the right timing, and Yuxuan is going to be sprayed down by him as well. And ZCG live to fight another day.
Again, Acme coming in with these clutches towards the end, and it's working so well. I mean, being able to rely on your Cypher to be able to retake and do stuff like that is so powerful, because usually you wouldn't expect them to, right? But coming through and clutching up. And the issue is though, you're still on match point no matter what's going to happen now for the next 5 or so rounds. You still have so much pressure. A few miscellaneous guns coming out. You've got the Guardian, Stinger, Judge on the other side as well. Enly has been favouring said Judge for the series so far.
Oh. I do hope for the hope of ZCG that perhaps this judge will deem them guilty, and so far it has done just the job. 2 kills from Lucidus. A third as well, a quad kill to be figured out on the board. And still, they are posting up impressive stats so far in the defense. Exactly what you'd expect out of that composition. But they are playing on a knife's edge.
That is the exact... Those are the rounds you need, right? To be able to just keep closing up that gap as quick as you can. And try and knock that confidence down. I mean, the Hunter's Fury was in play, that round was available. So I think ODG just need to try and get down on site, and once they do, they can just play post plant and they're chilling. But ZCG are aware of that and trying to take out these players as much as you can early on, and not even let them use their utility.
Yeah. I mean, they had a weaker buy ODG in the previous round, so perhaps they weren't expecting that much. But still, they would at least expect that with how the duels were presented to them, maybe they would have actually gone a little bit more favorable for them.
Yeah.
But that didn't pan out. Chunza back on the operator. Speaking of things being back to how they usually are, ODG start off on the A side, get a little bit of map control, and now, despite the spike actually still being on the A side, they are leaning in heavily towards B.
So much space being taken. I mean, the information going to come through, and Acme probably going to have those calls, and the rotate's going to come through pretty quickly. But I don't think each team really know where they're going. A little bit of confusion coming through, but mid has been chosen, but Enly is going to be ready.
Oh, but is he ready though? He does find the first, but the second is traded off by Winner. They need to find success here on the A side. The operator is still out, but it's a crucial miss there from Chunza, and that might be enough for Octagonal this position, and it shall be that. 13-8, and of course, for their tournament lives, they'll go all the distance.
They will indeed, and we saw it from yesterday. ODG coming back when it's really, really needed. They managed to win third map as well yesterday, so who knows? We are going to be going on to Bind, I believe. So the map where both these teams actually ended up going into overtime against each other last time. Are we going to be seeing a little bit more of contestant in these games? So far, we've had a very dominated 2 maps. So I'm interested to see how that's going to go.
Yeah, and realistically, I've got to say, if they have cracked the code in a few of those rounds, perhaps if they have figured out a way to shut down Xiaoyu, maybe they would have actually figured out a victory. But yeah, Xiaoyu has been absolutely dominant. And think about it that way. They got 2 rounds, and the third had to be a massive heroic from Acme. So this could have even gone a lot worse. Like, you know, we're talking about how it could have gone better. This could have been an absolute stomping. So at least there is still some fight left in the game. They did win on the defense, which will be intriguing to how things will pan out in the Lotus.
Yeah, definitely. But I do think, I don't know. I think it's going to be one-sided. I just can't tell which team's going to want to come out on top of this. They're really going to start fighting. After that map, ZCG, I think, are going to really have to rethink and rework how they played. They tried a different strategy. They tried a lot slower with their competition, with a lot less utility than they had in the first map. And it didn't work out in their favor. So I don't know if they're going to want to change that up going into third map. But ODG, they've got their confidence back.
Yeah, so how about listen to the team songs?
左边别特两个右左边没人都在右边，他丢了一个钢索，我走，大家可以吗？ 不要单 A， 不要单 A， 去赌 A， 去赌 A， 去赌 A。A 弹没有 ，A 弹没有，没有，不管，就是赌 A。好来了，
等他们第二时间玩中路。他们没有手法了，可以过关才再看上看。他们没有手法。
直降这个眼，你要点 A 弹吗？直降，
我点。
你去点。
B 厅有一个，
我点直降。
我 B 厅有一个。
收到。我们再有高低差。还点吗？
你换他就行了。
啊，我换到了，我加了 B 通。
哎来了，哎进了。
这样了。
活命就赢，我可以给你丢闪。
把握。
两个确定。好，慢点，可以不死吗？我有闪。A 大1，包点1。
我等见了一个。
来，准备包点闪光，包点。
二楼下。
直接打死。
我等你。
拉。点枪，小雨。点枪。枪呢？这里。快。啊！没事，小事。起局。
I mean, of course, it had to be the man. 300 ACS, even better on the cast department than the MVP of the last time, and 3.4 in the KD. I mean, that is a nightmare situation to deal against on the Lotus.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a little bit of a rough match. Obviously, they are all down to one final map, almost like a best of one, if you will. It's going to be rough. Those pistol rounds are going to be so important, and so far we've seen ODG take, I believe, 3 out of 4 of the pistol rounds.
Yeah.
So it is going to be very favorable towards them right now. I think that's something that ZCG are going to have to look out for and really try and work on, because they are going to be so crucial in this final map.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main things also that was pointed out by our lovely translator Belos, that was actually listening to the team calls as well, is that, you know, like, why Juchun is actually able to take the calls. Like, that was a gambit on the A side, and he just calmed everyone down, rallied the troops, guided them towards the A side, and they did get the job done, which is one of the signs of a really good team. You know, that sure, there are other voices, they bring other opinions, but at the end of the day, they all understand. Once the call has been made, they do commit to it. And, you know, funnily enough, it's actually flipped around a little bit in the team chart score. Is it Zhushwan that is the MVP, or is it Xiaoyu? Because I feel like it is actually flipped the other way around. But still, it's 25-11 for the Jet, 21-10 for the Omen, which are both really impressive scores for the team.
Yeah, definitely. And I think both of these games, I mentioned it a little bit after the first map, I don't feel like the scores have really shown how both teams have been playing. We're still seeing such good gameplay from both sides, and obviously, you know, 8-13 is still good. I just feel like both teams are showing exceptional gameplay of utility usage, gunplay, mechanics, teamwork, and it really shows why both teams are in Ascension. I know this is the knockout stage, but it just proves how good both teams really are.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's exactly that, but they're good in very different ways. Like, you know, like, sure, like, they have the team play, they have the mechanical skill, but, like, it's weighted very differently. It's like one team in ODG is very much weighted on the individual prowess, and then for ZCG, they're actually a lot more of a coherent team. You know, we talked about that a little bit more, you know, that their utility usage has been really good, especially on the defense, but unfortunately for them, the gap was too much, and now the gap is down to absolutely nothing. Maddie, when we are back, we will seal the fate of one of those two competitors. So we need to actually have a little bit of break. The tension is on, and there will be a finale to this game. has indeed gone the entire way. A third map on the board. We will destined to get the Lotus a second time for octagonal disposition. Now against Zuchong Gaming, they'll be trying to seal things off. We didn't really get the best look of the compositions, but hey, you know, we got the entire game to look at that. I did believe that we see a Brimstone, which, you know, back to basics, I guess, and that is going to be a pretty intriguing look.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Brimstone makes sense, right? I mean, on a map like Bind, you kind of want to opt for that those triple smokes straight onto A, and it's a site where an exec is really important, right? Once you have that site, it's very easy to hold down. So being able to do that and take that site quickly with those 3 smokes, obviously not regenerative, but that's okay.
They last the longest though out of all the other smokes.
Exactly. So it gives you time, right? Obviously, you know, one being placed down early on and into long, opting to try and take that space, but going back a little bit on that defense over on B there, and I'm liking this Viper as well. Viper is a great pick.
Oh, Acme.
On Bind.
Acme's in such a good position. Chansa's gonna use the boom bot to boom off that Lamp's position. 2 kills from the Rays. And while they do lose Enly, both Winner and Aaron are gone. How did they play in the Euros here, but not on the Ascent though? Like that's my one real gripe.
That's the thing. We've got such good duelists now, the Razer and Yoru on both sides, and it's so unfortunate.
Yeah, and we were stuck on Jet. Yeah, like, okay guys, I get it. You like to op, but I swear to God, you can op with the other guys. Speaking of things that the other guys can do, Chun and Xiaoyu, they did find theirs. The ace is on the board, but it's not going to be it. UG steals off the entire 5. But at the end of the day, ZCG are able to finally find what their second pistol out of 5, which is great for them because we're talking about how much they bled by losing those.
Definitely, and if it's any of them you want to win, it is on this third map, and the Boombot getting so much usage there, which is brilliant. You love to see a bit of duelist utility being used how it's supposed to be, and complete mirror comps here as well. Not a single sentinel in this server, so a very interesting play. You know, using that Viper almost as a sentinel, locking down those sites with the walls. So the map is, you know, small enough, and you have that TPs to go through, so it does cover a wide range of places.
Yeah, well,
it falls back towards B as well.
I feel like we'll figure out those places later. Right now, you know, it's like a pretty intriguing setup, like a 4-man stack on C. And especially when you look at those other positions, things can be rather interesting. So we'll have to see how things would go.
Yeah, definitely. But obviously, you know, it is going to be a pistol round for ODG. Stacking towards B, you know, trying to get what they can out of those pistols. It's going to be hard.
A little bit slow, I believe. Not much has been happening around, but eventually they'll execute, and it doesn't really look like Octagonal Disposition are going to be able to do all that much, and that is pretty much what he expected. Some damage, like it got a little bit close, but at the end of the day, 2 players remaining alive, they're able to pick up some of those guns, and it works out well for them.
Yeah, it's you know, that's how it's supposed to be, but it, you know, third map, it's gonna be I don't know. I think ZCG even have been proved themselves so far, but we will have to see going into this third round, but it is looking like a very strong start for ODG.
Yeah, wait and see how things will proceed. Winner on the angle, and he's going to be able to find Acme trying to play drone, trying to play as if he's the fake out, but nobody's getting faked off the end of that one. As far as things stand at the current moment, not a lot of time left for Zuchao as they try to figure out here. Chunza on the angle, almost getting his head chopped off. Instead, he actually forces Xiaoyu off. A little bit of patience, but that is going to be eventually resolved because they will once again commit on that side. Last time around, they were successful. They had 2 players left alive. This time it's only the 2 that are actually playing against the 5. And it does seem like ODG will have a pretty clean bonus round. All 5 alive. 15 seconds left on the timer. And Chunza doesn't even have the paint shells to buy himself the space. And I believe that he's even going to keep the money from the satchels. As everything is frozen as is.
I mean, you know, in the situation, obviously you're on a bonus, so usually guns don't really matter. But if you have that Vandal, there's no point wasting it. You're going to have money next round. Everyone on your team still has money to be able to buy next. So overall, not too bad. You know, coming out of a bonus, obviously not winning the round, but still having a Vandal in hand is honestly better than you could have asked for.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, that was like, you know, a little bit all fun and banter. It's okay in a bonus round.
Yeah.
But eventually when you go to a real round, that's when things could get dangerous. The danger is there that there's an operator in the hands of Aaron.
Yep.
You know, usually in the hands of Xiaoyu, but now that he's on the raise, he's happier playing the other stuff. Oh, this is really dangerous, and that's the opener there, the tricks on the trade that we've seen from Yoru. You figure out your pick, you're able to TP away, but the execution on the B side is a little bit difficult for them to handle. Right now their flash is pushed off, and the site is presented to ZCG, who will actually not plan the spike yet. They're still holding their way on Garden, trying to clear the site, but that's going to lead to them finding 2 kills with the stragglers, and they killed them in transition, and they have not allowed them back in just yet. It goes back to a 3-on-4. Now the advantage is in the hands of the attack, handedly so, with the next kill. Chunza gonna hold it off with the paint shells, even the showstopper for the heck of it, trying to find as much damage as possible. And it's gonna leave Waiju Chen and Xiaoyu, the 2 main players for the defensive side. Low on health, low on opportunities. At least the operator is picked up. But I don't even think that that is gonna be a tool that they can escape with, because the hunt is on from the attack. They're sniffing them through, fishing for that kill. At least another bit of credits there from that kill, but eventually Waiju-chan will go down and they'll be frozen on a single round.
Yeah, and it's these positionings that are working quite well. See, the first couple of kills going towards ODG there and looking very positive for them. But look at these positionings, you know, it's unexpected places, and it's working so well for them. I'm not too sure why the showstopper was popped there, but hey, I mean, as long as you secure the round, right?
Yeah, that's the important part. And as far as things are set up in the current moment, still, like for octagonal disposition, that this purchase is enough for them to find a round. But reality, the fact is, a lot of ultimates could be cycled here. You're only 2 away from the orbital strike, a single point away from the nightfall, and I would love to see ZCG just trying to farm those orbs themselves. Of course, the B1 is gone, and Waiju-chan almost got himself, but Xiaoyu and Aaron, the double duelists, they're trying to put on some treachery. They are utilizing the wall, and they put themselves in such a good position. They even catch one off guard, and the blind side is there. They're trying to play both angles, but the pincer doesn't really work out that much. As Enley's able to find a kill, sneak back, and Acme will not be able to hold on that well. It's getting a little bit dicey in this round. Octagonal disposition are going to keep on holding to that amount of space, and that is going to make things even a little bit more difficult for them on the other end.
Yeah, definitely, but so much, you know, trades coming through back and forth, and that's what we prefer to see in these situations.
Oh, that's a big double kill there from Enley. He finds a third as well. Now the spike planted. Things are not really handled as well as perhaps they would like to be from the side of the octagonal disposition, but as things do stand, they're trying to work it through. Enley already on a triple kill, finding the perfect position perhaps to get some more, and Chunza is going to be an insurance policy. The satchels can push them off the defuse, but do find the first kill, so now it needs to be an ace in the clutch. Your orbital strike is present, buys some valuable time, earns him the quad kill, and Enley is on for the ace, but that will be denied. An octagonal disposition avert crisis, and they put the second round on the board.
Those are the sort of rounds that we wanted to see throughout the whole series, right? These back and forth, the utility usage, the team plays between both teams. A lot of the time when we're seeing that sort of stuff, it is just gonna be one-sided, and I'm loving the fact that these are going, look, the trades and Enly trying to do what he can with the 4K, but unfortunately the timing just wasn't right, and it is gonna be 2-3. Which we saw going, you know, at the beginning of the first map as well, going back and forth between these two teams until it hit about 4 rounds, and then ZCG managed to take it running.
Now they're running again. Another bit of execution here from the double duelist. A lot of damage to the Xiao Yu, but still they got the pick early on. That is the kind of success they were exactly hoping for, but the IGL is going to be careful. YG Chant force off the angle. They're setting up on the high-low, and they're going to be able to slice them down. This time, double duelist from the attack. Not finding that much value for ODG. Winner is in a position that could be a game winner in itself here in the namesake, but the poison orb is down. Despite him having nearly maximum fuel, he still does plenty of damage and leaves only a single shot away from his death. And as soon as he taps the spike, I thought that somebody's gonna go for the spray, but instead I love the fact that they are approaching that one with the maximum level of caution. They're giving Enly his due respect, because you look at him, he's a little bit dangerous, but not too dangerous that ODG can't handle him.
Yeah, indeed, and he's been a very strong player so far, you know, opting for that Omen in the first 2 games, and it's been very, very strong, but what can you do when you're getting surrounded like this? And trying his best, but isn't going to be enough, and it is going to be a timeout, I believe, which makes sense, right? You're 3-all, and you really don't want these rounds to start slipping away from you, so I think at this point it is just best to take your time again. Slow down momentum. ZCG are very good at picking that back up pretty easily anyway, so trying to slow it down for ODG and take their time and see how they want to be playing this, because obviously it is a very small map. You have 2 Vipers and 2 Brimstones on this map altogether, and with such small sites it is a lot going on at once. So much utility being dumped onto a very small space, and you need to be very careful where you're going and what you're doing. You know, these fade scans and eyes are going to have to come through, and going to have to be very strong to be able to try and take these sites a little bit better, because it's not working out all that well.
Yeah. Well, things that are working well, you gotta say, for the side of ODG has been them after getting their space in B long. But getting that B long space has become harder and harder on them, Maddie, which I feel like, you know, one of the things that we have credited ZCG for so much for is their adaptation to what the other team are putting off. Right now, we're seeing Techno Disposition do that very late on in the game.
Yeah, definitely, and the outlaw in hand of Eren right now.
Oh, yeah, the Nightfall would have been too big of an investment, so I'm happy that they didn't do that. It's an easy first kill, but a mean one as well from Lucius on the other end. Not that it will lead to that much more, because the defense on the B is rather solid as is, with 2 smokes on the other end from Zishuan. And that's gonna be Xiao Yu. Sneaking the kill there through long. That must be a little bit tilting. Like, to get shot through what, a wall and a smoke at the same time? Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, definitely. It's all down to Enly again. A stinger and a dream, but, you know, setting themselves up for a buy round probably after that timeout. But that is going to be the round, and 4-3 to ODG.
he was thinking about being a little mischievous, but then he realized, wait, if I piss them off enough, they might actually win the thing.
They might come back.
Yeah.
The rage might do it, but I mean, overall, ODG, I mean, it's just so interesting, because obviously we saw a really good map from yesterday on Abyss, right? And it's the fact that they have to have this final game of pressure to be able to just bring it back. Maybe they were just warming up this morning, but they have really changed up their gameplay. And I really like the usage of this Viper's Pit as well. You know, this is the round where ZCG have a chance to bring it back, and
but they're bringing back the Bulls on parade as ZCG will run for the family with a pocket full of shells. So that is some rage right there, and the machine is gone. It's both Winner and Xiao Yu out of the round as is. Still a Nightfall present, still an Orbital Strike as well. But if you're on the side of attacking in this position, you'll be hoping that you can get an initial pick before bursting those ultimates. They will use it anyways, and Zishuan will be able to find one of his, but it is still countered on the other end, and it leaves a 2-on-4. Perhaps a situation where, especially with an operator in hand, I might be considering saving. And there comes the incendiary round. Zishuan is able to find a kill quickly, answered back by Andy, and that is pretty much going to be the round. So if I'm Aaron, I'm getting the hell out of there.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying beforehand, Winner putting down that that ultimate early on, and it was such a good play. But it's the be careful. I mean, now they know that operator's going to be there, but it's just, I don't know. It's unfortunate the Yoru all coming through, and that's what we like to see, right? We saw Jets in the first game, the second game. I love the utility usage to be able to be used from these duelists. You know, it's not all about getting those kills, it's about getting that information for your team, especially in a place like the Viper's Pit. And then coming out of it and managing to get the kill on the Viper as well. It's just perfect gameplay. You know, Eren managing to get one for his troubles, but overall gonna be a 4-4 game. I mean, ODG now with the timeout as well. I mean, these teams do not want to let these rounds slip away from each other, and it's going to be a very, very tight game, and maybe possibly again trying to slow down that momentum and stuff like that. It's just I feel like it's going to be a very slow game.
I mean, the thing is though, that's the nature of the beast that is Bind. It's really like slow and linear progression. It's like the two lanes, right? And like how do you play the tug of war around the two lanes, because it is a game of push and pull. Like if if Octagon of this position are trying to take showers with both of their duelists, maybe, you know, we should like let that one off, try to pressure short. It is all about those little micro reads on the side anchors as well, which they were able to play around well when they had the ultimates, but now that they're off cycle, sure, they still do have the Orbital Strike and they are one away from the Viper's Pit. But both of those tools are kind of post-plan tools, so they will need to rely more on their basic team play to get themselves into the sites themselves. And so far, that might be the case. It's a great opener from Eren, but he's a little bit too late on the teleport, and Zishuan will not be able to find a kill either. The snake bite there, enabling the double damage, making things even more hard, but Zishuan is able to find a kill. Still one more atop of the side. He can hear him on top of him, and he drops down to his doom. Brought back to hell by Zishuan, who still has one more player to deal with, and that will be one too many. But for Octagonal disposition, it is Winner to come up clutch. He found the final double kill, and off the timeout, they find victory.
Definitely. And I mean, it's just, I was talking about going to be a slow game, and then these rounds are happening within like 30-40 seconds of each other, and it's just ridiculous. That's the thing though, right? You have so much utility on each side, especially now with that double duelist on the Raze and Yoru. It's just a lot all at once. I mean, talking about that, even that one Valorant clip online on B site on Bind, where there's just so much utility being dumped. It's like that, right? And it has the potential to be doing that. But very strong play here, ODG. I'm liking this these shower takes and pushing up with the utility that they have to take that space, and that is 2 kills on the board from already. Maybe make that 3. Already getting taken down by Eren, and Chenze taken down as well. It's down to a 1v5. Enli again as well. Poor guy has been on the back end of these rounds quite a few times now, and
the fate of a controller. That's
exactly.
The pressure of all 4 of your teammates watching your every shot piles up, and Andy does not seem to be sharp enough to win the entire thing on his lonesome, and that is going to be the round found there on the other end. And, you know, a pretty big victory, I would have to say myself, because they won cleanly. The shower takes work again. I just hope, for the sake of Zuchao Gaming, that they have an adaptation for showers, because that has been their bane on that first half.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, that's the great thing about Yoru and Raze, right? Obviously, you have the duelist for attack, but on defense, you have the option to take so much space. And you don't really, there's not really a mid on this site, on this map. So you have the option to just hold down 2 sites with 5 players. Eren just about not be able to get the kill, and Enli is going to capitalize on that. And
well, there's a freebie. You know, if
that
you're
is a
ever sad
freebie.
about losing one of your players, Xiaoyu presented their Lucidus on a silver platter. That will not stop, though, ZCG from actually recommitting onto that A site, but it's 3 players strong on the defense. One of which being Winner, that is topping the scoreboard alongside Zhuan. So the 2 of them holding that line, the orbital strike, clear ramps, and the Viper using the snake bite for the other end. Winner wins in the smoke, Winner wins out of the smoke, and it's only Yuji to be able to slow him down for now. Plenty of time there for ZCG, perhaps to try to play the round again. They're down a player, but Xiaoyu's very low in health himself, and the eventual movement will come in from Zuchao as soon as the spike is planted, but it might be too little too late. They're in a 2-on-2 in the site itself, and they need to stay alive for as long as possible, but that leaves the space, the gaps that they're trying to capitalize upon, and Yuji might have just had the read of his life. He's gonna catch Zuchao in transition, phantom out, but they're not ready to take the kill, and the final player figured out from the lamps. They almost had the play. They just didn't have the heads-up awareness to take the duels in the right time.
did you not hear him? The util being chucked and the steps being made. That's so unfortunate. But I mean, sometimes, you know, that pressure is on, and a brilliant first blood, by the way, down long, and unfortunately just get taken out. But like you said, Winner is winning that A site, and it has been, that's what I like to see about Viper, right? A lot after that nerf on Viper, a lot of people ended up not playing her. Usually on Icebox, but obviously that got taken out and for a good while. And I'm really liking the fact that, you know, people are using her for maybe not what her role should be. You know, typically, you know, used on this map as a bit more of a sentinel. But I really like to see how the util gets used alongside the rest of the team.
I really like this though from ODG. It's a different variation of the play, and perhaps they won't be ready for it from short. Unfortunately for Xiaoyu, he's been caught and spotted by the util, but they're still able to hold on pretty well. Winner again, another multi-kill. He almost lined up another pair. They will give themselves to Xiaoyu. 1 player, a 2nd player, Lucidus. And it leaves just Enli as always, and as much has been the case, Octagonal Disposition have made it easy taking care of the Brimstone.
Yeah, and I mean, it's that utility with the Viper. It just completely shuts off that short on site there. And obviously, you know, opting to push through it, which is fair, you know. Don't have to always be afraid of it. It's not going to do too much to you, you know, initially, but forcing everyone into lamps and then taking the fights one by one. You can't all swing at once into that such short little choke point, and it just gives you free kills. Especially they're all decayed as well. Yeah. I mean, it's free. And the 4-8 half for ODG. This is looking very similar to last game. Obviously, you know, if you think about it as well, ZCG did end up winning the first 2 rounds. So after that, they've only managed to get 2 extra in the half, and that's why those pistol rounds are so important, right? Because without those right now, it would be a 2-10 half. And obviously now it's going to be hard. They're going to have to probably try and win this 2nd pistol round as well. Mm-hmm. But you know, with their track record, I'm not too confident about it, especially right now with how confident ODG are.
I mean, look at those highlights, by the way. Like, one of the main things that I feel like we can talk about is like those little plays that they do on the pockets of space. Like, we've seen them on the hookah sometimes in shower, but especially showers and belong. has been at places where Octagonal Disposition just find a lot of early picks, and we haven't seen answers on the attack, and it makes me question, will we even see those answers on defense?
That's the thing. And I'm hoping ZCG have, not so much the second map, but, in the first map, they were very aggressive. And I'm hoping to kind of come back and see that they have got the utility to do so. And even on this defense, can try and push out, like you said, showers, be long. It is possible to try and take that space early, and I think it's doable for them. I just don't know if they have the confidence to do so. Or, is it worth the risk? You have to be able to try and win these pistol rounds, and once that's done, it's going to be very, very hard to try and bring this game back.
Well, the game now rests in the balance. Another pistol for Zuchao Gaming, and they will feel a lot more secure. But if Octagonal Disposition are able to find their spoil, that will leave the game in a very tough spot. 8-4 is the score as we renew the conflict between the attack and the defense. And we keep things going. Lucidus, though, I love this position.
And there it is.
He's even gonna be relaying so much information. They are none the wiser. And the rotations are already pulled out from the other end. And as long as he's able to find Xiao Yu, that is a round winner. 3 players on the B site. Their path back is cut off, and they will have to commit and drop in. So they'll try to use their explosiveness with the blind side, but unfortunately for them, a double duelist composition this time is going to find its own success on the defense. It does feel like a deja vu to the first half. Zuchao Gaming are able to win another pistol.
And sometimes you don't need the utility. All you need is one pair of eyes and some communication, and it works so well. 1, 2, 3 have passed over into hookah. That means there's 2 left to be found, but that rotate is able to come through. The majority going on to B, and it's just so strong in the positioning. Taking that early B long, like we mentioned before, and now it's going to be a pretty strong stack towards showers there. 4 towards them, and leaving their Viper to lurk around on B and trying to get a bit more information, but I don't know. It's going to be very, very hard.
Absolutely. Especially with how much information they've had. I mean, we've heard the jumps.
Yeah.
Of course, the players in ZCG have heard him as well. So they're good in holding their space. And the one thing about Octagonal Disposition is they usually at least try to bring a single sheriff in some of those rounds. Not the case in here. It's 5 classics throughout, full respect, knowing that they need to give the due diligence to the other side. And right now, the defense working out the round pretty well. Octagonal Disposition again, a little bit unsettled, but they are not really. And in that one go, the main problem is Aaron is stuck in that cubby, and there's only 40 seconds left to go.
Indeed, and the util is going to be used towards B, but holding down A as much as... Yeah.
That's going to be the name of the game, and ZCG claim all those kills. Not a single player going down. He did hear the call. A flawless round. The Chunza being able to find 3 for his own. And, well, I mean, is it really going to be the player doesn't matter? It's just the agent on the side that actually decides how the score goes.
That's the thing. Like, both teams, obviously being a mirror comp, have such heavy utility, and the thing about mirror comps is how do they use it, right? How do they want to use it together and combine them to make the most impact? And right now, we're seeing ODG. Obviously, first 2 rounds of the half, but very similar to the first map, where they if they don't pick a site early on, they struggle to try and commit and see where they want to go. And ZCG have been known to anchor these sites. They do not want to leave. They hold down their territory, and it works very, very well in their favor.
Absolutely. Right now, in the favor of ZCG is that 2-man hold on B long. The Outlaw holds so much value in those kinds of lines. 2 shots to the kill. That's Xiao Yu gone. And Lucidus expected, and he is spotted. That is a free kill for Waizhuchan, and the IGL makes the call. Winner tries to punch forward. That would be a massive kill for them to find, and that they will. Now the A side is open for business, but they don't really have that much time, so they'll need to make their way on quick. It's UG and Acme, the final two. The latter has made his way to the B side, but he needs to actually have such a long run to make it back towards the A side. Is running in through spawn, but eventually he will be heard by Winner on the other end, who is holding pretty solid angle. He's not peeking into him as of yet. Now he does. Unable to deliver the shot though, and that might spoil plans here for attacking dispositions. Instead, immediately Waizhuchan is able to find that kill and leaves Uji in a 1-on-3 where he's got very little to lose anyways, so he's gonna go for it, but it doesn't go his way.
Definitely. I'm really liking this scoreboard. 9-6 is I'm glad that we're finally getting a game where both teams really are, fighting back and forth, and you're seeing a lot closer rounds compared to before. Obviously, last time they played against each other, Bind did end up on overtime, so we could be seeing something very similar. But overall, it's just been such good gameplay. I mean, no ultimates online yet. Obviously, we are only on the 4th round, so full guns from both sides. We're going to be seeing our first round of proper gunfights. Acme on the operator, which is interesting. Obviously, playing the Yoru after playing Sentinel both games so far and taking out his opponent. Aaron on that Yoru as well. That's a lot of utility gone straight away.
Yes, let's see how things would go. Acme already found the opener. A clean second on the Xiao Yu, and third as well. And he makes it look easy. He makes it look effortless, and there's a lot of effort that'll have to be made by ODG. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's a timeout after this round, because in reality, Maddie, what really can they do if they don't take a timeout and try to re-strategize? I feel like they need some input, because the players look lost in dealing with the operator, which is really bizarre to my head.
Yeah.
Because in my head, it's like, we just countered an op. We had the op on defense. We found a lot of value out of it. So in my head, it's like, shouldn't we know exactly what we were doing, and then we can counter that ourselves?
Definitely. I mean, the fact that Acme is going into showers, getting 1 kill, TPing over to B and getting 2 on B long, knowing both of those places on the map are so important to be able to take on that attack is crazy strong. And I think, like you say, they should be able to counter it if that's something that they're willing to do on the defense themselves. So it's hard. I mean, you have 2 controllers, right? On this, there shouldn't be a space where the operator should have a proper hold. So the fact that that's able to happen, but then again, do you want to be wasting your utility of those controllers on pushing up through showers as places like Belong? Because Brimstone, the smokes don't regenerate. Viper, once it's down, you can't pick it back up again. So it's risks that you have to take, and I think that Acme knows that. He's willing to take those spaces because he knows ODG aren't willing to waste that utility in taking that space.
Yeah, and that is the thing about this map again. We said that, it is risk to take the space, but every bit of space that you take is something that you can capitalize upon later down the round if you are planning around that from the get-go. The one main thing is they're not really planning around it, so look at the way that they're playing the round right now. Like, attacking at this position just feels like they have no idea. It's like, we want to hit A, but how exactly did they hit A? And it's a slow contact. Aaron, though, able to find a pick with the op. Trying to find something, though, but I love that position there from Ugly. He's able to find a pair of kills, and that is the entire Showers play dead. Now they're pincered to one side, and they don't even have the spike. The spike is down there on Showers, so they will need to at least win one of those duels with the Yoru ultimate. Finding so much value for ZCG. They're able to find their kills. Lucidus wins the next, and attacking on this position grumbles beneath their feet.
I mean, being in the right place at the right time, and again, it's these doubling up, right? We're seeing it on both sides now. They're playing in the 2v2, but it's just so unfortunate. Obviously, you know, not showing yourself and kind of letting your teammate peak first and take that risk and being that backline of support. And it works so well on the Brimstone as well. You can get yourself out of these situations. You have that stim. You have the molly to try and to get people to not push you so fast. And it's just, I don't know. I'm loving seeing the utility being used to its full potential. You know, Eren doing well on that operator, you know, getting that first pick. But that's the thing. A lot of the times you see teams where if you get the first blood, you see them really taking that win of the round. But throughout this series, I've noticed that the first blood doesn't really mean anything. We're seeing, you know, sure, you can get a little bit of space from it, but we're seeing so many trades come through. At least majority of the rounds so far have been a 4v4. You know, a trade coming back through pretty much instantly, and just it's a very different way to what we'd normally would be seeing.
And I mean, there's one very big factor to that. Like in the top level, when there's a team that gets first blood in a position where they can reset the round from the get-go, most of them do that. Like right now in that round, you know, they got the first blood on the side of ODG and they didn't reset. They tried to commit to it, and that opened up the space for the trades for Zuchao Gaming. And right now, they're not only trading, they're so far ahead in the firepower, and that's why I said I wanted to see the timeout in the previous round. Sure, they did take it, but they're gonna come out on an eco afterwards. Eren found success with the op, will not find a lot of success against it.
And that's the space that they want for the controllers, completely blocking off that operator. Obviously, the first blood has gone to the side of ZCG already, but now trying to, you know, spam through smokes as best as they can, and totally managing to get a kill with the nade anyway. That spike is going to go down, but at a cost, and the full force of ZCG are currently on site.
Oh, but the Bucky though, that is the one thing. Winner finding the kill, spending so much util. Clear winner of that position, but he's able to back off for the time being, and he stalled for so long. Xiaoyu still there, Christine shot from winner, but how many more can he find? The snake bite is out, but it is not going to be enough. That's plenty of damage done, and around that, given the investment made by OCD, you really wouldn't expect them to get that close.
Indeed, and I mean, it's such a strong round, right? I respect it. Okay, first blood goes towards ZCG, fine. ODG then use that utility from the controllers, and I love how they've used it. They've completely isolated site, and they've managed to get down. But the issue is with that, you have 3 smokes, and you have the Viper's wall. It is so much. But wait, sure, you've gained a bit of space, but you've not cleared any of backside, and that allowed ZCG to get their full team onto A backside and completely just, you know, bombard once those smokes went down, and it just wasn't great. That I think 1 or 2 picks have to come through from ODG in order to be able to try and, you know, have some sort of advantage before they get onto that site.
Yeah, speaking of getting on the site though, the interdimensional drift buys the space for attacking this position. They are able to put it down. There's a nightfall as well. I feel like they're gonna use it early. I wouldn't be the biggest hater of that, because that shuts down 80% of the attempt on the other side. Xiaoyu is able to take down Chunza with the pain shells, and once again, ZCG are able to take down one of those fights. But even though Acme has found the victory, nobody else on his team has found the same degree of success. AMD, patient on the other end. The snake bite actually doesn't reach him when he's that deep into lamps. He'll need to spring on to action, and he is not adequate enough in taming his own spray. Wajid-chan is able to do that, and that is going to keep the game as close as it can get. And the timeout actually works out for them in the gun round. They're able to use the ultimate and find an important double-digit round.
Indeed. 10 rounds. 3 left to the side of ODG, and they've been playing exceptionally well, you know, really proven to ZCG that, you know, they can put up a fight. But I don't know, that's the first round where we've properly seen them, you know, execute sight, and it required an ultimate. And that's the issue, right? Is you shouldn't have to rely on these ultimates to try and to get you these round wins. they're 1 away from the Viper's Pit, and 2 away from that Brimstone ult as well. So it's going to be, if they can try and get those orbs or some sort of plant, that should secure them maybe 1-2 rounds. But
I mean, the thing is though, like this is like, I'm gonna not lie to you, this is a good timing for them to do that, like given the cycle of their ultimates.
yeah,
Now you're talking about this. I mean, all Winner needs to do is just to plant the spikes. So if you're able to farm the orbs with this one, and he's able to take the first orb here on B, and then try to capitalize on it, that would be great for them. But the problem is, as you can tell there, the Viper's Pit taking a big part of B long, and they're gonna forsake that lane, committing to only hookah for the B exec, and that maybe is not the best course of action. So a little bit surprised they're still committing to that. Not a lot of time left, Maddie.
no, I know, and hookah is such a small choke point as well, forcing them all into one position where you can easily take very, 1v1s and easy fights may be great.
And the execute is on. Xiaoyu found out by Lucidus, and Yuji is gonna find another one. ODG crumbling there, and the early point of their entry in the early TP clanks off another angle. They are stuck with nowhere to go, but only almost got with Yuton in his hand. Another big pick from Winner, and suddenly ODG turned this one around. Now they have the advantage. Now they have the Viper Pit of their own, but Chunza could work his way in the pit to find the entire kill, and he's figured out any shot here can kill a player from the side of ODG, but they're the ones that are going to end up victorious. Both duels found, and 2 more rounds for them to guarantee their spot in the final 4.
I mean, it was exactly like we both said, really, forcing them into that hookah and that small choke point. But then also, sure, 2 go down, but the second that plant goes down, that Viper's Pit is activated and it all crumbles to the floor for ZCG. And it's so unfortunate because they had such a good plan. But, I mean, that... Okay. Crazy shots. But some brilliant plays. And that's all they wanted, Sacrifices had to be made, but at the end of the day, as long as they can get that spike down, that Viper's Pit down, it is practically secured. And that is going to be a timeout for ZCG. Their final one, the final one between both teams, should I say, for this game. So anything in the next couple rounds is going to be all down to the players. It's hard. I think now, obviously, that Brimstone ultimate is going to be shortly activated as well, and it's going to be very hard for ZCG to be able to kind of take this under their wing. Maybe, again, their fast play stuff's been working well, right? So if they can maybe try and take some space early on, but I don't know anymore. This run from Octagonal, has been exceptional. I mean, even the last couple of rounds or so, their gameplay and their util usage has been so strong. Eren now on that operator as well. 1 point away from that Brimstone ult. I mean, sure, the Fade ult as well, coming in shortly, but is that going to be great for it? Usually used for a retake, right? And do you really want to be putting yourself in a position of a retake?
Well, I mean, they wouldn't need the retake if they're able to find that early pick there with the operator. But that now denied from them. They figured out the 2-man setup. ODG were quite famous for it in the first half, so it's really good to see them actually not falling for their own traps.
Yes.
Let's slow down a lot, Maddie, but there might still be a pick found there. Close shave from Enly. You could smell the lead and the blood, but this is a much slower round from ODG. Quite a stark contrast to the pace of the 2 teams usually.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of a little bit cautious now getting towards the end of the game, and these next 15 minutes or so is going to determine who makes it into playoffs. So everyone's a little bit on their toes right now. 2 operators in the server, and
oh, that's a massive pick off. This is Judge gone. The operator still fishing for any picks. Almost the lineup there, but he couldn't find either. Instead, it's Zishuan find a kill on the other end. And in the final 20 seconds of the round, the spike goes down 5 on 3. Octagonal disposition can't smell victory. And it's all in the hands of the defense. Desperate as they are, they need to find a success, and Chanza steps up when it matters. 2 important kills. Could not understate, or overstate rather, how big this is. But Zishuan with his 3rd of the round, with a Molotov as well. It is stuck to the halfway point. He's unable to find the 4th, but he's bought them plenty of time. And Chanza and Uji are gonna pick up another one. Xiaoyu's the final player. They're sticking down a spike. They found a round and a defuse, and this game still got more life in it.
And that's all it takes, right? I mean, you know, so much utility being dumped onto them. The first couple of picks in the hands of ODG, and all it takes is a couple of double kills. You're lining up, being in the right position at the right time. Look at that! I'm not even lining up the spray transfer, and being able, you know, trusting your teammates to, you know, you're gonna stick the spike, you're gonna die in the process, but getting that half, and it's so important. All these little micro plays that work so well, and we're seeing 2 judges, one on each side, and an operator as well, in the hands of Acme.
The economy's on the brink. This game has reached a breaking point, and only one can hijack the finale and make it their own. ODG work their way pretty well towards short. There might be a bit of timing here where Acme is not looking at the angle where they can try to sneak through, but for now, Acme, that's set on the angle. He pivots back towards Showers, but then you see the rest of Octagonal disposition. They have made their way up close, but the judge is there for the action. 2 kills for Enly. Lucidus is able to find yet another one as well as Xiaoyu and Zishuan. Final 2 left for the attack. Another judge kill to be found in the satchels. Push Xiaoyu in the side itself with very little time remaining. He really is banking on perhaps finding his way to one of those guns, upgrading from that judge to take a favorable duel against the Alper, but instead, Acme proven that the sniper is too valuable. We'll find that part of the round, and now Zishuan has no other option but saving that Phantom.
Yeah, the money isn't looking all that great for the side of ODG, and I mean 11-all. It really is going down to the wire, and the thing about this, right, is ZCG have managed to stay in the game long enough where the ultimates are coming back around again. Obviously, sure, ODG are as well, but I think with how this is going and this defensive side, you can really just consistently keep denying any sort of push. And like we've mentioned it a couple of times this series, ODG do not like to rotate. They don't like to, you know, they have their plan, they like sticking to it, and the second that goes down, so does the round. And look at that.
Yeah.
That that should not be allowed. And look at the guns as well. I mean, sure, they managed to save that Phantom from last time, but
this is it, though.
Yeah, this is it.
It's all on the brink. They don't have any money left, so if they lose this round, not only are they giving away match point, but perhaps the entire game. Attacking on this position, stepping up this game a notch. The satchels could bypass the Molotov, but for now, they're trying to work their way around the incendiary instead of through it. And that's gonna buy enough time for the defense to work their way ready and able to flood. But Xiaoyu, he steps up when it matters. They're trying to look for those duels, but it's gonna be Chanza and Only to find a kill each. Xiaoyu picked up by the orbital strike. He's dead. 2 rights. But Zishuan is gonna trade one back, and it leaves a 2-on-3 in the end. It slows down a little bit for Chanza, but he goes down to the Stinger, and Winner going thermonuclear in the end with his own shorty, finding that kill, leaving Acme, who's been the hero on the operator, now with a rifle in hand, trying to fight for the game, trying to fight for their life, and Winner peaks a little bit too early. And it's gonna give away a chance. Zishuan has to take the big, and he will not be able to save the round. And once more, another clutch for Zuchao Gaming to put them on match point and playoff point.
I mean, it was looking close. It was looking very, very close. ODG managing to do so well on such a you know, short buy round. but the Brimstone ult coming out for the solo ult in heaven is quite funny. Winner managing to do his best, but it's just not enough. And
Let's go! Come on!
they were banking on winning that round, you know, buying into 2 rifles and a couple of stingers. Sure, they've got a little bit left, but a Bucky and a stinger in hand against a lot of utility. You know, both duelists on the side of ZCG here have their ultimates, and it is going to be rough.
This is the second post plan that they lose in the span of 5 rounds. It must be a bit demoralizing, you gotta say, Maddie. So hope is there's still some energy in the camp. Octagonal disposition again, ready to strike on the A side. The Nightfall in the hands of Zhichun, and the IGL has sent the go sign for his teammates. The Paint Shell is gonna buy enough time, but not enough to take down Xiaoyu, and the Prowlers are hunting on the back side. They get the front, but they still haven't cleared lamps. The Paint Shells will guarantee them the plant on the other end, but it's a massive kill for Zhuchuan. As UG goes down, the interdimensional drift is trying to buy as much time and space as they can, and Ali again. How many times have only been the impact on those post plants? Winner doing the best that he could, and Octagonal disposition finally will put one across the finish line. To overtime we go. We still got more in this deal.
Indeed, we are on map 3 overtime. I spoke about it before the series started. It might have been a little bit of a curse, but we are at the furthest we could have gone into this series, and again, it is just down to the fact that these players are so talented. I mean, look at how many smokes going on. We're seeing a 5v5 on one of the smallest sites, you know, ever. And it's just so compact, and we're seeing Winner, one of these players who we've seen in this series so far, really utilize his space that he has to work with, and it's going so well. We are going into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough time to go to overtime. I mean, either of the 2 sides, you know, they could have gotten the game done in regulation, especially ODG. But now they go back to OT, they roll back the dice, and not gonna lie, their defense looked really solid.
Yeah,
it's just about them getting over the hump on attack for me.
Yeah, definitely, and it is a challenge indeed. But both teams have been going back and forth between, you know, attack and defense. It's both been pretty solid overall, like you say, you know, a little bit stronger on one side compared to the other. But I don't know. It really has been a back and forth, and I think ODG, I think they have the potential. If they can win this defense, it could possibly go towards it. It's hard. Whoever wins this first round, obviously, you know, the pressure comes off a little bit, but and those ultimates are all going to reset back towards a couple of points away. You know, having to get at least an all orb or 2 and a kill or plant before getting those active.
Oh, that
could be the play.
Courageous position from Winner. Winner is risking it all, and Xiaoyu is gonna sell the bait for him. They are not gonna look. Those are 2 more kills for Winner, and Octagonal in position. They go ballsy, and this will pay off big time. They do find 3 on short. The spike is down, and it does feel like straight off OT. Zhuchao Gaming might not even have a chance to play this round.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, and Winner also now taking that position again, and this could be so unexpected. I mean, never mind. But a lot of damage still being done, and should down to 1 HP.
That's
what
it.
A round!
Oh wow, you know the I gotta say, like the mental fortitude to take such a massive risk in a round like this. That really tells you the tale of the side of team that they are. That if Winner was checked here, this round would have been over. But Xiaoyu just absolutely bought the time for Winner to find the value where it matters. Winner who's taken over the helm. Like Xiaoyu's been very quiet on this one. He's 25 and 16 on the Viper. And now they go to attack. They fumbled the ball a few times here. It's been B-Long that has been their bane for the longest time as well. So the hope is for them at least that perhaps, Maddie, they can try to break the curse.
Indeed, but you don't want to be too confident going into this, you know. Don't want to overdo it. Which is like, you know, they're taking their time, a little bit of a default, trying to see what space they can take for themselves. But, I mean, yeah. Of course, you know, that first pick hasn't meant too much so far. But that is going to push them over towards B, where you have a lot of utility waiting for them. Very, very slow.
Yeah,
this angle has been deadly before, and I do not want to see it happen again.
Yeah, but usually it was Aaron on that angle.
Yeah.
Now that he's no more, maybe things could differ. They could even pivot and take the TP if they want, but there's very little time left. The Prowler doesn't spot them, and I think that's the last bit of util that they were waiting for. On the other end now, remember, they're still down a player. They'll need to find early success. Dead through the air. Push and hunting goes ZCG. And that will be them, perhaps. They're hoping to ride on for another round. A massive double from Winner. He's left on 20 points of health. It's a 1-on-2. Trying to look for the wall bang, but it's not going to be good enough. And to double OT goes this game. For octagonal disposition, their attack still not going past the hump of V-Long.
It is not indeed, and I respect them for trying. You know, like you said, it has been a little bit of a struggle for them so far, and if they could have tried and taken it a bit better, then, you know, that could have been it for them, but unfortunately just was not the play. And, you know, on their defensive side, they're risking it, doing different plays that they haven't done so far, and it worked out in their favor. But then in doing so, you then have to, you know, you still have to win 2 rounds, and unfortunately they're fighting a losing battle on that B-Long, and I don't think it's a play. I mean, A was working for them 50-50, you know, a couple of times, but they haven't really been able to do much on that attack, and that's where the problem comes in. If ZCG here can win this attack, their defense is very, very solid, and it's just getting over that hurdle of this first round.
Yeah, well, I mean, they gotten over the hurdle with a bit of a heroic play. Didn't really work out for them on the attacking side, which does make me, like, question this a little bit, though. Because, you know, how many times can somebody be the hero? How many times can somebody step up? Especially, you know, like Winner did it so many times. I don't see someone doing much the same on the other end.
It is hard, you know, and that stamina has to be slowing down as well. You know, we are going into a severe amount of rounds throughout this whole series, and it has got to be tough mentally and physically. But nonetheless, we are still going. A lot of shorties in hands for that secondary gun as well, especially with the amount of controllers that we have in this map. It makes sense. Very aggressive early on from that defensive side, but opting to push back and give up that space if ODG want to take it. Oh, sorry, no. ZCG. Very, very slow from them compared to what we're used to as well.
But I like this, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, allowing ODG to kind of get a little bit irritable and push out like they're doing in showers. Sure, they've taken the space, but is it too much?
Posted, though, on the other end, which is where this could explode. A big pick off there from Aaron, a double kill for octagonal disposition. And instead of ZCG actually getting the payoff, instead they get absolutely humbled here on the other end. Still a little bit of time left, but Elijah Chun will find 2 through the Viper wall. And it's all down to Chunza. He's going to be taken down by the hail of the util, the Prowler, the boom boss, the smokes. No guns left in his Phantom. He has to jump back out, going for a Vandal instead. It's a high, and higher, like a Ed and Eddie situation, and all of them will corral. And once again, octagonal disposition find their defense round.
Yeah, but I mean, that's where they're most comfortable, and they just have to try and, you know, get over this hurdle. And they're giving themselves that chance every time, right? They're winning these defense rounds, which is great. And they're giving themselves the opportunity to then have an attack round where they can try and take it, but it's just not been working, and they're possibly opting for this A again, which has been the best out of their attack, but has not been great, and something really has to change.
Well, as far as things are in the current moment in time for octagonal disposition, they're trying their best. I like this though. I don't think that they've seen the angle. They're trying to push towards short. The pain shell coming in the right place and time. Xiaoyu stopped. Zichuan is the one that's going to be able to find the kill. They still don't have control of showers, but they got a late insert in winner. Incendiary will deny them more time, but they got plenty of it. Over a minute, the B side is completely barren. We got 9 players on a single side of this map, and Zichuan taking the entirety of that one to net the most pivotal kill of the round. He still dies in the end, but they get the control of lamps yet again, and everything is working in the way of ZCG. They're buying their time, but the shots are not theirs, not for one bit. Xiaoyu is able to find another one. Sure, no ultimates on the side of octagonal disposition, but they will try to work their way in the side. It is all down to Acme. He does not find the timing, and now Enly is left against 4. They cannot fumble this one. Truly, they cannot. Octagonal disposition will be the 3rd of the 4 teams making it to the playoffs.
I mean, after that second map, it's kind of deserved, right? If you can come back from such a, don't want to say horrific first map, but it wasn't too great, and then being able to bring it back, and mentally that has got to take such a toll, but it's so worth it in the end because they've managed to bring back 3rd map in overtime, and they qualify for the playoffs of Ascension.
Yeah, and in the hardest way possible, you gotta say, like, there were points in this game, as especially if you're looking towards the abyss, where maybe you would say that this is doomed. They got themselves back. Xiaoyu carried things on the ascent, and then Zichuan and the rest of the team carried over on the bind. They got themselves the victory, and they will take things over. GG's to the 2 teams. It is still a little bit difficult to accept this heartbreak, but unfortunately for Zuchao Gaming, this is the end of their 2025. It will be a disappointment, but some of those players I will be looking at. Of course, we harp about that a fair bit, but there are some real value pickups, for like all gamers. There are a few gamers here that are worth gaming for.
No, definitely, and I think it's such a shame because ZCG played so well, and that first map you could see how good each player was, and it's so unfortunate that these maps and the kind of competition that they had didn't really go towards their favor, and it wasn't really their kind of play style. I feel like they were kind of forcing themselves onto a competition where they didn't really want to play, and you could kind of tell that it wasn't truly them. And I think that ODG managed to capitalize on that and really just kind of shut down any sort of plays that were going to be good from ZCG, and it's unfortunate, but ODG played exceptionally well, and it's the same thing as yesterday. They brought it back. They managed to, to really keep going, and that's the thing, right? Stamina. It's so important to be able to keep going and keep your head high in these situations, and they've done exactly that, and it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, in the real world, though, when you look at the entirety of the series, I would definitely say that maybe the Abyss is something that they shouldn't pick. I'm gonna be very real with you, Maddie. Guys, you're working well on the simple maps, right? Bind is simple, Ascent is simple, Lotus is simple. I wouldn't mind a simpler map. Play the Haven, play stuff that you have seen all the kind of teams in the world to play. Everybody's figured it out. The Abyss, it's a little bit more nuanced compared to the other maps that we've mentioned. And I feel like for ODG, I'm going to be very real, they are not a team of nuance. They are a team of machoism. And if you want to have the macho men, we will let them speak in the team comps.
Yeah, definitely. But yes, team comps.
二楼有个我确定，炸的妹好像是。我要直接去 B 龙哦，我先夹一下。二楼是有个人的，我觉得你不用夹，直接去
我去互告，我去互告。
二楼有一个的，我确定。然后燕南
要弄大刀。
那
逼大刀。
不着急，别漏血就行了。
哎，要保，他一滴，要毒液。现在包，
站起来，微脑，
等一下，
现在包吧。
Hello， 听得到吗？喂，哎，怎么不看我了啊？刚不是还在？666，好，加油，加油，来，再喊一次哦，要不要？加油！来，3、2、1， ODG，
加油！
我搬架，
一起打，
给我起墙，
我架了，他们很急，现在。
球也起，
没人，
关墙，
别看球，
我要帮右路补枪。
来，第一包，下包
，nice，
下包，
第一包，这紧张，来，这包点，给我的，3箱，nice，
攻方获胜。
Love to see the celebration towards the end, but it is, you know, even before that, you know, the comms are calm. They're not overly doing it. You know, you tend to see it quite a lot in LAN, where you see a lot of trash talk and stuff like that at each other, but kind of keeping it calm. You know, getting towards the end of that third map and really wanting to keep locked in. But a deserved celebration towards the end. Winner, obviously, Matt. MVP for this map, which it makes so much sense. I mean, on the Viper, walking around your utility and using it so well to your advantage, and I mean, it's absolute clutches. You're talking about it before, being there for the team consistently.
I mean, 11 multi-kills is like heroic numbers. We're gonna be real
Yeah.
with you. And you look at the highlights from him, like more often than not, you do see him actually scoring like 2 around whenever he does have input. And that is such a massive part, especially considering, like, as you said, you're playing the Viper, so on attack more so than defense, your kills are coming in like in those clutch situations. You are put against like 2 players pushing the angles, like, you know, a lot of ballsy plays made by winner as well. So it is absolutely well deserved. But if there is one thing that I would like to contrast though, is that, you know, like over the series, Chanzo has been more consistent. Xiaoyu though, like, you know, you look at him is like a little bit more quiet, 17 and 19. He went like thermonuclear on the ascent, and then he just went back to being a human. And maybe that is one of the things that I would be very wary about when they actually go to the playoff stage, because, you know, players like Spirit, players like Akimon, like, you know, like players from the DRG side, even players from the Rare Adam side, you know, they don't just turn off after a map. And that is going to be one of the most important things. Like we've seen Satoshi earlier, you know, like Satoshi is an absolute freak, and it will take a lot out of them to try to shut them down. And unfortunately for ODG, due to their own nature, they need their players to step up individually in each and every single map from here on out.
Yeah, definitely. But does that go down to the Jet? Obviously, even so, first map wasn't too great for him either. So, like you say, it could be down to just, you know, consistency, and it really does have to switch up before these playoffs. But also something to mention is that we're seeing a lot of players on both teams switch between roles, and that's something that I really like. Obviously, sometimes it's great to master one role, but at the same time, you have people, you know, switching. You have Acme switching from Sentinel to Duelist, and you're going, yeah, no worries, absolutely fine. And it's something that it's so great to have a teammate that's so versatile and can do that at the same time as well. Having those teammates, especially on Duelist, for example, being able to just lock down one, not even one agent, but one role, and really be good at it.
Yeah, you know, and they're definitely pretty good at what they did.
Yeah.
And for ODG, you know, they got over this hump, but yeah, as you can tell, like, I'm just gonna keep it very clear with all of you, okay? If we look at the circuit points, things are different, but we actually do have something ready. The interview is lined right up, and it is with winner's biggest hater, so Vidos, take it away.
我们也是请到了小雨选手来接受我们采访。Hello， 小雨，因为这是第2次和 ZCG 交手了嘛，那你们也是在这一次成功复仇了。想问这一次过这几天线下的历练，你觉得有什么样的进步吗？
How do you think this team improved like these past few days? This is your second time matching against ZCG. He's like, I think like today the mistakes that we made were yeah.
那明天版本更新之后，其实
And yeah, he's like there's still very a lot of room for
是一个非常大的改变，虽然说暂时影响不到比赛。 那作为队内的决斗选手，有没有你自己比较关注的一些地图或者技能
Right
上
now
的
with
改
the
变？
new patch.
我觉得对决斗来说会比较好打。
And then what do you think will change in the
对
game?
决斗来说比较好打，因为我们很多道具会有改变
很。多道具都改。
He's like,
那你自己
I think
会
it will be
比较
easier
期
for
待这个
duelists.
新版本吗？
没有很期待，
没有很期待，
因为那个侦查技能
He's like, he doesn't, he's not really like looking forward
也
to it.
会带来一些
particularly.
相应的变化，具体可能还要放到比赛里，放到赛场上。
And it will like,
那
it
我
will
们今
bring
天
a
在
lot of
比赛
other
中也注
changes.
意到了小雨的鼠标抓握姿势是非常特别的，能不能给我们分享一下原因？
我原本用
And
别的
then
鼠标
I asked him his mouse
但
grip.
是换了一个鼠标之后，就是握一握就自然变这样，
握一握就自然变成这样。
握一握自然就变。
He's like, he switched to this like position after changing mouse.
因为我灵敏度高嘛。
He's like, his sense is kind of high. So it's like more stable from to aim.
今天你们也是抓住了最后比赛即将面对的 RA，对于这场比赛有什么样的期待呢？
平常心。
平常心。
And your next match is against Ari. What are you looking forward to?
在不断的去进步。好，那再一次感谢小雨接受我们的采访。
Yeah, he wishes to continue playing well.
我们的赛后采访到这里就先。
And that's it for the interview.
精彩的比赛等着大家，不要走开。
Well, thank you, Velos. And, you know, Xiaoyu, of course, like, you know, I'm really looking forward to him. But just to put things into perspective again, this is the last thing that I will say for my own piece. That, you know, in the China Nationals points, which is equal to the Ascension points if you're from EMEA or from North America and you're trying to equate things, Rare Atom had 800 points. The closest team to them, which is the Chosen Click, they had 430. So that pretty much tells you the tale of like where Rare Atom lies. And speaking of their opposition, of course, for the side of ODG Gaming, you know, or OD Gaming rather, in that position, they only had 200 points in the entirety of the series. The season 4 finale, they struggled a lot on that. So their recent form coming into Ascension wasn't the best, but right now, you know, their picking form is a little bit on and off, and I'll be open to see more of them in the playoffs. I hope that they will actually play well, much as Xiaoyu has said himself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've clearly shown their potential, right? But there has been some flaws that we have picked up on today, and I do think that they do need to be refined before going into playoffs. But I'm glad that they've got the opportunity to do so, right? They clearly do deserve to be going through, and they have a good chance of getting far. Like you said, Rare Atom, a very, very strong team, has been kind of dominating in Ascension so far. So I'm interested to see how this is going to go. But I am definitely glad that they've pushed their way through into these playoffs.
Yeah, me too. And I'm kind of bittersweet though, because ZCG that they absolutely show up a really good caliber of gameplay. I'll hope to see more of them in the next year. I hope to see some of those players actually make their way into the 2026 season. But well, that's it for this third seed. We of course still got the Group B decider, the final team of the last 4. That is it for me. Mads is gonna stay here with you guys for a little bit longer, as Echo will be replacing me for the next best of 3. We're gonna go to a quick break, and when we'll be back, we'll be figuring out who is going to be the final team making things from the other end, which is of course the 2 teams that will be playing Ambitious Legends Gaming against Any Questions. You're all waiting for Simon. He's gonna be right here next game.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Project Horizon stream for VCT China Ascension. And I mean, that was a banger of a best of 3 mads that you've just taken us through, but we've got another one coming up now. My name is Echo. I'll be replacing Volt here on the stream for this game, but with me is the wonderful Mads. How are you feeling coming straight back in after a banger last map?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit tired, you know, obviously third map overtime does do it to you, but excited, very excited. Obviously, being able to watch these final 2 series, you know, elimination games as well. It's down to the wire, and it has been great so far. And I'm hoping we're going to carry on a little bit with that momentum and have some pretty strong games.
I mean, it definitely feels like we should be, right? Like, both of these teams lost 2-0 to Rare Atom, and they both beat Chosen Clique 2-0. Like, it's like the perfect mirror image of these two teams. But when we're looking at their compositions, it feels like they are polar opposites. So this could be a clash of playstyles here.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, the Rare Atom games, ALG, and they lost 2-0, but going 11-13, and then 13-15 in overtime. You know, it was a very close game. And ALG have been one of those teams that have been, you know, favorites and to look out for. So I do think obviously AQ have had a very strong game yesterday, but overall I think ALG are the favorites to win in today's games.
Yeah, I mean, like, as we start to see them coming out here, I think I've got to agree. Like, Rare Atom are, you know, top 2. I think realistically we're all expecting DRG versus Rare Atom to be the finals.
Yes, definitely.
But I could absolutely see some upsets happening, and as we saw in that last game, this is elimination, this is playoffs on the line, right? These teams are putting it all out to try their hardest and make it in to playoffs to then get to VCT. But now, as we go down here, the players are all out. I like that the someone's called Ending there. That's quite an apt name, I think, for where they're at here.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, it is down to the wire. I mean, last series we saw some real fights coming out. That last push to try and really secure. I mean, obviously, Octagonal there losing first map and then coming back and really pushing it right to the end and ending up winning the best of 3. And that's what best of 3s are about, right? You have that chance to really bring it back, and that's what we love to see. You know, the util usage, the team plays, even the solo plays, and the mechanics being put to the test. And obviously we something to mention about players, we do have Simon again at a force to be reckoned with. Yesterday I was mentioned a little bit about how that pressure is on to be to play at a high level, but at the same time he's doing just that, and it's working so well. Yeah,
like, you come on down from VCT, you've got to be not just the leader, but kind of the star player in some aspects, and it's a lot of pressure to put on. But we've got our map veto here, Mads. What are you thinking about Haven, Lotus, and then Abyss?
Okay, so we're gonna leave Abyss out for a second because we've seen it way too many times. Haven and Lotus are very basic standard maps at this point. You know, Haven, they're both 3-sided maps to point out first of all. And with 3-sided maps, you can kind of work them how you want to. Kind of have a playstyle and a storyline that you want to use and work that to your advantage. Especially with, you know, pretty standard comps. I'm expecting to see no. Okay, I'm liking the Neon hasn't, since, you know, this whole, I mentioned a little bit before the stream, the Mosquito comp with that Waylay and the Yoru, it hasn't really been seen too much. But I'm very strong agent. If you could, obviously the ultimate did end up getting nerfed recently. I say recently, about a year ago now, but it did end up putting an end to that Neon gameplay. But I'm glad she's back, especially on Simon as well. Who was playing Deadlock yesterday, by the way. So that kind of flex player as the previous champs winner is a little bit dangerous. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, like, the Neon just allows him the opportunity to just hard run it down now, right? And especially when you're up against that Mosquito comp, like, both of these teams, they're playing double duelist. We're going to be expecting them to go hard aggressive, fight each other out. And this is a very different playstyle to what we usually see from these teams, because usually we see, you know, the double sentinel actually coming out from any questions. I'm very excited to see how this starts off. It's going to start off though nice and simple. A push out towards A long. A default FFS can't find anything to start, and as he leaves long alone, oh, this has opened the site up. The flash, the paranoia, the dash over towards site, and all of a sudden he's taken out. Ending ends his life, and oh, the flood onto site is just not working for AQ. They can't find anything, and all of a sudden it's just Danny. Left alone, old Danny boy. What can he do here?
Indeed, and I mean, usually on these pistol rounds, you expect to see some sort of trade coming back and forth, but unfortunately it's down to a 1v5, and like you say, there isn't much he can do, but hey, we've seen pistol rounds happen before, but 10 HP. Your crosshairs on him, try and get anything that you can, and unfortunately, he's not looking to. No!
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop talking for a second and let Danny cook. But getting a little bit of something out of it, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. And what a rush on the site for the first round.
Mm-hmm. So like the way they flooded in, and like all of the utility just on the site, it just AQ couldn't do anything.
No, not at all. That's the thing. Like you had your setup for A, right? It's being completely obliterated. Obviously, on the pistol round, not much utility to go with anyway. But you talk about ending straight into that site with that waylay, and it's such a strong agent. Obviously, wasn't really used that much when she first got brought into the game. But I think slowly but surely, people start to realize, hey, you know, actually, she's all right, you know. She's not too bad, and with that recall as well, it can be so strong if you have the initiator utility to back it up. Yeah,
like Waylay felt like one of those really high skill agents, right, where there's so much team coordination required to allow her to work, and you could see there the execute onto site with the utility that just flooded every single line. It made it so possible for the Waylay to dive on in. But now we're going over ALG. They've got the money, they've got the buy. Surely this is their round.
Yeah, definitely, and that classic outlaw coming out on second round on barricade, which is very deadly alongside those teleports as well. It's a bit of a push up towards A main here.
Oh, but the shots from ending and barricade following it up as well. Oh, GRQ. Okay, a classic kill. That's something, right? You take out ending. Can't build up towards that convergent path yet, but I think we've been here before, Mads. I think I recognize this.
A bit of deja vu coming through, but poor Danny is down to a 4v5 this time. A little bit more of a opportunity, should we say, but I'm not too sure about this one. The outlaw holding down long is going to be a little bit risky, but I mean, such a strong start. We're ending once again, really coming to this game very strong and full on.
Yeah, but Danny's got a chance. We saw the ghost working well from before. Now it's a sheriff, but the smoke, it blocked him out. I think he was noted. The spam coming on through, the drop down, but no such luck as Yang takes Danny out. Another relatively clean round. Not a flawless this time, but it feels very difficult to stop the aggression coming out from the attacker side right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once that AQ get these guns online, I'm sure that it's going to be a little bit more of a fight, but for now, I mean, obviously ALG, but ending especially, really showing up in these first couple of rounds. Danny, one of those players definitely to be wary of. I do believe he used to play in NA Collegiate and on the Initiator, so definitely has that confidence, and on that Sentinel could be dangerous, but little shots coming out early on. Yeah,
barricade going down quite low. Only got the sheriff, the full shields he did buy out, but looking like a B exec here. Prowler spots out the trip broken, dash over towards the back of site, and nice and simple. The site's taken, the spike goes down, but now it's a 5 versus 5 retake. This is new, this is something different. AQ, they still got a big chance into this, but they're taking it slow. The drone just trying to spot out towards site. Clone, Danny, fully aware. Eugen pushes on in, but the crossfire is beautiful. Simon Oh, we spoke about him before, but GRQ is so clean and ending. Just about takes him out. It's now 2 versus 2. FFS can't find it. And ending with the Guardian. Can he win this for ALG? Simon taps the spike as Yang swings on in and takes him down. And ALG, that was a bonus round. Barricade went down so low, but they still win it out.
And that's the thing about the double duelist, right? If you can have, obviously, Barricade going down low early on, that kind of knocks the confidence a bit, but you still have that waylay for that entry, and it works so well. And obviously going against someone like Simon, who we've mentioned many a times over the series so far, and the Ascension in general, you have to have that confidence. And ending, obviously we're only 3 rounds in, but being able to have such great, you know, positioning, gunplay so early on, and having that confidence and the outcome that he's had so far really does set them very, very sturdy for this game.
It does, but AQ, they've gone aggressive. Simon immediately taken out, but surely, yeah, Barricade can't survive much longer. C-site might be open, but at the very least, attack side spawn is all for the defenders. And now the retake, it has to come on in. The drone immediately broken. And now the Fatal Aluba using it against the eco round just to try and secure it, ending, peeking a little bit aggressive. Still got full shields, not too worried about the outlaw, but the vines, oh, the stall from this confidence device is so good. And what a shot. FFS trying to find as much as he can, and he gets two headshots. And Xeno, he dips into the smoke, hides towards garage. The peak is beautiful, and FFS only 2 for him. ALG, what a round. Yes, they invested that fade ult, but it was still a good win to get, and it secures themselves such a good lead. Definitely, and even, you know, on round 4, investing it isn't the end of the world. You'll definitely get it back again by the end of the, you know, the half. And just exceptional gameplay. Obviously, AG, you know, AQ even, sorry, pushing up early on onto A main. Probably, I mean, I respect the idea and try and maybe get that first blood early on, but it didn't end up in their favor. And a few, you know, people going down early on is not great when you're on an eco round. And that is the first time out for AQ, which makes sense. You know, you now have these guns in your hands, and you want to be able to make the most out of it and get something on the board. But it's going to be hard with such aggression happening so early on from ALG. You have to try, you know, maybe try and counter it. They've tried it a couple of times, but on that eco round. So is it worth, you know, having these guns in their hands and not wasting a bit of util, but investing a bit of util early on to try and stop this aggressive gameplay? Yeah, and I mean, they've got to put a stop to this, because, I mean, ALG's defense, 7-1 last time they played it when they took over the defense. So if they can keep this up on the attack, this is pretty much a secured map for them. I'm loving how this game is going down already. The players getting invested already too. But, and they seem so chill. They're so calm about it. Like, yeah, no worries. We're chilling. Couple of big ults though. Yeah, the Odin is big from FFS. 1 away from that ult on the defense with the Odin, spamming down garage. Probably not going to be finding anything to start with, but ALG starting with the same that they've done before, taking long this little default. They've not got the smokes over towards sandbags this time, but the convergent paths. Oh, the Omen. Oh, GRQ. What a swing into the convergent paths. Beautiful work. The smoke, it is going to get the spike back to the attacker side. But this is beautiful, and now AQ, they're all here. They're holding down the site, and ALG, they've got to leave. Tuck tail, turn and run. And that's exactly what we needed to try and stop that aggressive gameplay. But Barricade managing to get 1, getting 2 onto A site, and that immediately maybe stops that rotation coming through and might opt to go back to a day. Yeah, he's got his TP out if he wants it, but the spam, the shock darts, FFS so close to taking down Barricade, 70 HP, but look at this from Simon. Confirming it's going to be an A hit as the ult comes on through from the Euro, spots out the Omen. Didn't spot out FFS there, but what a paranoia, and FFS was there to shut Barricade down. Simon on the flank, nice and quick, but as Yang scales up towards the site, taps the spike, but FFS no headphones. And GRQ, oh, the trade is there, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Simon speeding on through, dashing down. Yang, how quick can you run the thorns? They are there. It slows the Neon down. The swing in, but Simon's going to win it. You know he's got that good, and he's standing up, and he's loving it. This is the former world champion, standing up, showing what he's got.
Definitely, and we were talking a little about yesterday, and you know, being on LAN and stuff, and just you know that extra bit of contention. But that's a perfect play there. You need to be swinging out of that. They have so much confidence going into this round already, and just completely denying it. Obviously, a few kills coming out onto A and having that confidence to go back onto site, but Simon managing to clutch up the round for his team. 4-1, not too bad.
Yeah, AQ, they're happy with winning that out. It's still not a great buy. 2 Guardians for them as they changed up their default now, heading over towards B and Garage. Simon, he's aware, the paranoia. Ooh, swings around the corner and gets spammed down. ALG, a double kill across the map. And now with the whale in the back of sight, Ending does take that recall out, but Aluba takes out FFS, the Guardian, gone. And now it's Danny and Eugen. What can you do? 4 people from ALG as they are trying to turn this, stop AQ from getting any momentum, but they're going to be swinging in. Aluba, Zeno, you've got the crossfire. 1 kill, but Zeno is there. The haunt broken, the paranoia goes on through, and the swing taken down. Eugen standing back up again. Yeah, okay, you might have won the first, but 1's all you're getting.
Exactly, and it's the utility usage as well, right? Just making sure, you know, they're 4 rounds out 5 now, and that confidence as well, as like, it's hard. Sometimes you just want to ego peek, right? And being able to just take your time and still, you know, okay, wait, let me blind him first before we swing on the site, you know, and possibly end up, you know, these players are still very, very good on the side of AQ, and you do not want to be risking it. And it's these small plays that ALG are doing that really just secure these rounds for them, really.
And AQ taking the same aggressive line down A long. Whilst ALG, they're walking up C. Barricade takes the TP. Stays safe this time, not going to die too early, but again, deja vu, the outlaw in spawn.
Yep.
C-site's taken, yes, but what can Simon and Eugen do on the flank? Eugen does TP back out again, so it's just Simon there. And the scale up nice and slow, diligent, over towards the C site.
I mean, that spike does go down, but it is going to be a 5-man retake, which can be very, very strong. They've got a lot of utility to keep, you know, playing off of if they use it right. But the guns are not in their favor, and that outlaw is holding on that flank. 3 of them towards flank. If you know, that could be 2 bullets, but that's at least 1 man standing. If there's no collapse.
Oh, the smoke is so good as well. Barricade, not sure what to do. Got a clone, could use it. But it sounds like this might just be exits. AQ wanting to try and take down as many guns as possible, but regardless, ALG have a lot of cash behind them. A beautiful flash through the smoke, and Yang, okay, does fall to Danny, but Danny then goes. And 4 remaining alive for ALG as they go up to 6. Yes, it was AQ's eco, but they still feel confident. Look at that.
I mean, at this point, ALG are now guaranteed to have an even half. From this point on, any extra rounds are just bonus for them. They're pretty much smooth sailing now. I mean, it's hard because I think AQ are a very, very strong team. They've been caught off guard very early and haven't really had the chance to recoup from that and try and reset themselves. They've had a timeout, but it clearly hasn't really done too much for them. FFS now back on that Odin. Something to note yesterday, very, very strong player. Knows how this Sova works, and I do believe like 90% of the ultimates that he had did end up getting at least 1 or 2 kills from them. So very strong player, but for now they're playing very timid.
Oh, but I like this play. Yang, the fake Vice ult to try and pull everyone over, but actually the Cypher's still on A. Does get a kill out of it. That's something, it's good, but the drone from FFS is going to spot absolutely naught over towards C. So ALG, I think this has been read. Only the Cypher and the Omen over towards site. The Sovrol comes on through as well, and this is huge. The damage, Barricade goes down, more damage as well. Actually, that was onto a clone, but now the exec has been stopped. It's been halted, the TP, but you look at Yang in defender spawn. And now ALG ending. Can you find GRQ? No, you can't, but the spike is down on C. And AQ, yes, you've got the man advantage. There's 4 of you alive, but Yang Yeah, it's just so good. And Aluba. Oh no,
Oh my God.
noted, not seen. And now it's only at GRQ left. Yang holding down the line, and GRQ has to turn and run. Oh, just when it looks like it's going in ARQ's favor, it gets halted.
Oh, it was such a good play as well, just taking your time and really, like I mentioned before, on that attack, you can really work this map how you want it to, and you're repositioning that defensive side where you can easily plant on C, and you have people planted around the map already, exactly where you want them to be, and it's not going to be expected. I mean, if the spike's planted on C, you're not going to have time to keep clearing out the whole of A and B and then through CT as well. It's just such time wasting. And it worked so well. Again, I mean, I was mentioning a little bit before about FFS and his ultimate, still managing to get one and having that that stat going up even higher. But I mean, it's just so unfortunate. And look at the guns now as well. GRQ managing to have a Phantom in hand with the ultimate as well. Eugen also got that ultimate, which could be, I mean, and Simon, right? These could actually go in their favor. These are very strong ultimates to the point where you can try and recover guns. You just got to be in the right positions.
Did expect. Danny, what a shot! But it doesn't matter. The trade's just coming back and forth. Simon with a stinger. 5 separate bursts to get that kill, and he finds it. But C site is open, and now we get into the same situation, Mads, that we've been in so many times. A post plant where ALG, they have all of the space in the world. Simon, he's got the stinger. There's one low target. Barricade, but nothing. Barricade gets the headshot, and it's just FFS. No Odin, no ultimate. Can you find something with a Vandal? You're being watched, you're being held, you're being shut down. ALG go up to 8. And this is unstoppable now, this momentum. I don't know what AQ now can do to turn around.
That's the thing, you really have to try and stop it, but I don't think they have the utility to do so. I mean, there's a couple of times they've walked up A long, and it's worked a little bit to stop it, but even so, ALG are able to just like slow down and then get that momentum back up again instantly. And within a second, they have that full speed back up from like 0 to 90. And it's ridiculous. 8-1 is crazy. I mean, at this point, you got to try and recover anything that you can. Even 3 rounds is enough, possibly. But even then, you got to rely on that pistol round and that bonus towards that second half. So it's going to be very, very hard. And now that is both timeouts used. Obviously, you know, the more that score goes up, the less of a second half you're going to have anyway. So it is going to be hard, but I really don't know what you do at this point. I mean, possibly try and save back up for that Odin again, but you got, you know, 3 rounds left of this half. It is very, very difficult to try and bring this back.
It is. I mean, their attack inside win rate when they switch sides is not good either. like everything feels like it's stacked up against them right now. Obviously, this isn't their map pick, right? This is the map pick of ALG. So like we're expecting ALG to be better coming into this, but I was expecting more of a fire. Yeah,
no, definitely. You know, like we mentioned, this is elimination, so you know, that momentum and that need for these game wins should be there, and unfortunately it's just not clicking with AQ yet, I don't think. Hopefully, you know, getting into second map, if they end up losing this, you know, that realization that this is their possible final map could be there, but for now they're still playing so slow, almost like they're waiting for ALG, which could be fine, but this brute force that they have coming into these sites has been so strong that I don't know, but Simon!
The collage! Simon was positioned there so early, and okay, yes, the push, the fake coming on from Aluba over towards C, but Simon shuts this out, and maybe this is what AQ needed. Maybe this is the answer for any questions, as they now have a defense. The operator in the hands of the Neon, combined with the anchoring from the Euro and the Cypher
as well, being used, which is fair, you know, in a 1v4, but ooh, nearly, but not enough. I mean, it's the issue is, right, is they've won 2 rounds, and the 2 rounds that they've won, they've managed to get 2 early picks on A short, which is fine, but they are having to now rely on these early picks, and I'm hoping now they're starting to realize that is what they need, because it's taken quite a few rounds. You know, we are now on the 11th round of this game, and I mean, some brilliant shots coming through, but it has taken so long to get that operator in play.
It's in the right place though, holding outside of grass. This should be spotted. The cam is broken. Simon is going to swing on in. He gets 2 again. Another collect. How on earth does this man do this so consistently? He leaves Seaside because of the Eurowall. It's scary. You don't want to be doing that if you're an operator player. But Danny is still here to anchor. And Barricade's taken down. GRQ. Oh, he's doing so well. And now the 2 last players spotted from ALG outside of B. FFS spamming through the wall. Can't find much. Shocks also not finding anything yet. A little bit of chip damage maybe, but this is what AQ needed. They need those 2 picks, Matt. You called it. And they got it again, Simon. The swing is perfect. Okay, Aluba does get a pick onto FFS, but look at Eugen. The flank outside of A. Perfection. Simon standing up. Again, showing 2 fingers to the other side, saying, I got 2 of you with 1 bullet.
Exactly, and that's, I mean, I'm glad that they've realized that this operator's needed just that little bit more of a force to, like, just to stop this aggressiveness. And it's like such beautiful shots as well. And you know, Simon yesterday in an interview talking about having to really, you know, show these young players and keep that confidence high, and that's exactly what it's about.
But ALG are calling a timeout for the final round of the half after. I think they feel that they really need that 9th, which is, I think, a really interesting point of contention.
I mean, especially again with someone like Simon. I know we keep having to mention him, but on that attack is going to be very, very strong. And the utility from the team that we've seen so far, you know, FFS with such good Sova util usage is gonna be deadly. And I think that's kind of why LG have had such a good run on this attack so far. They've come into this game knowing that their defense is going to be hard. So any rounds that they can get on attack is so worth it. And they have 2 timeouts to play with, right? And they have the rounds in hand no matter what. So I think kind of going into this half, you know, really trying to get as many as they can. It's a good play. It doesn't usually make too much sense. And I do think that they're going to want to try and avoid this operator now. They kind of know that it's going to be lurking out somewhere. So maybe playing again, though, that's the thing, right? Even if they don't meet Simon, they're going to have to play a lot slower than they like to, because they have to try and be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, but they're still going for contacting. Slightly different this time. They've realized Simon probably not going to be holding the same line as before. Jump spot sees absolutely nothing over towards B, so they feel like they're safe enough to walk forward. This early trip, though, it's going to get broken so easily. Oh, wait, no, it's not. The dash overthrew the recall. It does spot out the Omen, but no kills, and Simon was not expecting Barricade, but he whiffs the shots. And now the cage is going to keep Barricade alive just a little bit longer, but Danny swings on in, gets 2 somehow, and Simon from long. Oh, this man is perfection now. He's come online, and now it's just Aluba. The Neonalt popped. Not actually going to use it, not going to do anything about it, just going to scare Aluba off for a little bit more, because at this point, AQ, they know they've got the spike in their hands. And Aluba can't really do much. Eugen going to be swinging in. And now I think this is it. Aluba going down. Simon gets that headshot with the op. Stands up. What are you doing? And what a comeback to manage to make it up to 4 there.
Oh, I mean, it's so unfortunate. If Barricade had gotten that kill onto Simon, it would have been a completely different round. And it's so, I say unlucky. I mean, it was just a complete whiff, really. But look at that. The repositioning of that crosshair. And it's just, I don't know. It is that tier 1 gameplay that you expect to be seeing. But it's the thing where, like, Simon's allowed to be doing this sort of thing because he has so much trust in the rest of his team. Like, there is so much, like, he knows that they know how to use their utility and play off each other, and they know how to play the game just straight up. So he's able to go around around the map, you know, running fast, dashing, sliding, and getting these operator kills. Almost just a kid around a playground, right? Just having a bit of fun. And it's great to see. I mean, we've seen some brilliant rounds as well from ALG. But 9-3. Not 9-3. 8-4. I'm lying. Not too bad. And if they can get these pistol rounds as well, bring it back to 8-6. I say pistol rounds, you know, the first one and then that conversion round. It should be looking like a little bit more of an even game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, I mean, you can see the stats there. Look at that. A couple of kills to start with, and all of a sudden those 3Ks off the back of the operator. But like you said, Simon couldn't be doing this if he didn't have people like Danny anchoring C-Site, allowing him to hold A long for that little bit longer and then come out and swing into Garage to get the trade. There's so much teamwork at play here that, yes, it looks flashy, but I love seeing these teams come on and up through Ascension because it feels like they have such more cohesion than what we see from even some teams at tier 1 because they know they have to. They know they've got to train and work as hard as they can. And now we're switching sides. AQ, their defense, it's been okay. It's been pretty good from them before, but their attack is awful.
Yes. So I'm interested talk about cohesion. They're really gonna have to, you know, work together and play off each other's util. But like you say, the stats are not in their favor, and I'm hoping to, you know, they can try and even out this a little bit more. They managed to bring back that defensive half, so hopefully. But ALG are looking pretty locked down right now, taking that A space as well.
Yeah, but the classic pistol round. Omen TP's in, can get it down nice and easy, and Eugen actually spots out Aluba. Maybe a spam through a smoke, maybe not, but all of AQ stick alive. And now a 4 versus 5 retake.
This has gone down so quickly. I mean, they just gone to site, planted and left. Oh, this is a brilliant play as well.
But the Vice Wall spots it. They make it over to site. One's trapped by themselves. The tap on the spike. The shock darts aren't going to get a kill. And ALG, they're finding everything they need to on Garage, but FFS does find the kill there. It's Harv. They don't have a lot of time to get on through, but he was full blinded and he got the kill. Somehow. AQ, they just managed to take that back, but ALG looked in the driver's seat for a second.
And I mean, also, something to mention that shock dart came in just at the right time. That spike was getting diffused very, very quickly. And I mean, that's the kind of pistol round you expect to see, right? Compared to that first one in the first half where you're seeing complete domination. I'm loving the trades going back and forth, and that's not allowed. That's great. And a little bit more teamwork from AQ on that attack round, which is nice.
Yeah, and I love the idea that they brought over towards Garage, but now they're just heading towards C. They've gone actually for the old Na'Vi buy here. 2 ghosts, 2 bulldogs, and a stinger. They're looking to full buy up into the next because they know how important momentum is, but they're going to find C site completely empty. They're not too sure. They're doing their due diligence. And they're even droning mid, but this is an A stack, so Mads, they should work out that C is empty with these 2 duelists, right?
Yeah, surely. I mean, that's the thing. Even if the site is empty, it still takes time to clear it out. So I guess a little bit of time's being wasted, but that spike is going to go down pretty quickly. And the stack towards A makes sense, you know, better in numbers, especially with those pistols. But there are 3 sheriffs on that side, and I'm going to be real, we have seen it happen before. I would like to see it happen again. There's that lurk in mid as well, you know, in window. Danny still out and about trying to find anything that he can.
Yeah, and I think this is the key thing. AQ, they're still on relatively low guns, but Yang is watching the line, but Danny's so clean with the shot. The cage walks into it. Zeno actually flashed somehow, but ending. There we go, the sheriff shot that you called. A lot of damage coming on through, and Zeno takes down Danny. All of a sudden, there's an advantage here for ALG. They have to go down. C long, the spike is going to explode. The time has expired, so AQ will win out this round. But ALG, they made that costly. But this is the strength of that Na'Vi buy, right? You've still got 3 guns, and you can buy up good ones for the rest of your team.
I was going to say it was a little bit of risky buy, obviously, you know, getting those that those players get knocked down one by one can be risky. Bringing it down, you know, you don't have that man advantage, but sending your players off that have the ghosts to try and get even information, it works so well because you still have, like you said, you have those bulldogs and that stinger as that last wall of defense for that post plant, and it worked well. And you know, look at the spy doing pretty well. You got that Vandal and Phantom now in the hands. It's looking pretty damn even.
Yeah, like there's even a Bulldog and a Guardian for the side of ALG because they bought up 3 Sheriffs. Like this is about as even you can get on a round 3 as possible. And now as we're seeing a C kind of mid default here, they found the wall. They procced this beforehand, bit late in the round, so they'll proc it again. And the wall gives cover for Eugen to leave, but B site is the target, and Xeno and Aluba, such perfection. GRQ did hear that, surely no, but the TP from Xeno TPing past. It's a clone. You don't have to shoot that, but you do shoot the actual Yoru. But GRQ is now still on site. 2 versus 3. 3 for the retake, 2 coming in through B main as well, but A link is open. Danny, cam is up. He can watch down sight and the smoke into main. It does get broken. So he moves towards the front of the site. The flash, it fully gets him, but the duelists don't look at him. They just shoots in the night, but Barricade turns around just in time. GRQ, an ace needed to win out on this round. Barricade is so low on health as well. He could do it. Yang picks up the Vandal. Pushes forward and GRQ, 8 bullets. What can you find? You tap the spike, the jump peak. You know that they're not on, and Yang sticks it all the way up to half, comes off, looking for something, taps it again. The time is running so low. I think AQ have won it anyway. GRQ swings on in, gets the kill, the ace, and the round secured. What a way to pull yourselves up, to get so close to bringing it to even. AAQ, they're looking so strong on the attack now.
I don't know what just happened on B site, but that was certainly something. Both duelists completely, I mean, flashing on the site and sure taking it, but completely missing. Was it Danny, I think? As unreal. End up getting the kill, but I mean, still, the round ended in AQ's hands. A little bit of a util being dumped onto A long. Information will come through that at least 1 or 2 people are towards A, and very slow start considering this composition. Like, you know, with obviously you tend to see Yoru and Waylay together, but having the Yoru and the Neon I really like, because obviously you still have that dive and being able to TP out if you want to, but Neon just has that versatility and that speed that really does create a different atmosphere.
Yeah, Neon really allowing you to play slightly slower than the Waylay. You've got more utility for the different stages of the game, but now we've got 3 people anchoring site. AQ, they've not done their due diligence, but they slide on in. The stun is huge, but Aluba hiding in the corner does eventually get spammed out, and the flashes and Barricade. You were blinded shooting through a smoke. How on earth do you hit that? And now a TP over towards C site, but look, Yang is there. The TP got cancelled. They got scared. I think they heard the footsteps, but now B site is open and the smoke's over towards A-Link. This should allow the plant to go down, but the Omens heard the smokes. They've heard the shots. So AQ, they plant for C-Link. I don't know if they spotted Yang. I don't know if they know about Yang's position, but now look at this. Surely, Yang, the gun, the Sheriff, it was there on the screen for FFS, but he turns around. He hears the jump up. He's just got to see the head and he shuts it down. ALG, can you find a miracle here? Barricade has picked up the Phantom dash over towards backside, but no, it's being shut down at every turn, every corner. And AQ, they are up to even. Mads, this is a comeback.
I mean, yeah, we mentioned about how horrendous their attack usually is, and something's happened in the last day, because I mean they obviously played yesterday and haven't really had much time to be practicing this map, and bringing it back like this is insane. What, 8-1? I mean, they've won the last 7 rounds in a row, and it has been miraculous. I say miraculous, but they've definitely been, you know, upping their game. And the confidence, look on LAN as well, being able to, you know, start trash talking and keeping that confidence high within the team, and that is going to force the last time out of this map, unless we go to overtime, obviously. But for now, that is going to be the last talk that each team can have with these coaches. So a little bit of a push, you know, obviously for ALG especially, but for AQ, they also have this time to be able to think, right, okay, how do we keep this ball rolling? And I think it's working well, but if ALG can start to change things up a little bit. The issue is AQ are able to play this at different paces. They're very good at changing things up as and when they want to, and especially, again, mentioning that Neon, you can do that with an agent like that. And possibly ALG maybe getting a bit more aggressive. I'm sure they're taking a bit of A main space, but other than that, they're not doing too much on this defense. And I think possibly trying to, you know, get a bit more aggressive, get that first blood, and really try and shut down any sort of opportunities or ideas that AQ have could be the play. But it doesn't seem like they're opting to do that so far. Sitting back onto C, this is going to be a little bit of a C stack.
Yeah, the flash finds nothing, so Ending did use the recall for that ability. We're not going to be able to get that back, but there is an operator here over towards long. On the attacking side, Eugen has it in lobby. What's the rest of the team? They're slow defaulting. They're trying to find space. They're going to try and proc the Vice Wall here. Take it out of the game. Simon knows he's safe. The recon finds nothing. Vice Wall procced, and now this is where ALG have been struggling. In this mid-round, where they don't really know what's going on the map. But I think it's going to end up in a C hit. Eugen could throw the fake over towards A with the ult if he really wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned about the mid round, and there's not an awful lot of utility to be able to get information from, and that's what the difference was on this defense. But Eugen kind of baiting out A just a slight bit, but it's not going to work, and the C is still going to be held down.
The clone walking over those vines sound like something from Minecraft. But Yang, oh, he got a nice shot there, but the trade immediately came on through from AQ. Sight secured, and that little bit of a fake, that second that Eugen threw that flash over towards A was just enough to get the spike down, and now the op, a missed shot, Ending just managed to get past alive, and now flashes to contend with the dash over towards Sight. Everyone's fully blinded, and Simon and Eugen, what a quick scope to get on in. Still holding down the line, but Zeno finds something and just hits the shoulder. Danny, a little bit aggressive. Didn't work out for him in the spam through the wall. FFS, no ult. It's all down to his utility. And like you said before, he's so good with it. And he's got the nerdy little lineups. The recon spots out, not on the spike, just a tap. And again, just a tap. And oh, what a shot. He's got time as well. He's going to get the defuse. ALG, they just secure around. They stop this train in its tracks.
I mean, they definitely needed it. Yeah, a train indeed it has been. And oh my god, what? I mean, it's interesting because something, obviously the operator hadn't been discovered yet, and what's interesting is that clone obviously has the operator in its hand, so that call has to have been given already, so that has, you know, being a little bit careful towards CT, but nonetheless quite a few kills with the operator still, but it does go down to ALG. And that's the thing, that's one of the first few rounds where we've seen, you know, go down to a 1v1. We've seen a couple of them, but going into ALG's hands, and the 1v1s haven't usually been going in their favor, but Ending is going to catch Danny off guard through his own cage. And that's their first blood that they really have been needing.
But now the drone spotting out window, and you can see, oh, Eugen wanting to try and find something. Zeno spotted, I think, there just briefly. Barricade on site. The Vice as well. A lot of anchoring tools available to hold down site if they want to, but they're not actually execing. They're just holding down the window line. Zeno, you've got to be careful. The attackers are there, and oh, Simon with the judge finds nothing. So now it all is down to Eugen. He backs off. He doesn't want to die. Wait to live another day, and now B. It's been the exec site so many times already, and it's happening again. Contact heavy for AQ. They walk up to site. FS was spotted down to 33 HP, and oh, GRQ doesn't find the kill, but Eugen does, and it is traded back. But somehow, all of a sudden, ALG, they just get everything. Barricade just shuts it down.
Right, okay.
That's another round. We're somehow back to the same thing that we saw on the first half.
Yeah, and that's what's so great about, you know, I think, well, it's that timeout in the first half is that they knew this was going to happen, right? So they've brought it back to 8-all, which is fair, but it's given them that 7-round lead, and it's taken them quite a long time, but now they've actually managed to try and work things out properly. They took the second time out, and they're slowly starting to understand how AQ are playing just a little bit better, and really trying to counter it. And it's working. You know, we're on 10 rounds, which is double. You need 3 more rounds to try and get this, and now you have that 2-round lead just for a little bit more calmness and confidence.
Barricade does have the Outlaw online as well, over towards C. But there's 2 full shields, the C's, the dash, the flash. We've seen things like this before, but full flash has to take the recall. And, oh, what a push from Simon, the stinger, and the ult from FFS. Every time this man ults, he always gets at least one. And the swing from Yang at a distance somehow dies to Simon's stinger, the sight. Now under the hands of the attackers. Just tapping the spike, trying to pull out any floods that are there, but it's just Barricade with the Outlaw. Xeno potentially looking to save, doesn't want to give any guns over. And yeah, he's just going to go over towards C. What a push from AQ. That felt like a set play straight out of a playbook.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was needed, especially on the eco round as well, when you haven't really got much left to try and contest that A site. But nonetheless, they have managed. I mean, I didn't really know what's going on at one point. There was so much utility being pushed onto that A main, and it worked so well. They've managed to take that Outlaw themselves as well now, considering. Oh, cheeky little kill. Can't complain, but what a round! And if that had gone to ALG, that would have been 11-8, which at that point is very, very hard to come back from. So the fact that they're still in it and still, I mean, look at that. That shouldn't be allowed. Like you said, that swing from Yang, not managing to get much out of it, and the team play and the coordination, like you said, it was a set play out of a book, and it was almost done, you know, timing to the T, and brilliant plays.
Yeah.
And it is.
But now, quick. Over towards grass, over towards B. Barricade hears it, spots it, pulls some rotations over, but C's been taken by the waylay, so they know there's something towards garage. A good flash. The fast lane actually allows them to get towards side, but they don't look up. Xeno above them with a stinger. Stings them in the back, and now the fade ult. Look at ending. Pushed up so aggressively, and the spike is in the middle of nowhere. GRQ doesn't even have the Omen ult to get it back.
No, they don't. But that overdrive is in play, but not option to use it.
Neural theft is good. This should allow a swing from Simon if he wants to go for it. He does. He swings back out. The slide is perfect. What a beautiful shot. And now the defenders, they're split across A-Link and C-Link. Not a lot they can do. Yang, ending, does fall to the overdrive, and GRQ with that frenzy evens it up. We have a game on our hands. He's saying, go sit down again.
Do.
I'm a world champ, baby.
Exactly. And that's, sometimes the ego's good, you know? And sometimes you need it. But a lot of ultimates used in that round. I believe there was 2 on each side at least. And it's unfortunate from ALG, because before that round started, they had 4. And being on 10 rounds already, they could have easily, you know, tried to schedule those in place to be able to get at least 2 more rounds, but unfortunately AQ are on a roll. Even after losing 2 rounds and still being able to, you know, and that, like you said, that train being completely stopped, still managing to come back and bring it back to a 10-10 game. And the Outlaw, I love the buy, especially when they know it's going to be an eco round from the side of ALG. There's no point wasting that money. You chill him.
Yeah, and it is good for AQ. They play very slow against these eco rounds. They don't want to give up anything because they know on their ecos they run it down. They expect their opponents to as well, but they're now exploring back towards B, and this is risky. This is dangerous against an eco, but Eugen holding the line, watching for ending. Pulls out the clone briefly, but now smoked off again. Clone, flash. fast lane in, and they just back off again. They're going to head over towards A, but look who's waiting. Barricade, one shot. Can you get a second in? TP out, over towards C. Now A, it's going to be open, but they could get the flood in. Yeah, they do. ALG, they get in just in time. The stun is huge across the back of the site, but ending with a sheriff shot does get traded. And now GRQ over in the stinger. Oh, the whiffs are there, and unfortunately for ALG, it's just down to Yang. Danny's been in this situation. The solo Senti with the sheriff, the last person alive. But there's low HP. A one tap. GRQ, 29. Not aware of where he is. Has to clear every angle carefully. The flash will actually be back online again if he wants to use it again in this round. But he's going to tap the spike. GRQ. He swings round. Oh, I think the timing, he didn't see him. They didn't see each other. Now he goes back on again. Taps. Able to get it to half. Does he come off? Does he look for GRQ? He's over in short. He's looking long. He's looking the wrong way. And oh, it looks so close. That one tap was there, but
I know. Oh. It's someone like I always love to see an eco win, especially with the sheriff. It shows how good they actually are. I respect Barricade as well for backing off there. Like he probably could have taken another fight. But it's just not worth it. You know, you need those numbers, especially on these eco rounds. So it's just so unfortunate in those kind of situations. You have so many angles to be able to hold all at once, and unfortunately, it's not going to go their way. But you did an FFS going for that Odin operator combo. And
holding long to start with.
Yeah.
Barricade though does get a couple of spams out, and the operator just whilst he's mid TP. In the middle of the air, and Barricade is out of the round again. He had his dimensional drift as well. That's the Euro ult out, which is usually so crucial for the retakes. So with that gone, I'm expecting ALG. They'll start to lean more towards anchoring sites, but Yang could be first point of contact here. It depends how aggressive he wants to go.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And this is very. I mean, obviously we've been seeing a few slow rounds, but we are a minute left on the board, and never mind. I think, you know, that usually gets done a little bit earlier, trying to bait it out early and then play the rest of the round pretty slow. But Simon opting to just go for it by himself, or just at least bait out. There it is. That's all of the thorns gone.
The flash finds nothing though.
Yeah, bit more of information at least, but slow push up A.
And now Eugen spots out where the Waylay is. The paranoia, the flash, it goes on through, but they do manage to dash out towards the back of sight. The Kun comes out, but Alupa holding the line. Danny can't find anything, and the trades are back and forth. The defense was so solid, and now GRQ has absolutely been heard there by Yang. Yang potentially trying to stop this plant, this spike from going down. GRQ has no idea where the Vice is. Shut down, no spike plant, there's no time left. And ALG, they win on time from a beautiful flank from Yang. As soon as the Cypher got taken down, as soon as Danny was out, he pushed that flank and won them the round.
And that's the issue with playing this slow, right? It tends to work quite a lot, and AQ have been very good at playing slow and then kind of rushing on the site and kind of, you know, getting on there pretty quickly. But if you're opting to try and, you know, then lurk around and ult around, that's the problem, because you know someone's gonna be lurking. You baited that Vice ult util out on C, and then being able to bait that out, obviously, you know, the Vice is probably going to come back, so that Vice is going to be lurking around C or B somewhere, and unfortunately it was not the right timing for AQ. But Simon getting a little bit of revenge on Yang, and that is going to be your Sentinel down, and C is free.
Yeah, you can see
now going to back off.
ALG, they know that C's open, but
yeah,
they also know that AQ don't exactly hard exec a lot of the time before a minute, so they're just holding. They've given up every site now. They are red across the board, and the Prowler's going to spot nothing. So AQ, the smoke goes back up. This should allow them to hit the C site, but ALG, they've now had time to flood on in. The pre-take was there. A few spotted there by the Haunt, but the dash from the Waylay. Oh, and the convergent paths is so good. Simon hindered. Barricade taken down. GRQ, you dash on forward. Simon slowed and hindered. Still pushes forward, but Ending does manage to get the kill. The paranoia not causing too much damage there, and now Aluba up on logs. Ending still alive over towards Plat as well. 30 seconds left, the time getting so low, but AQ, they swing the back of sight. They get themselves up to 12. And I mean if they win, surely not, right?
I don't know anymore. I really don't. I mean, that was looking so strong. Like I said, the convergent paths coming through and managing to get... Yeah, that timing is insane. Managing to get one ending. I haven't really seen too much of him since those first couple of rounds. Like, I had a brilliant start to the game, and since then, you know, going 13 and 18, not really... I mean, having a bit of an impact, but not as much as you would expect, especially after that first couple of rounds. Very fast little push.
Here.
It is.
Mid
it's
push.
Not great. Yeah, I mean...
The cam, it spots them. Playing chicken with it, but Aluba does take down Simon and the fade ult. The night falls and it sees absolutely nothing. So they know it's all about mid. It didn't spot the Euro region, could find some kind of timing, but AQ, they are taking their advantage and they're trying to run away with it. But look at Eugen Aluba. Managed to sneak the net somehow. A good first pick. Can he find the second? Oh, yeah, he does actually. I think that was an accidental kill. And Eugen up towards site. Yang. Oh, Danny's got to be feeling quite vindictive here. Yang left alone with the Sheriff to try and keep his team in this. But the flash, the swing, the double swing is there. And Yang takes so much chip damage. Only a Sheriff and he finds nothing. AQ. Somehow, Mads, they managed to come back and take that win, sending themselves up to 1-0 on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was not looking good. You know, 8-1 down and a very bad history on that attacking side, and managed to come back and prove themselves. I mean, obviously those last couple of rounds on that defensive half coming in clutch with Simon and the operator, but I mean, just the fact that you can switch up so quickly like that is insane. And Albert doing his best on that last round there, but it's not going to be enough. And the shots that they're hitting as well are just insane. Like, it's perfection. That, like, not even when we mentioned that round about, you know, that textbook play, but not just that round. We're seeing such good starts to rounds, but then they have to adapt and change up what they want to do, and they're able to do that so like flawlessly and seamlessly to the point where it feels like that's what they wanted to do overall from the start. And some of these kills are just I mean,
I think this shows though.
Here
it
is.
Simon Collatz. Yeah, there we go. We've got to get them in again. But like, I think this shows how much this means to both teams, right?
Yes.
They are both wanting this so bad to make it all up, and I think this was the start of the end for ALG there, really, if you look at it. Simon standing up when you know that man has that confidence, especially on the Neon. You talked about it, right? He sometimes plays Deadlock, he sometimes plays Neon.
Yeah.
But did that round from GRQ, being able to win out that ace on your essential, not really a full bonus because of the Na'Vi buy, but relatively close to a bonus, winning it out, I think that turned everything around.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just these, like you say, we have got some team comms.
Simon， 哎，
摆一个，差不多了。左边，70，我们可以下包。这边，
我被黑了，
可能踢8点后，
踢8点后了。我等下，
去打8点后的，要踢回 TP 连了。
踢 A B 连，
去 A B 连下包。我是忍着补吗？去 A B 连下包。
A B 连还有
A 压了2个，A B 连空的 ，TP 连一个 ，A 压了2个，有张头。
对面没有烟，我们能守。
有一个 B， 给个 B 的烟，你们打出去行吗？打出去，里圈，哎，不好意思，为了有缓速，你看，2个他要拉枪了，
我拔了。
哎，哇，没关系，120有辱，120耶路，先打一个，那先打一，别没拆，你好，没拆，这个人是新人 ，OK， 他害怕的。 他拆了，哎，拆一半，
哎呦，
上来，哎，他去他 ，OK，
没时间，
他紧张，他很紧张，他很紧张。
I mean, we love to hear the excitement after that round, right? That feels so good for those players, and I mean, it had to be Simon as MVP, right?
Yeah.
There's basically no other option. Man was so good with both the operator, but also on the attack side, he was selfless with the Neon. Sometimes picking up the shotgun so the rest of his team could full buy, just running it down, getting traded. What a game from Simon.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, that's such a thing that you want from your duelist sometimes, right? It is good to be selfish sometimes, but being able to play with your team and understand their roles as well, it's so good. I mean, all of these highlights are just op kills and stingers. What's going? It's ridiculous. But even yesterday, you know, I do believe he was MVP both games that they played. So it's just this consistency that you want to see as well from your duelist. Mentioned a little bit in the first series today about how unfortunate it is for like inconsistency with your duelist, and being able to have someone like Simon, GG's.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? There was so much coming out from the other side as well. It looked like ALG, they could have stopped the momentum that Any Questions managed to find at almost any moment, but it just wasn't enough. And you know, you've got most of these players going positive or even for both teams, which shows, I think, how close this match was.
Yeah.
But to me, the utility from FFS, yes, he's at the bottom of the leaderboard, but his utility was so good and so consistent that allowed people like Simon to go off and get those kills.
Exactly. All it takes is a bit of information and a bit of timing and knowing from your team like where to go and when, and then you can just send Simon off, and you know that he's 9 times out of 10 going to be able to execute that site by himself and get done what he needs to get done.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here only 1 ace. We did see it in that comms package as well. But I mean, what a game from first map. It's not even.
I know.
We've still got maybe 2 more to go. This is crazy. I cannot wait to see the next map.
I know, hitting 24 rounds in the first map. What else can you ask for, really? Obviously, you can go to overtime, sure, but we are going to be going to Lotus next map as well, so it's going to be, again, a map that you tend to see a lot of overtime on. So back and forth is very attacking heavy map, but might be seeing a lot of defensive side, you know, maybe more defensive comp, but even so, these teams tend to prefer a lot of, you know, util heavy composition. So even on defense, that can be very strong. A main, definitely one to look out for. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I cannot wait for Lotus, but I think we both need a bit of a break.
Yeah.
So we will be right back with Lotus after this break. Hello everyone and welcome back. It was a banger map 1 and now we're going into Lotus and Mads, like this should be a great game. We do have a comp switch from AQ, so maybe things will be a little bit different to what we saw before because the map didn't go super well for them last time they played it.
Yeah, definitely. They did opt for that, I do believe, Deadlock, did you mention?
So yeah, it was Deadlock before, yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but they've opted for a bit more of a default comp. You've got that Vice with Danny now and the GRQ on that Viper, but hold on.
Yeah, what a
very
fight
quick plays
to start out with. Like, that is just how you want it to go if you are ALG. Yes, you lose Barricade, but they've still got control of Mound and AQ. 3 members alive, neither of which will get them a lot of info or allow them to scale up towards site quickly. And they've gone for this. This is definitely a pistol round Viper Wall. You don't use this for any other reason than a pistol. But now they're kind of committed to C. They have to hit C if they want to make the most of this Viper Wall, which is basically most of the util they've got left.
Yeah, definitely. Xeno just trying to get as much information as he can without dying, and like you say, the C push is going to have to happen. Very hesitant though. A and B still being locked down by this defense here, and so cautious of what to do.
The lurk smoke just up as well to allow them TP if they want to, but ending. What a shot. The peak was so good, but actually no, it doesn't matter. GRQ making the most of that ghost, taps the spike, expecting an aggressive response as GRQ is so low. A nice little flick. Aim Lab's moment, but oh, goes to plant the spike and gets taken down. And now it's a 1 versus 1, the Vice versus Vice. Danny, you're so low. You've got a ghost. You've got to try and get the spike down because Yang can play time, and now time is going so low.
That's it.
Yang can just hide. That's going to be it. Danny has no time to find him, and well, he's going to get the spike down. Nope, he's not even going to get that. Yang finds the headshot. And I mean, it was a little bit rough there from the opening. A great aggressive defense. And I expect this is probably what we're going to be seeing quite a lot from the side of ALG.
Yeah, I mean, it's default typically for Lotus anyway, but usually on A. And you usually want to see, you know, that prediction towards A, but very good read from ALG. And, you know, the defense also, you know, still locking down A and B whilst you have 2 on C in a 2v4 because you still have those even numbers on the site, and you know it's going to be a C push after that Viper Wall.
Nice little bait and switch allows Xeno to pick up a first kill with that stinger. Backs off into the safety of his own smoke. Could get spammed out, but has a little bit of spamming of his own just to try and stop anyone from being tempted to push in. And now Barricade. The door swung open. He has to swing back round to watch. But he finds nothing yet. And silence across the map. The nade goes in from Eugen. The smoke comes out onto B again. As both forces have their entirety of their team spread across each side. Yeah, Eugen not going to be able to find anything there. Couple of spams, but Barricade, the door swings open and he swings out. FFS taken down. This Outlaw, it's so strong on this round and it forces the full shield buy on the next. But look at the stinger. Xeno very clean with it. The first bait and switch and then holding down his own smoke at the end. Expected round win.
Yeah, no, it's about to say the same thing. It is what it is, you know. Pretty standard, especially on that defense. You got a pretty solid line there, and with the Outlaw, it is pretty much hard to try and get through any cracks in that line, but look at that!
Nice shot.
That should not be allowed. Once again, I keep saying these are, you know, disgusting kills that these guys are getting. But that's why they're at such a high level, right? And you see such great gameplay, but it's still, you're able to hit some brilliant shots and great clips, which are always nice for the replays. But that A default Viper Wall is going to keep going up, and I expect that is what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the game, most likely. But very cautious. You know, this is their buy round, but ALG have been showing up as well on these pistol rounds, so, and on their bonus rounds compared to last game. So don't want to lose any guns early on. try and bait them out as much as they can, but maybe looking towards the C push.
Yeah, C was wide open. Barricade coming back over himself, bringing the Outlaw into position. The nade shut down any Thorns if they are here, but the Vice over towards A. And Eugen got the Lurk Smoke. He could push forward if he wants to, but they're just going to keep on playing slow. GRQ, here's the rotations, leaving A. And the Vice Ball goes back up, he trips it. And now he's walked up towards stairs. Now you can see ALG, they've got no clue what to do, they don't know where is safe. Is GRQ, oh, he's going to find a good timing onto Yang, but Yang swings it wide. A nice little shot, and now the Stinger from Xeno does get shut down this time around, but the A site is not as open as they think, so they're going B. Shut down that door, take the B site, just about get the plant down, but they've now got the hold up against 4 members of ALG on this retake. Oh, they're coming in quick. Sliding out through heaven, but getting shut down at every moment. And now bingo, we've spotted exactly where ALG's members are. 1 out through Hobbit, 1 in heaven. Aluba. No such luck against FFS. So clean with it. And Simon shuts down at the end of the round.
Although not too bad.
No.
On a bonus round like that, you know, pretty good amount of damage done to the economy. Something I would want to mention though is the I say the comp on the side of AQ. Simon is on Fade, and you've got FFS on the Omen, which is a big switch up.
Yeah.
And I just love the fact that we're seeing Simon again with switching. That's 3 roles in 3 games, and I love it, right? And it's just that versatility that you really want from one of your best players. And FFS, you know, switching over to that Omen and being able to chop and change as they wish. Ooh.
A nice first pick there as well. GRQ got spammed down as they were walking, and Barricade thought he found an angle, but the Omen's going to live to fight another day, but the same can't be said for Simon. Shut down, trying to fake the retake over towards C, I think, but
no.
He just
kind of walking out.
Yeah.
Just going for a little casual walk, but no worries. He's down to a 3v5 though, and it's going to be very hard to try and take these sites. Man advantage even down on this A site alone. 3v2, but Lurk is coming through from Danny. He's going to get caught out and not going to get much for it.
Oh, and a headshot from Eugen, but that's a phantom moment if I've ever seen one.
Yep.
Didn't work out well, and now we're seeing the same round as we saw before. Switch, flip over towards B, but now there's only 2 of you alive. And yeah, okay, you've got even guns as well if you want another disadvantage in it, so Danny's got to go exploring. He's going to move up towards heaven, trying to catch a timing onto Xeno, but the splash is broken, and so is Danny's heart. FS does get the trade through, but Yang cleans it up. A 5v2 converted down to a 4v nothing. A good round there from the defenders. The retake is going to come on through nice and easy, and they're feeling confident now.
They are, and I mean, it's really great, right? Because I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is a very attacking heavy map, and that is such a... Oh my god. Anyway, it's a very attacking heavy map, and the fact that you're getting these rounds on defense, you're already on 3. So anything more now is pretty solid, and I think AQ know that. Timeout is going to come through, and I'm assuming... Oh, timeout?
Oh, tech pause.
Tech pause. It happens. But it does give these players a time to, you know, calm down, cool down, you know, take a little bit of a breather, a bit of a drink. But also that does slow down the momentum, and that's the unfortunate thing about these tech pauses. It's oh no, is it ALG? I don't know. But it's unfortunate. But so far, 3-1, and like I said, I think ALG are in this position again, same as last time, where they know this half is they're definitely going to have to get as many as they can. Because even though, again, it is a very attacking heavy map, I think AQ are going to be very, very strong on this defense. They have the opportunity to try and take so much space early on with the comp that they have, and it's going to be very difficult to try and counter that. So take the momentum whilst they have it with ALG and keep running with it, really.
and it's whether or not they can, coming out of this timeout, right?
Yeah.
Keep it going. I think that's
it's hard.
It is, because you're sat there and you're not allowed to talk. You have to sit there and, you know, you can play silly little games, you can make little tiny jokes that are nothing to do with the game, but
yeah,
it's so difficult as a player to keep your mindset right. And I mean, look at all the drinks they're having as well.
I know. That's the thing, that they're the second series of the day, so they've been waiting around for a while. You know, they are, and obviously the time difference as well. It is late in the evening at this point, so it's hard. You've been waiting all day, and then you got to play a best of 3. You're a map down already with ALG. You've got a couple of rounds in your hand, but like you say, it's going to be very hard to keep this momentum going. Yeah,
and I do think this is a really interesting map pick for the second map in the series for AQ, because they've not been good on it historically, at least publicly. Maybe scrims are doing better for them, right? There's definitely that possibility, but now we're gonna see. Okay, we've got FFS. He was being ratty with the Bucky, but actually he's gone back down to the Frenzy. That's not so bad, but this is going to be another B main fight. They've gone for this kind of bait play already. Will it work with the Yoru instead, though, is the question, because AQ, they're pushing out. And oh, what a good paranoia, but the Hinder should slow everyone down.
No.
Yeah, they hard clear it. Barricade, no chance at all there, and ending. Gonna spot nothing coming outside of the smokes. Zeno on top of the box. What a shot onto Danny. Taken out of the round, and now it's a 4 versus 4. But ALG still have the gun advantage. A smoke outside of B, but that means none left for C main as the exec comes on through towards site, but ending. Oh, takes out Eugen as he satchels over towards the site, and the dash actually ending. Joining the rest of his team. Aluva now left alone, takes down the opposing fade of Simon. And just clone behind him. Make sure nothing is lurking up outside of B as the spike. They might be able to get it planted, but it's going to be so difficult. Yeah, the smoke has to come on out. Trying to dodge any of the bullets. The Prowler finds nothing as well. And Aluva taken out GRQ. The spam back. The Frenzy finds nothing. And ALG expected round win again. But they secure it. And these kind of rounds, if you lose them, that changes everything, right? Yeah, definitely. I mean, losing against an eco is never great anyway. You know, you're giving up those guns for free and you're losing that round, but I mean, the momentum as well, we're sticking a look back in the tech boards, it is so important. I'm glad, obviously, like, yeah, you mentioned, it is expected for them to win, but it's very, very crucial round. I think they do that. So, obviously, winning an eco round is expected, but that extra layer of relief is going to be there. And this, again, very expected. AQ 4-1 on not only on their better side, but also their map. So at this point, they're thinking, okay, this isn't too great. But again, last map, they came back from 8-1. At this point, they're thinking there's nothing that we can't do to bring this back. It is just about taking your time and really rethinking about how this is going right now. I think they're playing very slow. They're trying to work out that time, which is expected. You have that Viper. You want to try and get that that push along A, trying to get some space. A very slow comp, but you also do have, very strong duelists. So what kind of things, possibly looking to be a bit more aggressive, not even fully, but just a bit of very fast aggression, then slow down a bit, just try and chop and change and really try and keep ALG on their toes. Well, I mean, strong duelists is because we saw this kind of thing from ending before. This is just what I'm a little bit worried about for ending on ALG. Is he popped off so hard to start with on Haven, and then he just petered off towards the end. He's 5-2 now. I'm worried about the echoes of that coming back, but now, this is going to be the aggressive A take that you were talking about. The TP's up towards the top of site, but just immediately shut down. And I like FFS as well, not even on that Sova this time, but still opting for the Odin plays, and I respect it so much. And the aggressive play, exactly, but this is exactly what I was talking about. The aggressive push and then immediately slowing down. They've got that pick, and we're talking a little bit about it in first map. Getting that pick and then wanting to reset that first blood. Once it's taken, you then have that chance to reset. But unfortunately, a couple of times it didn't work out in this first map, and I think they've learned their lesson from that. Yeah. As now, AQ pushing up forward. Simon doing the same thing that got him punished before, but he's got Danny with him this time. Little bit of extra support. Both Prowlers expended, trying to really sell this fake, but I don't think ALG's falling for it. It's there we go, the boombot over towards A. It's going to show them. We're still here. We're still on A.
Yeah.
But now, this is where the kind of double fake, the double bluff comes in, right? Because look at where AQ are going. They're going back to C.
And all it is wait a little bit of time and a little bit more spam on A. And there's that smoke coming through as well. Wasting a little bit util one by one. And although C is still being held down for now. Xeno managed to get one, managed to get two on the board.
The door. What a perfect time to do it. And now Yang, yes, very low, but this is his sight. Surely he turns at just the right time. No, he doesn't. FS. The Odin, you talked about it. It's good. And it's not necessarily the duelists popping off, but this Viper ult surely going to secure this round. The spam coming on through from Barricade. Yeah. He's turning. He's checking behind him. Buying time for Aluba to come up through C. There's no flank watch available for either of these two teams right now, so it all comes down to this fight on site. Barricade. Pop in the flash. It doesn't flash Simon, though, and he sees exactly where he is, and FFS with the spam takes him down.
In the Viper's pit as well is just crazy. Aluba opting to save as well. I mean, it makes sense, right? You don't really want to be pushing into that.
Yeah. There's not a lot you can do, and there we go. He's going to save. Bomb goes off. AQ, they get the round on the board that they needed, because this is their map. This is their series now to lose. They want to close it out here. They don't want to risk going to Abyss.
Yeah, definitely. And it is going to be... I mean, look at these kills as well. Managing to get the spike down just in time. I think it's about playing with 5 seconds left on the board. And... I mean, it's just brilliant plays, right? And oh, we've got double Odin. Okay, I respect it. Fight fire with fire, I guess, and that is going to be exactly, which is great. I mean, obviously you tend to see Owen with the judge, but is this going to be a little bit of a push on? No, opting to back off a little bit.
I like this from ALG. They're looking to try and find some info early, because so far AQ, they've been relatively, I think, predictable with how they've been playing around the map. That last round was great from them. The time went a little bit low, but it really forced that time. But now Luba on a very advanced position. The Prowler surely going to spot him out. And yeah, the paranoia comes on through as well. Simon with the swing. Perfection. GRQ doesn't want to take the duel against Barricade. But now, AQ, you've got a decision to make. Do you push B, or do you open up that door and go C? No, they're just going to go back. A, it could happen. It's only Barricade there. The Vice utility is on site. And that's it. A's open, actually.
Yeah. And that's a great thing about this Viper board, that you can kind of lurk around for a while and play off of your wall and get so much information out of it. And just wait it out. And if they want it, site is there if they're quick enough. But the thing is, they have to still, clear it out. They're not too sure. They cannot see what we can see, unfortunately.
But they pop over towards B. We saw this from ALG earlier on as well. IQ, sorry, earlier on. But now the convergent paths ending, really stopping anything from happening. The spike, surely no chance to go down. The swing on in, actually GRQ finds a good pick, but the spike doesn't go down, and Danny falls. Ending, closing out that round. A nice little 3K clip for his clip dumps post-tournament, I'm sure, but that was another round where it felt like...
Oh, the jump peak.
It felt like AQ just... They didn't have the tempo to really play that round.
No, I 100% agree. We're talking about how great that Viper War is and playing that time, but on the other side, you have that Yoru who's able to go back and forth from sites very easily, and being able to just give a little bit of presence on A and forcing them over to B, and that time is ticking down, and they do not have those advantages to be able to push B.
No, but instead...
very fast, though.
Yeah, switching up the tempo. AQ, they want this A site. There's going to be 3 here by the time they go in the nade. Actually, Barricade has no TP out, so he's going to take a fair bit of chip damage and spams on through. Eugen falls because of it as well. Site will eventually be taken, but this is an insecure site take for sure. The defenders, they can retake this with relative ease once the rest of them are here.
Indeed, and It is going to be a pretty strong retake. 5 people left, and the ultimate's coming. Loads of ultimates coming through.
Yeah, double of ice ult to try and shut out all of the good guns, but now the fade ult as well, the info, the death, and the decay. It's all there for ALG. They are struggling so much. AQ, they already had the low guns. They were happy with that anyway, but now ALG, they've managed to find out where the spike is. They see where the majority of AQ are, and they are shutting them out. It's just Danny, not even a sheriff, just a classic, doesn't find anything. The defuse, it is just about gonna come through, I think, but that was a little bit close, and so many ults invested from both sides.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, honestly, if they hadn't used that many ults on the side of AQ, that would have been a good round. You know, they got the planting down, they had the eco, got a few picks, loads of ults used from the side of ALG as well to get that site back. I wouldn't have been overly mad if that was me, but I think the play, you know, was get site fast, get that plant down, and play for time because they did not have those guns. But unfortunately, just going against a 5-man retake isn't the place you want to be in with sheriffs and classics. But both Odin's going to be back in play, which we love to see. But very fast again, opting for the same push, but this time the guns are in their favor.
Yeah, Eugen though has the ult, no satchels and all. What a beautiful flash as the trades come on through. One of the Odins goes through, and actually Eugen somehow barricade. He didn't make it out. The TP was just a little bit late, and now AQ. It feels like they've now cemented themselves onto the A site this time. A much more secure post plant. No one over towards tree. Aluba unlikely to invest the Nightfall as well here, really. And Eugen tucked into this ratty little corner.
Yeah.
Was Danny. I mean, look at this. You can see, okay, ending fully aware that the Vice. Danny loves this kind of flank attack on the spike, finds nothing. And yet, there we go. Surely this is all she wrote. It was Eugen, Aluba. Just headshot out straight away. And there we go. This is the kind of rounds that AQ needed to come back into this.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see them trying to do it beforehand. Like, there was potential, but they've just not been getting, like you say, the tempo, the timing. I think it's been a little bit off. And they're starting to work around it, and you're seeing it in play, really. It's brilliant to see, and they're picking up this pace. Before, they were very slow, very methodical. And sure, it typically does seem to be how these rounds want to be played, but if it's not working, change it up. And now we're seeing a time up from ALG, so clearly something's working from AQ, right? Now, you know, that tempo is picking up a little bit, and you're going to want to try and slow it down, possibly trying to fight this A main. We haven't seen too much of it. Usually you see quite a contention for that A main early on from that defense, but we haven't seen too much, and I guess that could be down to that Viper ball and just not bothering to want to try and fight it. But something needs to be done. We saw a lot of early on fast-paced gameplay from this defense, especially on ending as well. You have that recall. Like you say, this mosquito comp, you have the option to do it. You can do it on attack, but you can also do it on defense. And this is, if there's one map that you want to do it on, it's Lotus. So I think trying to pick up that pace. We're seeing a lot of slow rounds, and I think from both teams, it's the answer.
Yeah, and we can see ALG. They've got the guns up. No Odin, sadly, from Xeno. I know you'll be sad about that.
I know. I do love the Odin.
But we're not going to see that early kind of fight we were expecting. Maybe not this round. Maybe that'll be for the next as more of a surprise. But ALG, they've got a relatively similar defense. The key thing here is ending. Ready, waiting for the Overlord to shut it down. Actually, he was in spawn to hold it.
Yeah.
And now the Hulk, the exec, it's been stopped for a moment as the Thorns, they slow everyone down, but then the util flood towards site. The Vice flash, the paranoia, everything to try and take site. Spike's going to go down relatively easy. AQ, they're slowly finding their footing, finding out how they can get into these post plants.
Definitely. And again, it's just these little ratty corners that we've been talking about, and GRQ in a very, very good position right now. But that fade out's going to come through.
Oh, what a fade out! What a stash in from ending! The classic, the Vandal gets pulled out as well. A 4K just all out of nowhere. This man, you talked about it before, this is what he needed to keep up, right? He needs to have more of a play through the entire map like he didn't on Haven. And oh boy, we're seeing it. That is incredible.
I mean, look at that. And it's about playing your team's util as well, waiting for the right time. The fade ult comes through. You don't really have the advantage. You know, the site had been pretty much locked down. It's just chipping away slowly at that confidence and that, you know, that stability on site. And there we go. Xeno's got his gun back, so I'm happy. So GRQ opting for the Stinger as well. Pretty much a full buy apart from that. A little bit of, let's say, contesting a bit of util towards A, but immediately opting to rotate back through. But that is where Ending and Yang are sitting very comfortably on site with full util still in hand.
And crucially here, they've got that convergent path for the Waylay as well. The lurk smoke goes up, and this usually means they're looking to try and take down the Vice Wall. They don't see it, they don't hear it. I think they've worked out it's probably over towards B, but Ending holding inside the smoke as Eugen pushing on forward. The team swings on in, but Ending's still there. He takes such a good timing. He's got his recall, but not going to risk taking that. That's a bit dangerous. And now look at this map position. Look where we have Simon.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tap the spike and actually think Simon's heard the rotates away, but he doesn't know about Xeno. Doesn't know about the Odin. He spots it. The Horn. And now AQ, they've left C. They've got to make a decision here.
Very interesting. I don't know. Everyone's rotated over.
B? I guess, yeah, B
Oh,
is
this
open.
makes sense. Simon does have a very good position right now to be able to hold down at least Heaven on B.
But Convergent Paths comes on through. There's no dash for the way. Only the dash is there for the Waylay. She dashes on in and immediately shuts out Eugen. What a retake. Simon last left alone breaks down the door on Hobbit. But there's no chance at all. So he's going to save that gun into the next round. Try and keep himself in to try and get AQ up to 4 because they need to find something.
Yeah, and I mean, they probably weren't expecting the Waylay ult there to be, you know, invested in a especially on B as well. It's very easy to try and isolate B, but sometimes it's worth just, you know, hitting that ult button and just taking that win. Especially again, last map they were 8-1 up and they do not want to be losing any of these rounds. Take as much as they can.
The Barricade has the op this time around. He does miss the shot though. What a flash, and the satchels just kept Eugen moving just about enough for him to survive. And now the big thing here to watch out for AQ, they've got this Viper's Pit. If they can find their way to A again, they can try and secure it. But I think ALG are fully aware. The Prowler perfectly shuts that down, and Xeno's Odin. We got a Brock on the server. Finds one, the spam slows down everything else, but he's going to have to reload that gun, and that takes a fair amount of time. Barricade, though, holding down tree. The spike getting capped. Barricade swings! What a shot, and that is now so difficult for anything. FFS, the only person alive with the judge, does get a couple of damages, 1 kill, but Ending takes him out of the round, and well, it was more of a pre-take than a retake, but that's really, really sets them up well.
It does indeed, and I'm saying a much better half compared to last time. They did start off very, very well last game, but of the comeback did manage to bring it to an 8-4, so already 1 round extra. And if they manage to win pistol as well, it's just, you know, it can be anyone's game, and they have been doing very, very well on this pistol round. So I believe it, 2 out of 3 so far. So overall, not too bad. Managing to get anything that they can just to keep that advantage because they're doing exceptionally well. However, I feel like I can't say anything or predict anything because AQ have proven me so wrong last map that I'm a little bit cautious as to what is going to happen.
Yeah, like I want to say this is going to go to a map 3, but at this point, who knows?
Exactly, and that's the great thing, is that it can still be anyone's game at any point. I mean, looking at the even the champs finals, you know, going onto Abyss and 11-1 comeback. So we've seen it happen on these LAN stages before.
we have, but this is going to be an absolute hell of a second half. I can absolutely tell, because I mean, ending is still on fire, and I think that's the key difference maker. And like we said, this wasn't there on Haven, right? They needed to bring ending back into it. They needed to bring out the set plays that we've seen that looked so good.
Yeah, I mean, last game we weren't seeing ending towards the end of the rounds. Really, we're seeing him at the beginning and kind of getting taken out for a bit of information and stuff, which is fine. But now we're seeing him end game and the end of these rounds, and he's coming back in and retaking these sites, and it's working so much better. Along with the utility, he's working with the team. And look at this, it's a bit of up and down on this map so far, but overall, pretty damn good.
So what that's saying is, if he's gotten a kill, they've won that round. If he's gotten a single kill, they've won the round.
Exactly. So just the impact, it's insane. It does feel good, and that's what you want from your duelist, and that must feel good to him as a duelist as well, right? Being able to have that impact for your team. It's so 15-4 right now, by the way.
Yeah,
unreal,
absolutely crazy. This, and maybe last map was just the warm up, right? It's LAN. You're waiting a while. The last one went to a BO3 with OT. Maybe you didn't have the proper warm up for the time there, but now we're seeing ALG go for the classic. But Yujin pushed out and takes down Yang. No more luck over towards the B site. So A is where you've got to go, and ending trying to find the timing, the reload. Just managed to avoid it all, and despite going to get planted potentially for heaven, this is a risky one, but ending's going up to join the fight. AQ any moment now going to be swinging around this one way. I don't think they've got time to reset it. Oh, there we go. Now surely that one way comes on in after the boom bot. The paranoia, yeah, shuts down the push. Ending swings on round just to confirm it. The Hawk does spot him, but he doesn't even drop. AQ though, they're finding every pick they need. They were paused for a second, but what a retake. And oh no, Mad, so we seeing the same thing again. Is it?
I don't know, and I'm scared of Cast a Curse. But it's great, like you said, they just halted for a second, but sometimes that's all you need, right? You don't want to be swinging out one by one and losing players for no reason. Just take your time, wait for the smokes to go down, and just bombard site together. That's all it is. Pistol rounds, you just need to be hitting your shots. There's not much util to be playing off of, so you might as well just really go for it. And I mean, the positioning as well, it's just perfect. That's definitely what they needed, especially on a 9-3. We've seen the curses happen before, but that is, I do believe, the judge as well. FFS, going back to those Omen roots.
Love and what I love here is he's taken full A control, right? They just ran it down
with the judge,
and now he's just going to be holding here for the entire round. Okay, his retake might be a little bit weaker, but they've got Danny anchoring site. Thorns popped a little bit early. He peeks around, and ending dashes over the Hindo and finds, yes, good value, but no kills off of the back of it. And now if they move over towards A, the judge is just going to come in, right? Surely. They have to be wary of what's happening over here, because FFS...
You'd hope so.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh boy. No.
Yeah, he finds the first. And all of a sudden Aluba, worried, scared, the paranoia setting in even if the ability isn't used.
Simon says back him up.
Yeah, Simon actually finds the shot. No work for the judge needed, and Yang pops the wall. They know exactly where the vice is. A smoke comes on out, just to allow FS to get the judge back out again, because this little rat wants to. Peeks into the smoke. Simon, though, finds the headshot, shuts Yang out, and what a round win.
Like you say, the positioning is so strong, and the reliance on the rest of your team, right? We're seeing... You mentioned a little bit about the Vice being able to lock down on C there. Danny, GRQ backing him up. FFS locking down A, and then Simon coming again to back him up. It's just the coordination and the timing is so strong. And I'm kind of glad that we're seeing it, right? Because we saw a very good first game from them and a little bit of a rough start to this game. But they have so much potential, and I'm really glad that we're even seeing a few rounds of what they can really do. Simon now taking his turn on the OD. It's just a lot. There's a lot going on. taking turns with these Odins, not opting for a lot of operators this map, really.
Yeah, a couple from Barricade, but now FFS. Oh no! The rat with the judge, the Prowler, surely gonna note him. GRQ could take it if he's got his gun out. Euro TP. The judge heard, spotted, seen, and finds only a little bit of damage. The Viper Molly just to try and slow everything down, stop the exit from happening, but ending was here lurking. And Simon ready and waiting with that Odin that you noted at the beginning. But ALG, they still have 4 alive. Full rifles as well. No Spectres, no Bulldogs, nothing like that AQ are having to deal with. As A site open, Simon peeks into it alone. The coordination not there this time around, and A site open for the taking. Free real estate as the plant goes down.
Yeah, and it's definitely looking good for ALG, but I mean, the guns are on their side. Never mind, GLQ's just picked up an Odin.
Uh-oh.
Could be worth saving it, to be honest with you. Especially, I mentioned it before, like, on these bonus rounds, honestly, picking up a gun and managing to get out is more than you can ask for.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait a minute, GRQ, though. He's finding damage. He's finding something with this picked up Odin. Both of the attackers are holding the same line. Danny, he's gonna stick it. He's actually gonna kill him. Xeno peeks at the last possible second. The spike is gonna go off, and ALG, they managed to win it somehow.
Is that
the
was
last
that 0.6?
second?
I think
must have been.
Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay, I actually thought. Okay. Okay. Need to maybe recompose myself.
Take a minute. We're fine.
Yeah.
We got the replays to go through.
True. We might be able to see the timing as well on this actually. I mean, the fact. What a good bonus, though, right?
Like GRQ picking up that Odin did so much work.
Yeah.
0.06.
Oh. Wow.
This is a banger of a game. ALG wanting to take it as far as they can. Abyss, well, we've not actually seen Abyss from them yet in Ascension, so it'll be interesting to see if we get it this time around. They're just pushing for now, taking some of that C space. But this is where the anchoring's been good, so I like this idea from ALG. If they are able to... Ooh, Simon, careful. If they're able to pull out some of this utility over towards C early, they could then re-hit exec there later on.
Yeah, definitely. And especially after being on A as well, and knowing that FFS is probably going to be sitting there anchoring at some point. I do think this C hit could be the way. They just need to try and get rid of this utility, and it has been so strong so far. Danny, a very strong player.
Yeah, but the paranoia was perfect, and the hinder was there as well, ending working perfectly off of his own utility and off the util of his team. As ALG, they immediately put themselves into such an advantage situation. FFS, the paranoia. I did get Yang, and Yang, despite the spam, didn't find anything, and now it's just Simon and FFS. Door opened, nothing spotted. And it feels like FFS is not really wanting to go for this retake.
No, I don't think it's worth it. The money is not looking good on their side, and I don't know. I mean, Simon still wants some blood on his hands, but it's going to happen. But yeah, it's just not worth it. And unfortunately, he's going to go down. He's only got 150 credits, so he's going to have to save alongside, and it's probably it's not worth it. And that's going to be 11-5.
And now unless AQ can pull something special out with their eco, I'm assuming we'll see a timeout from them. I think they've got one left. This is surely where we see it.
Yeah, no, I think so. It's hard. I think ALG have been playing so well, but even so, AQ have not been the same team that we saw last game, like, at all. And I hate to say it, but it does go down to Simon, as that anchor for the team tends to be, that strong player that you kind of rely on. But he's kind of having to be that player with the only information on the team. And that's where the problem comes in. He's having to focus on getting that information, and it just doesn't seem to be a role that he should be playing. Although it's great that he can flex, I just feel like sometimes you have to know your limits. Maybe Mace is just, you know, a little bit of a rough game so far, but you know, the timeout is coming out, and it's hard because ALG have been reading this game like a book. And I think AQ have been hit with a little bit of a brick wall, being like, oh, okay, hold on. These guys actually know what they're doing. And the fact that they're dominating on this map as well, you know, it's not their map pick. So switching between map picks is insane. But it's going to be an interesting next couple of rounds. It's still definitely doable. You know, 11-5. I just don't know. Okay, say AQ get a couple rounds. Say we bring it, you know, even to 11-9. That's still 2 rounds needed for ALG. And between the next, however many, 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, they need 2.
Yeah.
And it's definitely doable. And look, it's an eco round. Well, I say an eco round, it's some sort of a round for AQ.
A semi-force up as GRQ breaks the Prowler, holds his line as Yujin. We've seen this bait play. This was used against AQ on the last half.
So, surely, right?
Yeah, I think ALG, they've noted it. They're not going to risk. And the key thing here, similar to on Haven, Barricade buying up this Outlaw when he knows that it's going to be low money on the other side, even on the attack side. The spam finds nothing, but actually the Nightfall is popped from AQ just to get the info. No exec, no power play off the back of it, and now silence across the map again.
Yeah, I mean, Simon does not have the manpower to back him up on that one. And it's definitely not the gunpowder either. So, an interesting play. Obviously, like you said, getting a bit of information, but on that eco round, is it really worth it? I mean, Barricade still with Outlaw holding downstairs. Very, very dangerous territory to be in.
It looks like they're wanting to flip back into B, but actually GRQ does find the Luba. That's their own Nightfall taken down and ending. He spins around a 180 to take out Simon. Only a classic. Wasn't able to find the heads, but GRQ is there and the time is so low. Ending swinging round the corner. He also gets taken down, but GRQ's down to 17 health. Yang, you're next up on the line and you do find it, but Yujin, was that a collat with the Guardian or was that 2 separate shots? But regardless, they needed that round. That was not a good buy for them, and that changes this entire map, potentially this half, on its head.
It does indeed, keeping them away from that match point as much as they can. And I mean, only 3 guns were bought, but only, I believe, 2 were needed, really. Simon not managing to get his kill, but doing enough damage to the point where Ending's just a little bit too cautious to be able to keep pushing up as much as he wanted to. And it's those little plays that matter, right? Even if you don't get the kill, it's just doing your part. And sometimes that's all you need. And I'm glad that that Nightfall was worth it as well, you know? And managing to get the round out of that, because otherwise it could have been, it would have been game over, really, to be honest with you. So it's slowly bringing it back.
Yeah. It's coming back in slowly, AQ. They found some kind of footing, that timeout, just like we saw on Haven, actually, the timeouts doing very good work. But now, convergent paths over towards site. Thorns everywhere, but site is taken, Ending over there with the Yoru of Barricade. Site set up, but now getting the spike down, that's the easy part. Holding it. That's why ALG, they struggled the last round. Especially with Simon like that. What?
Yep. And they also do have the Showstopper and the Viper's Pit if they want it. And loads of ults are going to come out. There it is!
2K with the Showstopper. And now it's only Xeno and Yang, Guardian and Stinger as the guns come back online for AQ. The Steel Garden has ended. And, oh, the Haunt was perfect. Xeno was caught by it, and now it's just Yang. Holding out in main, does find one. He finds the second, the third, not possible. And AQ, they get another retake. The Resurgence coming back in.
Yeah, I think they're at a point now where they're ready to retake. Like, they have the ultimates kind of rolling in one by one at this point. And look at that. Simon, I mean, I've been mentioning Odin quite a lot. I don't know. It's an interesting gun. It's buyable, that's for sure. And you can buy it and it's in the game. And that's all I'm going to say. But it's just, it is just the AQ that we've been seeing last game. And I'm seeing slowly start to wake up a little bit. And I'm scared. And the fact that ALG are now having to put out a timeout, their final one of the game, is scary. They still have 4 rounds in hand, and they're opting to do the timeout because they know any questions could come back at any point, and it is scary. I think maybe trying to I say play slower, maybe try. I think the first blood is going to be important for them. But they've been playing well. That's the thing, right? They're taking space. They know what they want to do and when they want to do it. They're taking A when they want to, rotating towards C when it's needed. But it's just being read so well. It's hard to counter that, right? Especially, you know, when you feel like you're doing everything that you can, and it's just not enough. And they are on their last map possibly. So, okay, eco round makes sense. You know, you doing this timeout and try and set themselves up for the next. They got the Euro ult as well, one orb away. So, trying to get what they can out of that and see what they can do. But on the same side, AQ know this and probably going to try and deny any sort of. They can, but very aggressive start on towards B.
Yeah, classic eco round play. Try and take the B site, get the spike down, but Aluba was too late. Aluba's got the spike and the even hindered. Still finds 2. Aluba shut out, and now it's just Xeno. Omen ult expended as part of this exec. And they have an idea that he's somewhere flank, but they have no clue where. And I mean, Xeno, you've pulled off some miracles already, but this would be insane. The crossfires are set up, the swings, the smoke is good.
Very good.
But yeah, GRQ holds the line down. The Phantom wins it out, and are we seeing a comeback?
I don't know. I'm scared, Echo. I'm scared. I don't really know what to say at this point. I mean, it was a very good round from AQ there. I think, obviously, you don't want to give them a chance to even breathe on an eco round like that. Like you said, it's going to be a very fast push, a default push onto B for an eco round. But again, just a good counter. We're seeing Simon in the best positions, blinded and stunned, and gets 2 from it. It's just casual, you know, casual stuff. No worries. But also, I mean, I keep saying that I'm scared. I can't even imagine how ALG are feeling right now. They have these rounds, but they can feel them slipping away from them. Barricade managing to get this ultimate and lots of information coming from it. Eugen.
Yeah, execing over towards the B site, and Eugen, I'm sure he heard it before, but just the awareness wasn't there to keep it down, and ALG, they get the spike down. They have an advantage now in this round. The paranoia, it does hit Yang, but the smokes come out to allow him to play around still. Try and keep control of main to stop the retake from coming back in, but AQ, they've been so strong on their retakes before. A lot of spam, but they're holding, they're waiting, they're hoping ALG make a mistake, but no more mistakes from ALG. The swing from Danny, oh, he just can't find it, and Xeno stopping it in its tracks in main as well. It's Simon left with an Odin, not exactly a retake gun for sure, and yeah, he's got to back out, he's got to save. But ALG, they find their 12th now, Mads, and this feels like... Oh!
That's not great.
Yeah, that... Oops.
Okay, anyway. The thing is now, right, is we're either going to see map 3 or we're going to see AQ come back with the most force we've ever seen. And I reckon it's going to be map 3. At this point, sure, the game isn't over till it's over. That's so unfortunate. I love that fact that that's been clipped. But it's you are going to be consistently on match point until you reach. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to see a duel here over B main. Paranoia was good, but the clone was the one that took the bullet. And the TP out for barricade. He's safe and sound. Eugen did not find what he wanted to there. The one way refreshed over towards C Mound as GRQ not spotted anything yet, but you can see AQ. They think, you know what, we scared them away from B main, so they're going to go somewhere else.
And they're stacked towards A as well. They're so confident this is going to be happening. I mean, to be fair, if GRQ can try and solo and push them off of this site and run this time down, it could be doable, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, the snakebite trying to slow everything down, the hinder out, the TP's there, but there's no more dash from ending, so Barricade finds himself alone on site, but the rest of the scale up comes in as the snakebite fades, and we're now going to be seeing another one of these 5 versus 5 retakes. Because
Yeah,
AQ, like
and-
you said, they gambled wrong.
Yeah,
And
they
now
did.
they've-
And look at how small the site is, right?
They've got to pay the price, like you say, it's so small. One person, Yang, watching the flank, but finds absolutely nothing there as AQ. They put their own smoke down, they can start to come in, the Seas finds nothing. And the statue is broken, they know Ending. They know his position, they swing on through, but Ending holds his ground. And Danny, yes, okay, you do take that trade, but it's now going to be so difficult for AQ. It's only GRQ alone, 3 HP, same as Xeno. But absolutely no chance as ALG. They take the map win. They take it away from AQ because that was their map to lose. And now we are guaranteed another 3rd map. Abyss, you said you've seen it too much. Well, we're going to go there at least once more today.
That's okay. It's a very interesting map. So it always gives you, you know, new ways of gameplay being shown and util being used. And I always love to see how different teams love to play it. However, it's just a lot, isn't it? It's just a lot of Abyss. But I mean, it's been an interesting map. Obviously, both teams have now taken each other's maps, and it is down to the wire now. But AQ just not really showing up what they did before. I mean, ALG, obviously something's happened between that like 2-minute break that they had between maps, because they have really shown up. And that's the thing. I think they managed to get a very good defensive half, which is fine. And then obviously it is attacking side of the map. So you're just kind of playing your normal game and doing what you need to do. And they've kind of realized, you know, they can lose a couple rounds here and there and they're still chilling.
Oh, I mean, this round
Look at this.
from Ending.
This was, yeah, I know.
Like, this is exactly the kind of stuff that you want to see coming out from this, especially when we're now going over on to Abyss, right? Where we've not seen what ALG run there. We've not seen it yet so far in Ascension. And on the other side, we saw a deadlock comp. But
we did.
Now they seem to have moved away from that, so...
Yeah. But also this didn't work. So...
Maybe they go back to it?
Maybe they go back? Possibly?
And I think this is part of the reason I'm loving like CN Ascension so far, is because you don't know what to expect, and this means that the teams, they don't have endless prep. They can't just counter what the other teams do all the time. It comes down to intuition. It comes down to gunfights, and I mean that seems to be where ALG was shining here.
还没进 ，A 连 B 大，架，我也在架 B 大，就架 B 大，两个，我打铲，nice，Oh my god， 太厉害了，奇，欧丁，就，我捡到了，没事，好，等我狗，
来，
我清近点，我清近点，
知道了，
我帮你们清近点，近点没人，推爆点，
来，
B 波那个，
我管 B 的，
嘿，爆点两个，
我要出手了！
哎，爆点，地包 ，nice， 我拆 ，nice， 兄弟们好会帮出去了，兄弟们扛档，兄弟们，
没事，兄弟们，给我道具我就是杀，好吗？
好的，厉害，兄弟们扛档，哎，
来了吧，奥丁。
I mean, what a round from Ending to hear the team comms there. Absolutely incredible. I mean, it had to be Ending for the MVP because him on the Waylay, it felt like he locked in a way that we just didn't see on Haven. I'm sure most of these highlights, it's probably going to be him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I do wish there was a little bit more of a celebration for him on that round, because that was a round and a half. But obviously, you want the consistency on that duel list, which we mentioned a bit earlier. But if you're going to bring it out, it's going to have to be, you know, that final map where your life really is on the line. And I'm hoping that you can kind of bring it into 3rd map, right? Because that's the thing. Sure, you've given yourself this one extra chance. Do not waste it.
Yeah, and I think especially going on to Abyss, where there are a lot of question marks. If Ending can keep it up, if he can keep up, you know, things like that 180 turn, right? then this absolutely could go their way, because don't forget, this is such a high stakes match as well. Map 3 is so important to both of these teams that they need to win this, and they're going to put their all into it, like we saw in that first match earlier today.
Yeah, definitely. And I mentioned it a little bit at the beginning of the first game, and you know, ending really being that one person who needs to try and shut down Simon as much as possible. We saw that this game, right? We saw Simon maybe a little bit towards the end with the Odin trying to come back a bit, but really didn't show up for the team like he normally does. And that's that difference. We really just, like, as a team, you have to understand who is your best competition here and who do you have to try and shut down as much as possible. Don't get me wrong, the whole side of AQ is a very, very strong side. But as your anchor and your one, like, main player for the team, once he gets shut down, it is very, very hard to keep that momentum up for AQ.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And unlike on Haven, we saw no thrifties on that map, which, you know, we saw some very, very close, very kind of slightly eco rounds, but no full thrifties, which I think is quite impressive, because those can absolutely turn the tide usually.
Yeah, definitely. And also Lotus being one of those maps where you tend to see the rounds a lot closer than the usual. So it's unfortunate, you know, that this has to happen, but hey, it means we get map 3. And as much as I've seen too much of Abyss, we always love a map 3.
Yeah, we love a map 3, but I need a quick break. I'm sure you do at home as well. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Let's get going for Abyss after this break. Hello everyone and welcome back for the third and final map of this series. The 6th of the day. We had to go all the way when everything is on the line for these two teams. Mads, welcome back. I'm sure you're exhausted, but we've still got the bits to go.
Hey, I mean, look, it's been a long day, but it's worth it, right? Because these are elimination games, and I'm glad to see each team are really like kind of fighting towards the end. And they both, when you get to map 3, you can tell both teams deserve it. No matter who wins, both teams would easily have been able to go through. So it's nice to see. And also, again, Abyss is a very different map. Obviously, the second newest map in the map pool, or just in the game in general. And you can fall off the map. I don't know if anyone knew that, but you can fall off, which is awesome. And I love to see different utility being used to be able to kind of use that to their advantage. You know, you see reach ults and stuff like that. Kind of just yeeting people off the edge of the map, which is awesome. But we're not going to be seeing any of that, unfortunately. We're going to be seeing very standard comps. We are seeing the deadlock, like you mentioned. I think after that map, it probably wasn't what they wanted, and Simon is going to go back onto that deadlock. So other than that, though, pretty similar comps. You Cento changing up here and there between Vice and Cypher, but not bad.
Yeah, I mean, from ALG, we weren't going to be expecting anything other than
no
the mosquito comp, really.
Yeah,
right? The little
it's been
pieces
working
can
well.
Change around it, but yeah, it's been working. I think the big thing to look out for there for them is that they've got the Omen, right? So the Omen, if they're going to be wanting to assist with smokes across the map, they've got to kind of wait around the top mid on the defense, which is a little bit risky. And I do like this from AQ because they are starting on the attack side, and Deadlock is an attacker-sided sentinel, right? And when you've got the Deadlock in the post plant, the Vice in the post plant, retaking into it is almost impossible. It's so painful. But
I mean, think about their post plant, right? You've got 2 sentinels and Astra.
Yep.
And Sova.
There's so much post plant stall and then utility at the end to do the damage, but damage gonna have to come from Barricade and from Ending to start with. TP dash out, and they're just gonna be playing for the retake immediately, just wanting to back out. And now we can see the wall up towards heaven. More utility. You can see stars and everything over towards Vine as well. Whilst we've got Danny watching the flank on the Vice. He's got a wall over towards mid to make sure nothing comes through there. But the Paranoia pushes Eugen off of the line to start with, but a flash gets him back out, and now the scale from ALG. Oh, the swing from Eugen does swing too wide, and it's just immediately gets taken down. ALG, the retake, coming in thick and fast. It's Simon and Danny left, but now in this post plant, can they find the kills? They can. It's now just down to Yang. Jumps up on top of the box. Not noted, not seen by Simon, but the time is running so low, and Yang's health is even lower. Taken out, and Danny, last one alive, wins them that pistol, starting this off so close between these two teams.
Very chaotic, which is great, because those, final map where we want these battles to be happening, but blimey, it is just chaos on site. And Simon, that's the thing, right? Obviously, you're in a 2v2 situation. You kind of want to be playing with your teammate, but opting to sit on site and kind of be that first point of contact and just kind of run down that time. You got the classic, you got the right clicks to be able to use. I respect it, and Danny being able to clutch out the rest of the round.
Yeah, an aggressive default actually there, taking a lot of space over towards B with that drone to get the ults, get the ult orbs as much as possible. Simon now only 2 away from the annihilation, and that Vice flash over towards A main. Maybe they're going to try and find that orb too. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, there's no harm at currently ALG not wanting to really contest any sort of space. Kind of leaving Yang by himself on A. And usually A is the kind of one where you want to try and take that main space early. But hey, I mean, if they want to opt to kind of play back a little bit and see how AQ want to play this first and then base their aggressiveness off of that.
Yeah, well, they do swing over towards B, but Aluba with the Sheriff shuts down the start of the attack. Didn't fall for the clone, got the real Euro instead, and now you can see the flip back over towards A. And I mean, Yang's gonna be happy because Yang spent a lot of money on this round, both trips. Like, you want to make the most of them, and he's absolutely going to. But the rotates from ALG already sprinting over. Ultorb is being taken, so we will get Simon very close to that annihilation for the next round. But this is now where it matters. The paranoia, as soon as the plant comes in, pushes all of the attackers back. The hinder as well to secure the site, and the retake is coming in thick and fast, and they have more people alive right now than AQ do. ALG, they've got to get on the spike though. They've got to tap because the post-plant utility is there. The annihilation actually already used, but it doesn't matter. Despite the deadlocker coming on in. Yeah, they just... Oh, you did that too late. Come on, Yang. God. But they won that round off the back of such a quick retake.
They won the round. They killed all of the players, including the one with the Phantom. They wasted an ultimate. Unbelievable. And that is exactly what you need to keep yourself in this game for longer. I mean, only 2 rounds in, but you're really seeing the full potential of these teams now.
Yeah, we are. But now Barricade has got that Outlaw back online again. Over towards mid. You usually want to do this against Ecos just in case any of those late round lurkers are pushing up, which makes a lot of sense. But A main being taken, Deadlock Net finds nothing. But Yang did hear it. So, one-way smoke comes out from Xeno. Just to deter them, push them back a little bit. And now it's all down to Barricade. Didn't get flashed. Still waiting, hoping he can find the timing. You can see the pings on the map actually already pinging out his position. Like, they are fully aware of where he is, but they can't really do much about it. The jump peak for spam. It's just a clone. As they go back towards A.
Yeah, I mean, they're going back to A, but such a strong setup as well from Yang. Very much waiting for them just to come onto site and be able to lock it down, but I don't know. Phantom in his hand as well.
Yeah, you can spam the trips, they're so good, but actually FFS trying to turn the Thrifty back towards himself. We didn't see any on Lotus, but seeing them now as they're jumping on top of the box. Aluba spots the heads, but can't do much about it. Trapped on site now because of that wall. He has to fight for his life. As that wall gets broken, but he does. He swings out wide. He finds 2, but then he gets traded, and Danny picks up the Vandal. Finds 1 with it, finds 2 with it. No way, they get the Thrifty back.
What is going on? What is happening? I mean, we're seeing back and forth rounds that should not be theirs. And oh my, okay. And Danny actually just, you know, having the confidence to go backside and immediately pick up that Vandal, then getting 2.
Yep.
But then also FFS with a classic, probably. Wow.
FFS got 2 of those kills that round with the classic. Like
exactly. Danny getting 1 as well. But then also you're having the confidence as well to still swing after that in a 1v1 with the classic.
Yeah.
Wow. And this is not... I mean, we're seeing the 2-1 I guess we were expecting to see, but not in the way we were supposed to. And it's now going to be an eco round for ALG. One gun in hand.
Anyway,
but...
it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows anymore? I'm just going to stop speaking. It just doesn't seem worth it. I don't know. Wow, okay. A little bit of space being taken on B, not too much, but I think GRQ is going to be holding it down, knowing that it's very, very possible to be happening right now.
I mean, AQ, they're always aware, they're always ready for these eco pushes from ALG. We've seen it on Haven and on Lotus now. Same here on Abyss. They clear all of mid out. There's a TP there with the clone. I don't know if Eugene's going to want to take it, because it's a little bit risky, but actually they're going to the wrong site, Mads. They're going to A. This is where Yang is. This is where Aluba is. The entire team and all of the Cypher utility. This could be another Thrifty. The cam spots Simon. Utilities start to come on out. The drop smoke, briefly a one-way. The flash out the smoke. Aluba turns it, dashes out, back up. On top of the ropes, and he finds 1, but he doesn't find much more, and it's only Barricade left alive on the wrong side of the wall. The jump up from FFS stops the Thrifty to go back and forth, and it means AQ, they get themselves up to 3.
It was looking, yeah, I don't know, I was a little bit worried about that. You know, 4 people on A side waiting for them, but you know, the flash is coming through in the right time, and yeah, like you say, finally, a normal round, how it should have gone. Maybe we'll have a little bit more stability, but wow, Yeah, okay. Barricaded in, some might say, behind the deadlock wall. Sorry, I had to do it.
God, these color casters and their bad puns. Eh? Who could ever do that? Oh.
We can't help ourselves. Exactly, you know what I'm doing.
I would never do that. How dare
No.
you? Anyway, AQ, they're slowly trying to take down Yang's utility. So the shock darts breaking down both trips. And the net finding nothing, but no exec happening there anyway, as they've pulled all of the rotations off of A. It's just ending now here alone. Not got much stopping power. The hinder, really useful for fighting, not really for stall. Oh, and the Asteroid coming on through. Good timing to pop the recall. He can swing ahead of this and he gets Yujin. What a shot. And the hinder just to try and slow things down more. But this Astral Wall, it allows them to get the spike down. So Aluba comes on in with the Sovereign. He does actually find the tag there onto the planter. Simon is low. And Danny now on this lurk. He has to break door. He's got the Vice Ult though. He could do this from up close. This could be awful for ALG's retake. They're on the spike though. They're tapping. The Vice Ult comes on through. It's a little bit late. The pull. It does pull them off. They get it half though. And a lot of spam. Danny. Oh, the swing is beautiful. The Soverult coming in as well. But Aluba takes down Simon the Classic. The Soverult. It's still hard. There's two people each on both sides. But the swing is good. And it just comes down to the Sovers. The spam through the wall is hard. But Luba is so low. FFS jumping, swings, and gets the kill. Secures them the round, but oh my word, that was close again.
Like you say, again, right? We're seeing these rounds again and again being so close. And it's great to see like such a good matchup and showing that this is why the bracket is how it is. Because both these teams are so evenly matched. Both have their strengths in different places, but they counter each other so well. And I'm really loving it. And Danny, the perfect ultimate and being able to get a couple, you know, getting taken out by the Classic again. These right clicks have been deadly this game as well. It's only in like 5 rounds. And we've seen like, I think 5 different Classic kills. That one on the pistol round. But whatever. It is what it is. ALG timeout, which is the first time I think that they've called one first. Which has been interesting. This is a very different start to how we've seen both games. Obviously, ALG kind of hit the ground running in both of the first 2 maps. So, not a position that they're used to being in. But hey, I mean, if AQ can bring it back, no reason that ALG can't. There's only 3 rounds difference. And I don't know if they're going to have the money to buy. I think, you know, there were a few Classics last time, so I'm assuming they're going to have some sort of economy here, but I don't know. I don't feel like I can say anything anymore.
Yeah, no, back down to a thrifty.
Okay, fair enough.
But we can't count them out.
No, we have seen some very nice Sheriff kills and some Classic kills, so Barricade might, something like that. There's a couple of ultimates on the horizon as well, actually. Maybe try and, you know, get some. They're not opting to take any space and try and get any orbs, but you know, try and play this a little bit slower and see what they can get out of it.
Yeah, again, the classic AQ anti-eco, wait 20 seconds and then swing at exactly 1 minute 20. They swing out to try and find some space, see if there is any eco pushes, but the drone is going to clear the smoke. Simon's only 1 away from the annihilation. Again, the second one, which is
in 5 rounds.
Yeah, in 5 rounds, which is kind of crazy, but he's going to get it here on his 6th. Surely, I'm assuming he's going to take the orb. Simon? No?
It's right there, mate. It's right there.
He's just waiting. He's just being careful. He's not even going to risk taking it. Surely you take it on this round. No, but push over towards B. Noting the trips is the clone, and the swing is a little bit risky from Yunjin, actually. Takes a shot there to the head, I think, from the Sheriff. He's now down to 5 HP, 1 tap to pretty much everything. And the Annihilation over towards A, pulls the rotates, all of them off of site. The Annihilation finds nothing, but the rotates are still coming. Simon does get the first pick, and now surely ALG realise, yeah.
This is brilliant. I love this. I mean, all the utility from Simon, they're being dumped onto A, and surely if they're one of the Sentinels, you know, going towards site. But FFS.
Yeah, the dash towards side, but look at this. Eugen 5 HP. He has no care in the world. He knows he's going to hit those shots, and the Omen trying to go for a TP, but Simon, he makes it back in time from that fake over towards A to get the kill. The Annihilation again. Used, but it sold that fake perfectly.
It did indeed. Zach, sometimes it doesn't need to do what it's meant to in order to have some sort of impact, and that's what I like seeing, is when utility gets used outside of its normal like usage and like what it should standard for it should be. But I mean, the problem here is that AQ haven't started a game where they've kind of taken the rounds and run with them. ALG have always started the game off well, and they need to have rounds in hand to be able to win the game. And right now, they're 4 rounds down, and we're yet to see them kind of bring that back. And I'm a little bit worried for them in the fact that it doesn't seem like... Once AQ have the ball rolling, it's very hard to stop it.
Yeah. Although Barricade, the op, has been a big win condition for him.
It has.
And the drone was just used over towards A, so... Not a lot can push the op off of the line. They're trying to do the same fake they did with Simon now with FFS instead. They're not falling for it.
No.
But Eugen, walking up mid with this ult, sees the Omen, sees the Waylay. Is he going to note? Yes, his opposing number, he sees the operator, and immediately you can see Simon running over towards A. The Cypher setup is here, and actually Yang... fully aware, the trip didn't get broken, but FFS could take a swing out, take the Cypher down, remove the trips from the game now. Cypher's going to live to fight another day, and there's going to be so many people. A brawl here on the A site as the Paranoia actually used so early, and Yang goes down, the trips are out. GRQ with those long range kills. Xeno trying to take a peek, but no, there's just nothing. Ending is the only one finding kills, but they are good kills, and he goes out. It's Barricade with the op. Barricaded out of sight, and he's just going to run away, take the op, and save it in for round 8.
Indeed he is, and that's the thing sometimes, right, is that you kind of have to find where that operator is and just isolate it. 9 times out of 10, if they're the last one standing, they're just going to save. There is no point even bothering to risk it. So if you can just leave and try and use that time to then just take out the rest of the team, you don't need to fight it. And it completely like isolates the usage of it, and it's perfect. But again, talking about ultimates being used in different ways, I love when duelist ultimates can be used for information. Something like that Yoru ultimate there. 3 people on B site immediately, and the operator, right, leave, please leave.
That's all he said.
Not worth it. Exactly. But ending, doing as much as he can, but unfortunately it's just not going to be there, and that's going to be 6-1, which we have seen so far in the series, but not for the side of AQ.
An open 4 sheriffs now. ALG.
Sorry, that's actually crazy. Wait, that's actually an op and a dream. I love to see it.
The op's over towards the wrong site. AQ though, they might be able to identify it. They don't have that Euro op back online again. Eugen's good, but not that good. But the Cypher camp does see where AQ are, and now it feels like AQ know that the Cypher is on this site. Astral Wall comes in again to try and shut out. Oh, wait for the Yang! The perfect timing for Eugen. The wall's a little bit off, and oh no, the wall just has not worked out. Yang finding 2. And the Soldier's stuck on site. FFS has to try and find something, has to get the spike down, but he's separated from his team by his own Astral Wall here. He's down to 19 HP, and alone the Astral Wall does fall. And Barricade takes out Danny. GRQ with the Phantom FFS as well. Has to try and find something, but they can't even get the spike down yet. The Astra, the swing around, the timing was almost so good, but it's not. It's just FFS, and he's so low, and the headshot from Xeno, I can see, Mad, you've almost got your face in your hands. Another thrifty.
I just, the issue with the Astro Wall is like it kind of threw them around. Like,
Yeah.
like you say, it can be so powerful, but it can be the start of your demise. Like, it's unfortunate because I said this a little bit yesterday. The wall's great because the opponents can't hear you, but you can't hear them either, right? And that's the problem. Barricade. That is. Oh, that's so nasty. That's so nasty. What a brilliant. Not a single gun gone down. Not that it would matter because there are non-sheriffs, but now they have sheriffs as their secondary as well if they want to. Danny, not all that close to the Steel Garden, but even so, if that was to come out, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Barricade, though, this could be the end of his world. The drone is going to spot him. He's holding the line. He's waiting. The clone didn't get a kill. And now AQ. Oh, Eugene just peeked a little bit too wide. Barricade was ready for it. And now the one-way and the op in their face. And AQ, they leave. They go back towards mid. They know the Euro can't be there yet. But now he could be. They have to be careful of top mid. They make it. They're going to walk up. A Cypher trip waiting for them. For the information at the very least. And I expect Xeno could go for a swing off the back of it as well.
Yup. Both trips. Oh, sorry, just one trip? No, two
just
trips.
One trip. It's just a crazy trip.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The trip
there it
broken,
is.
But Xeno, what a shot! The paranoia as well. To try and slow down the push and allows ending actually to steal the kill away. Yang, here's Danny walking around over towards main. As this fight is brutal. And ALG, they don't even allow the site to be taken. Barricade opening it up with that op kill, and then the shutdown around mid was perfection.
Yeah, definitely almost funneling them into mid, right? Kind of taking that A space with the kill and then pushing back. No one's really bothered to try and contest mid though. That's the thing. Like, mid is such a crucial part of this map, and it can allow you so many different options. But that being said, it also can be accessed from 4 different ways. So you are risking quite a lot being able to try and take that. But high risk, high reward, right? So I don't know. Possibly, it's hard. AQ been playing this so well. And again, we're going back to this whole thing about if they can't really pick a site early, then they're a little bit confused, and I think this operator really is just doing that to a much higher standard. It is just completely shutting down any sort of plans they have early on, and immediately AQ don't really have anything. I think either they switch things up or they have a second plan ready, because it's not doing too great. They immediately slow down, and then what do you do from there, right? You're a man down. There's so much space on the site, on the whole map, that you still need to try and take before you can even get on the site, and it's really, really hard.
And now actually Yang's got the op. This is interesting.
What?
I'm expecting we're going to see a DRX round here on the defense.
Yeah.
With the DRX alt round over towards B main. I'm assuming we're going to see some kind of set play like that, but we do have a tech pause coming on out on the side of ALG, so the momentum, it's going to be stopped here again, even after the timeout, which, yes, okay, they get more time to think.
Yeah, but is it, you kind of had your time. You know, you have your set time that you have everything that you want to say in that time, and that's what you're used to, right? And then that ends, and then you have all this spare time. You go, right, okay, let's just repeat it, I guess. But keeping the vibes up. The vibes are still there. You know, it's been a long day for these guys, and it's gonna be tough. But there are so many coffee cups on these tables. It is unreal.
I hope it's not coffee.
Yeah, must be very. Oh yeah, I don't know, but even so, that's a lot of probably, you know, energy of some sort.
Yeah, and like, it's one of those things as well. Like these tech pauses, they take you out of the game, out of your mindset of the game.
Yeah.
You start to focus on your body, and you think, oh, I'm getting hungry actually, and things like that. But look, we are seeing an aggressive play here over towards B main for sure. But AQ, they're gonna have none of it. You know, maybe GRQ gets a kill off the back, but AQ are taking mid. Yeah, the DRX round essentially without the ult. GRQ hears it and sends his team sprinting over towards A.
Look
The
at the TP.
reinforcements already there. Yeah, the TP was perfect.
And just like that, there's two already on site to hold it down, and also the ultimates on the side of ALG are going to be very strong. They want to retake, but there's no need because Yang and Barricade managed to get one of their own, and that is that push completely shut down. And AQ, and what do you do now? I mean, any sort of plan once again as we shut down this mid are going to be trying to see if they can get any sort of space back for themselves, but oh my god.
Yeah, they don't have the spike. This is purely just to try and find some kills, find some time, and hope they can get the B space so that they can have FFS kind of lean back over towards B afterwards. Trip broken, just to announce that there's some presence here, but ALG surely reading that this is probably a fake. And AQ maybe now just noticing that they don't have the spike, that they can't need that in order to win the round.
30 seconds left on the board, and you're going to have to make a decision very, very quickly.
They're going away.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, the convergent paths, the timing is so good. It's only FFS there, but the flood comes on in. Danny does have the high ground, but they're stopping GRQ from even making it towards site. Yang with the op finds a second on the round, and Aluba just on top of it. ALG shut down any attempt at a push, and AQ, despite the timeout, not finding anything.
Yeah, and I mean, converging path makes sense, right? You have so many ultimates left on the side of your team. You've got 2 rounds left to play. You might as well. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't think I want to know. It's wow.
What a shot!
Talk about being able to lock down your site. I mean, Yang with the operator as well was just a little bit silly, but going back towards Barricade as well now. So Simon, you know, with his little toy operator, if you will, the Marshal in hand, but it's not looking too good. FFS the only one with a rifle.
Yeah, they exec over towards site. No Cypher set up here. Nothing to really contest up front, so... Oh, okay, never mind. Ending somehow gets a kill on the flank. Pushes it forward as well. The spike goes down, and that Sentinel utility that we talked about, the deadlock util on site, is good, is stopping it. And AQ have to go and clear Ending, but Ending finds 2. The spray down is perfect, and AQ, they get the spike down, and okay, maybe they find Ending with a little ratty angle from GRQ, but the pull, it's already at half, and the Astra has no way of stopping it going any further. Another round loss from AQ, and they got the site really well, but they also lost the gun. I mean, I think they should have money to buy up, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But even then, that's gotta hurt.
I mean, they went into that round with 1 rifle, so being able to try, you know, at least keep that would have been great.
Oof.
But no, unfortunately, Ending. I mean, the flank is perfect.
Yeah,
it's just the timing. There was it hasn't really been happening too much this half, so kind of unexpected.
And now Ending. The paranoia setup you can see in heaven. The defensive lines, I'm imagining they're going to be sending this. Go on, surely. No? They're not hearing any sound, so they're wary, they're cautious, and they've always faked this TP, so they fake it again. I don't think ALG are super worried about it because they've never actually done a real TP there. But now, ALG taking space over towards A main and the op. Blinded. Forced back off the line. Resets his TP. Ooh, shot. Spots the shoulder but misses the shot. He's got a second chance here, but it looks like the drone, going to be used. Pushes him off the line again. And the annihilation scares him. The clone could get caught instead. So Simon's waiting, being patient, and finds naught. The spike's over towards B though, Mads. So even if they keep pushing over towards A. Yeah, the Euroult, everything, they're sending it. They're doing another fake. The Astral, much better this round. The Sovault. The Euroult to escape the Sovault. That is fantastic. But this is a B hit. And they have no idea. They can't hear it.
Oh my god. This is brilliant.
Wait, actually Yang getting that kill is huge. They can now make their way back over towards the B site just in time. Cages go up. They have to be scared. And look, the Sobot as well to try and stall out. The time is so low. They're just missing either side. And now the dash over towards site to hinder. It's beautiful. It's perfect. Danny shut down ALG. Can they find this retake? AQ, they're trying to do as much as they can. The spam is there, but the smoke, it just isn't happening. It's hard. It's going all the way. And ALG, they find another retake. 6 and 6 with Eugen's ace at the end.
That's the ace.
Why not? Let's go.
I mean, we spent the first 2 maps going really for one team and really for the other team, right? And now this is just a complete switch up. These are 2 different teams playing against each other. I don't know what's happened, but we've really started to warm up. Which is great to see, but I don't even know. It was such a good play, but honestly, that kill from Yang has completely switched up that round. And Neural Theft coming through from that kill as well. And the rotate came through so fast. So you have the Yoru and the Waylay on that side to be able to quickly rotate over to B, and a 6-6 half. I mean, I don't even know anymore. Like,
hey, we're gonna see like 4 more 50s, okay? Like,
true,
it's
true.
gonna happen.
We'd love to see it anyway, but these are the first couple of rounds where I think the world kind of flipped upside down for a little bit.
Yeah. Like, just like I said, in that round, the confidence for Danny to pick up that Vandal and go for it. He's not been a star player by any means, but he has had such huge impact so consistently to just shut down any attempt at pushing his site. He's always there ready. And I mean, okay, we're not going to talk about this Astral Wall because it's going to get me angry. So we're just going to move on to the round after this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because that 50 never should have happened. And that was the start of the end, right? There was 5 in a row after that round. It's now getting 6-6, like you said, switching sides. And now I want to see what they've got cooked on the defense. The Deadlock and the Vice on the defense, it should be good. You've got to lock down a site. But how are they doing it? Because both of these Sentinels, their utility can get destroyed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that they got 6 in that half, to be fair, is pretty strong. And now they're kind of set up for this second half. I think it is going to be either... We've been seeing a bit of different plays, right? Typically, you'd see one Sentinel at each site, but like we're going to be seeing here, both Sentinels are on one site. And even so, I think Simon might be trying to save his util, possibly, for when it's needed throughout the round and keep that fluidity of this defense. But it's not looking like an A push anyway.
No, it's going over towards B. Eugen did spot the TP and turns it just in time, but Barricade with the frenzy gets that trade. And now all running into the smoke. Barricade does eventually get shut down, but lane and site is ALG's. They're not sure, they don't know for certain, so they're waiting to confirm. Bring a Lubra up with the Sheriff just to allow the spike to go down. But now look at Yang. FFS already swinging. GRQ also there. Goes into the cam at the wrong time and GRQ swings in. The spike goes down, but now it's a 2 versus 4. Not a lot of utility either. Aluba could time this recon perfectly. He's going to take a Sheriff shot, back out, and then get ready. But the net, it hits him. He's crouching. He doesn't have time to pull out his utility, but the headshot is good, but it doesn't matter. AQ come in for the retake, get it locked in for themselves, and, well, they get the lead. Let's see if we get a 50 back again.
They do indeed, and the fact that LG, like I mentioned before, about how hard it has been for them to kind of keep up with AQ once they hit the ground running, they managed to bring it back to 6-all. So the fact that they've done that is giving me some bit more confidence in their ability to kind of keep this game level. But AQ, it's hard. Winning that pistol was so strong, especially. I mean, like I mentioned a little bit in the first series today, on the map 3, you kind of bring it back down to a best of 1, right? And these pistol rounds are so important that, like, you could have the possibility of winning 4 rounds for free, and that in a technically in a best of 1 normally is crucial. So being in the last map, any of these rounds now, especially in second half, is going to really make or break this game.
But now, okay, ALG, they faked their footsteps away.
Yes.
Like they're leaving after getting that ult orb. And now I imagine we're going to see the Sova trying to get the ult orb over towards B to kind of push that fake further. But regardless, we've still got the Deadlock utility over towards this site.
And that's the thing about the double senti.
Yep.
You don't have to leave. You can sit on this site for as long as you want and you'll be completely fine.
Wall used a little bit early, though.
Yeah.
It's going to go down relatively soon. ALG still have a chance to be able to get over towards site. I think it all depends on what Aluba does on B. If he can find any space, if he can get this ult orb. He's setting up, I'm assuming, for some kind of lineup here.
Yeah, I mean, not opting to make any sort of noise yet, taking his time, and, you know, that's the thing, the ult orb, it does make noise when you pick it up, so you have to be very, very careful what you want to do. Simon, holding down sight again for now. The wall has gone down, but he's only got a ghost in his hand.
Oh, and Luba taking it out very quickly. The dash for ending, recalls back. Oh, and there we go. The recon was beautiful. Simon gets one. The time is already going so low. AQ, they are just stopping this in its tracks. Ending over towards site. The classic Reckling does actually get a couple, and then he jumps off the map. Let's say he jumped. That wasn't a fall.
Yes.
That was a jump, right?
No, yeah. Because you never jump off when you've been damaged and then Simon gets an assist on that. That would be really silly.
No.
Right? No. Yeah. Oh, well, look, I mean, I respect the play. I think whatever happened to Aluba, they were going to just wait for some sort of contact, whether or not the kill happened or not. They immediately dive into sight, but it's this utility. You have the Sentinels, but it's the Astra that's so underrated. You have this utility to kind of play around with the players and move them to where you want to. It's crazy.
And now, talking about the Astra, Danny noted that star. Wall trying to stop any push from main, but Paranoia is going to put Danny into a bit of a difficult position. Astra smoke up, he hears and sees ending. Recall back past him as the wall is broken. And now ALG reset. But FFS has got a beautiful timing. Sees exactly where the trip is. He can hear them. He knows where they're going. And yeah, there we go. Simon's leaving.
Yeah. And this could be beautiful timing. Although he has...
Ooh, a little bit of damage is good though because of the outlaw over towards A.
Yeah.
Gets that pick. But now, ALG, they flip it back towards B. Oh, FFS, be careful.
Don't do it.
Where he can go. He doesn't know, he's kind of trapped.
He's been smoked off. There we go. Okay.
But now we're gonna see ALG walking up towards the site. They spot Danny's jump peak. The Thorns stop them pushing too much further. And there is the Deadlock trip, the stun here. If they make too much noise, but the retake, it's going to be quite late. They have everyone alive. And ending pushing forward, trying to stop it. But Zeno up on top of the box with the Bulldog. This is ALG's round to win. They should be winning this. The clone broken, the flash turned. Yujin though does get the kill. And now it's a 3 versus 3. This is a really nice smoke, but Yujin and the shock somewhere. AQ, surely you can't win this one. No, they do. Again. The bonus converted, and this happens time and time again.
Right, okay. I mean,
you sound like an angry teacher.
I just don't understand. I mean, look, it was a beautiful round from AQ, to be fair, especially with the outlaw as well. Like, it's just perfect. Bringing it back just with the 2 kills with the Bulldog there, but unfortunately, it's not going to convert, and that is going to be a timeout for ALG.
This is very early.
Yeah, but also I don't blame them. Again, they cannot let this get away from them, and it's going to be really, really hard if they hit double digits. How do you get back from that?
Yeah, but their money's going to be so bad, and if it does feel like watching the coaches, ALG's coaches seem to be coaching, like calling their timeouts not just for set plays, but also kind of like mental ones, right? They're there to kind of reset the mental of the team, get them hype again, because they know they can win 50s. They've won like 2 already
That's
this
the
map.
thing.
They could do it.
I'm sure there's like a couple of things here and there that, hey guys, make sure you're doing this, make sure you're doing that.
Yeah.
But overall, you're in third map. They know what they need to be doing. They understand the other team by now. This is their 3rd game in a row playing against them. It is just keeping up that mental and just the vibes. I mean, it's better on LAN, don't get me wrong. You can definitely try and keep it up a lot more. But even so, being down this much and its final map, it's got to be hard. Look at the economy as well. It's not looking good. The Outlaw in Eugen's hand, and he is searching for blood.
Oh, I love this. Yang has no idea.
Yeah.
Taken out of the round, and okay, the exec, it starts over towards B. The recall is used, but the TP backs it up, and the spike, it is going to go down. And this is where the sheriffs and these stingers can really come in handy with the Outlaw. Eugen is so strong with this weapon, and the retake, it's got to be safe. They've got to play together. The coordination we've seen on other maps has to come on through. As AQ, they start swinging round, but the stinger of ending, it's good. Simon's still alive though, and so is Eugen. They get the retake, they get themselves up to 10. And now ALG, like you said, Mads, how do they come back from this?
I mean, it was Nico by right, so I think now I'm not too sure what the alt economy is looking like, but it's gonna have to be heavily relied on at this point. It is not looking great, and I mean, they're getting spike down, sure, but they cannot hold their sights down. And that's the difference, right? If AQ were getting their spike down, they have so much utility to rely on after that, and you have to play time. It's really hard to be playing spike, and then, sure, you have really good entry. You have, like you said, the Mosquito comp that's really, really good. However, what do you do on this post plot? You have to keep pushing forward, but you're going against people like Simon, like Eugen, who are just there, ready and waiting.
Yeah, well, the dash over towards site, ending, working in tandem with Barricade to push on forward. The wall goes down, and again, the spike, it's planted nice and quick. A lot of ults already available in this post plant. Ending 1 away, Barricade 2 away as well. But Eugen starts with his own dimensional drift, leaning over towards the site, flashes back and forth with the opposing Yoru. Clone leaves ult, and Simon's ult also popped the Annihilation, but Barricade wins that fight. AQ, they're making their way back into sight. Simon with the shorty runs into the smoke. The Silver ult gonna come through, do as much damage as possible. No kills found though, and Simon's already pushing him down. Yang walks over towards site though, and it's not enough. AQ, they get the defuse despite the ults invested from ALG.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, it was going to have to be down to ult usage, right? And the fact that you're putting all of those into one round and you're still losing it, what do you have left? I mean, it was a good attempt, don't get me wrong, a good few kills coming through, but that's your buy round gone. I mean, at this point, a little bit of a whiff coming through from Simon there, but hey, it happens. And they're forcing up. They're doing it. Yeah, I mean, but what happens now? You don't have the best guns in the world. If you lose this round, it's match point. You have nothing left but a couple of, sheriffs, maybe?
ALG thrifting someone? Never.
To be fair.
But now Barricade, a fake Euro use over towards B. Omen not coming on over. He found, I like this. They found out the site was empty with the Euro. Originally it was going to be a fake. They found out it was empty, so they Omen ult with the spike over to join with the Euro and get themselves into a post plant. Now Convergent Paths is still available along with the Neural Theft, but Ending is in mid. He has no chance to use this ult over towards site to stop the retake coming on in the Astro ult. It blocks off those 3 site players from these 2 mid. So Aluba peeks on forward, gets a pick. But they've got to find more. If ALG want to win this, the Convergent Paths comes on in. AQ though, the retake, it's always so strong. And now the Astral is perfect. The hinder is really good. Simon slowed down. And now they are just shut out. Ults used by forced up. But now we have map, series, and getting into playoffs point.
We are indeed, and you can kind of see LG kind of scrambling for whatever they can in that round, and it looks messy, it's scrappy. You see a lot of things pushed towards mid, you know, there's 2 players there, including Ending in mid, trying to get anything they can, but it's not working out, and it ends up being their downfall, not being able to hold down that site with their team. And look at it, I mean, sure, you've got a couple more guns, but you're looking at a lot of Guardians, and that's a lot of headshots that have to be hit.
And no ults, and you're up against a Vice ult, you're up against a Sova ult. This is looking dire for ALG after everything they've invested. Both
And even
in this
so,
map, but also in practicing. But they start out well. Barricade takes out his opposing number, and now mid, it's left alone. ALG, they take their space back over towards A. The deadlock wall, it's going to break in a while anyway, but they might just break it themselves.
Yeah,
but
the
AQ,
ping's coming
I think
through as
they're
well.
ready. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. There's an exec coming through here, but
Exec
YouTube
about to
is
pop
set up.
dash towards back of sight from Ending, but the Sova forces the recall out and stops the exec in its tracks. So much utility expended, and they have to go for this second stage instead. The smoke's going to fall any time soon, so Barricade takes the space himself, pushes up, forces Simon back, and they plant for backside because there's no smoke for Heaven. Viceult now trying to stop everything. ALG, they keep getting the kills, but they're in such a bad spot. Yang, what a classic kill. This is possible. ALG could get themselves to 7, stop themselves from losing out here. The neural theft at just the right time. 2 beautiful shots from GRQ, but ALG win it. Oh my, going up to 7, they've still got 5 more of them to go just to get to OT.
I mean,
But
the fact
they,
that
they bought themselves a chance.
the fact that they can win that round, but they can't win the round where they invest like 3 ults at once is diabolical, really. But I mean, I want to be hopeful, but we're still on match point.
Yeah.
The money is not a problem for AQ. They are chilling. They still have ultimates in hand. Okay, no, they don't. But the Annihilation's gonna probably come out soon for about the 10th time in this game, which hasn't actually caught anyone yet. By the way, I do believe he's had it about 5 times.
I think it caught
Or
one
4?
person because Ending
Oh, no, it
forgot.
did.
Yeah, Ending didn't break the
Yeah,
the cocoon time.
it did. But other than that, it hasn't really had an awful lot of impact. But then that being said, like with the kills, it has had impact in other ways. But this wall coming through.
Yeah, now again, a first stage exit coming on through. Ending gets taken down, so Barricade follows it up with a beautiful trade. The recon is so good, and it allows the spam through the smoke from FFS. GRQ has been heard, tapping the cage with his body. They know where he is. Surely they don't turn though. Yang does get the trade, and now AQ, they're at an advantage. They have the numbers. Xeno only has a stinger, and he has no way of getting to site. No smokes. He could TP, but he doesn't know what's happening over towards Heaven. And he hears the clone. Yang doesn't find anything. It's just down to Xeno. ALG's last chance. Their last breath to try and find something. He didn't opt to pick up any of those guns. He wanted to stay silent. And yeah, he does. Now they've heard that. They know
There
where
it
he
is.
The recon. He's not going to spot him. He swings round, but he doesn't get a kill. AQ win. AQ qualify for playoffs. And they win out over Ambitious Legends Gaming. And I mean, what a series. But I've got to say, any questions? They deserve this so much.
They did it indeed. I mean, being able to obviously win that first map pretty well, you know, coming back from an 8-1, let's say half, you know, beginning of the game. Really, just both teams have proved themselves so well. Yeah. But you can just tell that there's this extra depth to the team, right? There's this extra little bit of knowledge and understanding of the game that I think just kind of tilted it over the edge. It's unfortunate because ALG have played so well. And like I said, going to third map, both teams definitely deserve to go through either way. But again, with someone like Simon on your team, I keep having to mention it, but he is just such a strong player.
Yeah.
And he's been that backbone for the team, and he mentioned, you know, having those young players on the team and being almost like a mentor for them as well, and having, you know, someone like that to keep the energy up is just at a whole new level of mentality.
Yeah, and you can see ALG upset. They're not going to get their shot to reach VCT CN, but you know who is? It's Any Questions. They're going to be moving forward. It is a stacked playoffs. DRG up there, obviously wanting to fight their way back. Rare Atom looking incredibly strong.
Yeah.
They've got to find something special to pull it all the way, but I mean, the stuff that we've seen from them, the adaptations, the gunplay, everything looks so good. I can see them having it, but it's going to be a long road for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously they did lose to Rare Atom 2-0, so it is going to be rough, but obviously they have that time now to try and really reconvene and see what they want to do with that. Obviously, you have the opportunity to, well, probably have the opportunity to go against them again, so you have to wait and see, but they've been given a second chance, and that's what I like about lower brackets, right? Is that these teams clearly deserve to be here, and I love the fact that they get a second chance after losing that one series. These rounds are a little bit silly. I'm gonna be so real. I don't really know what I'm watching, but that's Valorant.
Yeah, that's Valorant. Sometimes Astral Walls are the worst thing you've ever seen, and we're not
I
going to talk about it again.
I know.
But AQ's retakes, like, this map is not easy to retake on, especially because, you know, we've got some changes coming through relatively soon, but those changes aren't in yet for these teams. So retaking into it, there's both the site players you've got to deal with, and then those over towards main, the spam lines, the post-plant utility like this Sovrot that you can use. It's not easy, but at every step of the way, AQ, they knew exactly what to do, and you talked about it on the previous maps. Their coordination is so good.
Yeah, it's insane.
我下爆了，安全帮。
我下了，我下了，我下了。2楼要帮，没有烟，没有信息，没有信息。哎，我们去打2楼欧格斯，右边2楼小黑屋。
给烟了，给烟了，
出来了，出来了，nice。2楼我去拿枪，可以去拿枪。2楼威磊，去打。他可能把一环中了。哇，2楼，哇 ，Let's go！ 没有8点烟，没有8点烟，我吸了。你走，我带中路这儿。nice， 龙。nice。对，回去了，还有一个进了，我下来吧，
他虚了，他兄弟，他在线了吗，兄弟
？Nice，Let's go， 我们快点，我看比一下，来，哎，进来，3、2、1，拉虎跳了，哎，上面，来个，海关，右边威磊，然后上面2个，右边威磊，上面2个，进点，右边威磊 ，nice， 别进。 看上去，我给8点烟，快点，我去过去，nice， 点后，8点烟 ，nice， 下去拆，哎，要拼，拆，也要去打，那，有去 ，Let's go， 我加满枪，
有劲。
AQ so happy with some of those rounds, and I mean the Thrifties, they had such low buys, but Mads. It has been the day of the duelists, it seems like right now. I mean, look at Eugen's stats there.
I mean, it's just incredible. Obviously, having any sort of KD, you know, like that on your duelist in games where the level of Valorant is so high, it's insane. I mean, also something to mention is AQ's ability to isolate 1v1s. You're talking about their retakes and how difficult it is to retake on this map. Their ability to not even 1v1s, but like 2v1s, and they're finding themselves picking off players one by one, and it's what really makes it just stand out so much more. But I don't know, Eugen as well. Having that obviously, bro, I don't even know.
He's just so good, and not only is he good at going for those aggressive timings, pushing hard and aggro, he's really good at receiving, right? Like his operator is good, his outlaw is good. We don't see it from him as much as we do from like Barricade from on the other side, right? But it's so good when he needs it, and it felt like all of Any Questions knew exactly what they needed to do at every single moment. Their defense on Abyss, like we'd seen it once, and their attack was better. They won it, and you can see now why they're wanting to go back there again. And I think their abyss could be like their dark horse map going into playoffs. So I'm very excited to see more from them in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about Eugen as well, you know, being the only duelist on the map as well, especially in such a place in Valorant where double duelist is so common, and having the confidence to have run that solo duelist, and then kind of like, you know, you had that double senti or even double smokes in some areas, but like having the ability to rely on that is insane. I really respect it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see there in the series overview, it was very close. It was back and forth across so many of those first two maps. There's so many rounds that went down to ones, but Abyss, it just felt like any questions home ground at the end of the day. Yes, okay, they lost a couple of rounds in a row on the first half. We'll mention it, but after that, it was just unstoppable from them, and now they make it to playoffs. They've got a lot of strong teams to beat, but it's going to be so exciting to see what they can do there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these teams that make it to playoffs, you definitely see, you know, stuff they can improve on and things like that, but you can see so much potential in these, not even the teams, but the players individually as well. And it's so great to see this talent coming up into these ranks and, you know, slowly getting up there. And it's just brilliant.
It is. And I mean, it's been such a good day. You must be absolutely exhausted by now. You've had some incredible series to work through. But let's go over to the interview to hear from the players.
大家好，我是 AK 的高瑞奇。
欢迎高瑞奇，非常精彩的一场比赛。先聊一下大比一，当时你也是在一个8-1大比分落后的情况下，追分实现了一个非常令人震惊的
back 8-1 down on Haven. And what do you think like was the turning point?
他们起了把5甲狙，然后两把1抗2，然后就那两分都赢得很顺利，然后3。
And he was like start when they were forcing the on and someone hit a collab.
状态也是非常好，而且确实 Simon 自从起了那把名之后，感觉局势被打开了。但是不得不说，你今天自己也拿了很多个非常漂亮的局，同时拿到了属于你自己的 ace， 对表现还满意。
Yeah, are you like satisfied with your performance? You like got an ace in the 4Ks.
他们都的那2分回来，然后我才有自己找回来一点状态。其实
it all like it's all like up to Simon because like he had to like rescue like those 2 rounds and then I started playing well.
团的配合非常重要。今天你们每一个人都有站出来的时候，那也想问一下你，其实我们会发现从一开始的比赛到现在，你个人的竞技状态提升是非常快的。你认为这种提升主要来源于哪方面？
Why do you think you've been playing solo recently?
可能就是第一次上台吧，第一次上台，然后昨天是第2次上台。 比打得好，我一次。
And he's like yesterday was like my second time being on the stage, so every time I'm on the stage I play better and better. And he's like at first like he was like kind of nervous, very tight. He didn't really he was kind of scared to make plays. So like that kind of improved. Like after like we lost like the first match, like the veterans like FFS and Simon were like consoling them. And then he's like after the games like they like posted TikTok saying that they were really strong. So how much potential do you think AQ has?
我想说就是有进吧，其实可能有这两天在网上有挺多争议的嘛，就是说他就是为什么要把他。
Like I said that there were like kind of quite a lot of negative comments about Eugene, like these past few days. Yeah, he's like he just like needs a bit more time, needs a bit more experience.
对他，玩他肯定是厉害的，要不然不会让他玩。
确实还需要一定的时间去适应舞台、适应比赛的节奏，但是大家的这种互相相信、互相鼓励，更好的团队氛围一定能够帮助他舒缓压力，之后打出更精彩的表现。那下一场比赛其实马上要对阵到我们这回公认的大魔王 DRG 了。
So yeah, your next matches against like DRG, like the favorites to win.
其实大家8个队都不大，就看你影响的状态。
And like honestly, like all the teams like form, they're not too far apart. It really depends on the form of the day. And that's it for the interview.
Thank you so much, Bidos, for that wonderful translation. It's so good to hear from these players, Mads, because you heard there was a lot of emotions, I think, being talked about there, and the team cohesion and the amount these players care about each other. It's just quite heartwarming, right, to hear how they work together, their bond as a team.
I mean, you know, mentioning a bit about the veterans, you know, FFS and Simon, and kind of being the parents of the team, if you will, and it's so sweet to hear. And obviously, you know, going up against DRG next, which is a bit of a tough one coming out of the lower brackets. But hey, like you said, I think it does depend on the day and the teams.
Yeah,
so,
like
it could be that game.
I do agree. I think any of these teams could be any of the other teams depending on the form. But DRG, they're going to be so tough. And any questions, they've now gotten used to the stage, right? They've gotten used to LAN. They're probably able to bring forward more energy, more confidence than they were earlier on. But the entire bracket now is so stacked. 4 teams to make it all the way to those grand finals to try and make it to VCT. And I mean, any questions? I think they've got a lot of chance, but we'll have to see, because DRG, a very strong opponent.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's hard because obviously DRG, they're used to stage, right? That's standard for them at this point. But you do have Simon on your team who is very used to that sort of thing. So, and like, you know, in the interview they mentioned about having confidence after the first game to kind of push and get a little bit, you know, more aggressive. And you can really tell that, right? That first half was 8-1 right at the beginning of the game. And you're really kind of just like, I don't know, like I don't want to risk it. But then you understand you have to play the game how you play it. And otherwise, you know, you can't be scared. Otherwise, you're gonna risk losing these games. And I think after that first half, they really understood that kind of concept. And obviously, ending up losing the second map, it does happen. But you could tell there was such a switch up in the mentality. And you know, as they said, it's exactly what happens. You got to just be more confident.
Yeah. Confidence is the name of the game, and I think this has been such a wonderful group stage so far in VCT China Ascension, but it's not over. We've got playoffs and they are starting tomorrow. Mads, we are going straight into the playoffs. It is non-stop. So I'm going to ask you this, and I know we didn't prep this, but I'm going to ask you, who's winning?
I feel like, I don't know, I'm going to have to... I'm going to say DRG. But I think Rare Atom have a really, really strong chance. It's between them two. I think we're going to be seeing a final, definitely, between those two teams. I don't know. I think DRG just have that extra bit of experience. And it is such a different game when you're playing in that VCT champs. And it's just, I feel like it is a whole another level. I do believe that DRG are going to end up back in there in the 2026 teams.
Yeah, well, there we go. You heard it here, folks.
Don't hold me to it.
But thank you everyone so much for all of your support. Obviously, Project Horizon, we are all volunteers here working our hardest to bring this, you know, such an amazing set of games to a new audience that might not get a chance to watch it otherwise. So thank you all for the watching, supporting, following. Anything you can do is great. I'm going to give a big shout out to Kashi and Bidos, our producer and our translator today. Been a brilliant day whilst I've been here. And Mads, thank you so much for doing 6 maps, and it's been great to cast with you as well.
I know.
You've kept the energy up.
I'm glad, because it has been a long day, but it's been so worth it.
No, perfect. Well, thank you everyone so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow for the start of playoffs.